Chapter 2551. Slaying a Forbidden Mage. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Not a single part of Shija's skin or flesh was intact. Black gas was rising from his corrupted wounds. Shija staggered as he tried to stand. He looked like a walking corpse, beyond recognition. Even his cries were only painful moans. "I'm Shija, a light forbidden mage of the Asia Magic Association. You can't kill me. You won't dare kill me. You are provoking the Asia Magic Association and all the rest of the magic associations in the world." Shiva screamed blindly. Mo Fan's soul shadow returned to his back. He walked toward Shija with an eerie grin that sent a chill down Shija's spine. Shija suddenly realized how stupid he was. The man had dared to transform into a demon right at the Asia Magic Association. It basically meant he was looking down on the Holy Judgment Court and Heresy Judgment Court. He had never treated the Asia Magic Association's authority seriously if he dared to declare war against the Dubai Magician's Tower. Didn't he already trample a forbidden mage? Was there anything he did not dare to do? The demon claw swept across the air. Shija's head flew off his body. Shija had gone from feeling proud and aloof to being overwhelmed by despair. He had imagined that he would be injured by Archangel Gabriel, but he never thought he would die at the hands of the young man. The young man did not hesitate to kill him, even if he was a forbidden mage. The demon claws would be stained with the blood of forbidden mags as long as scum like them were ruling the world. Loud rumbles were occurring in the sky. They had spread across Dubai City and the desert. However, no one knew exactly what was going on above the clouds. Many people in Dubai knew who was going to win the battle in the end. Not many people in Asia had the guts to challenge Sulu since he had subdued the Black Dragon Emperor. Even the powerful authorities across the world had to treat Sulu with great respect. The Black Dragon Emperor was a real dragon. Few people could match its strength alone. They were not waiting for the outcome. They just hoped everything would come to an end soon. The city shook vigorously as strong winds blew. The people felt uneasy even though the clouds above the city were protecting them. "Look, someone is falling from the sky." A shadow fell straight onto a busy street in Dubai. The crossroad cracked apart. The vehicles were soon in a helpless jam. Many people left their vehicles to take a closer look at the man who had fallen from the sky. His body and head were separated, but they were not too far apart. A bold man had put the head and the body back together. The people were dumbfounded when they realized it was Forbidden Mage Shija after taking a closer look. Forbidden Mage Shija! Forbidden Mage Shija! The busy streets were soon filled with cries of despair, as if the apocalypse had come. Almost everyone in Dubai knew who Shija was. He was a reputable man and the honorable dean of many famous institutions. People rarely saw him in action, but those who were even slightly familiar with magic knew he was a forbidden mage. There were obvious differences between the strength of forbidden mags. A forbidden mage in the early stage had to rely on a huge group of mags and devices to cast a forbidden curse. It was like operating a huge enterprise, which required an insane amount of resources. Even so, every country still treated them as a national treasure, let alone someone like Shija, who was able to complete a forbidden curse alone. The grieving rainbow of the kingdom of heaven. Many people had just witnessed the forbidden curse, but the forbidden mage who cast it was lying dead before them. The whole city was in a panic. The authorities on Dubai Tower were panicking, too. Even a forbidden mage had died. An archangel was still the strongest human. What happened? Chairman Sulu and the Black Dragon Emperor are clearly fighting the archangel higher up in the skies. How did Shiva die? The mags in the Dubai Tower could see a little of the situation above the clouds. They were confident that Shija was not involved in the battle between Sulu and the archangel. Who killed him, then? Who would be strong enough to kill a forbidden mage, except for an archangel? Sulu was the god of the Asia Magic Association. Many people in the Asia Magic Association followed and worshipped him. They were blindly and passionately following Sulu. They had given Su Lu their full cooperation by sealing off the news and establishing the skybound cloud battlefield to trap the Archangel. But now, the god of the light element of Asia, Shija, was dead. How many people in Dubai Tower had reached the forbidden level? How many of them could match Shija's strength? If even Shija failed to survive, it meant all of them were going to die if they lost the battle. Were they too naive to start a fight against the Archangel? Even if they won the battle, they had only killed an Archangel. How were they going to survive the wrath of the sacred city after losing many of the powerful mags among them? Shija's dead body had poured a bucket of cold water on the authorities of the Dubai Magician Tower. They started to reassess the situation with new eyes. The wings of the black dragon were blocking the sunlight. It beat its wings and stopped on a cliff. Its chest was covered in thick black scales, which were immune to magic below the forbidden level. However, the scales were damaged, with scorching lava flowing between them. Archangel Shahja's attacks were powerful enough to injure the Black Dragon Emperor. However, Shahja's injuries were more serious when compared to the Black Dragon Emperor. She had 14 wings in total, each granting her remarkable power, but she only had 8 wings left. Blood was spraying out of her back where the missing wings had been. Ha ha ha, did you think I came unprepared? Even though this day has come earlier than I thought, I've always planned to use the Black Dragon Emperor against the 7 Archangels. Your magic is just the same as ordinary forbidden curses after it's been weakened by the Black Dragon Emperor's scales. Su Lu burst out laughing. He had been behaving like a madman throughout the battle. When he went after the Black Dragon Emperor, he was challenging the strongest creature in the world on behalf of humans. After subduing the Black Dragon Emperor, his next step was to conquer the world. The 7 Archangels were Su Lu's next target, but the day had arrived earlier than he had expected. It was not necessarily a bad thing. Archangel Michael should be aware of his ambitions by now. It was better if he made the first move, rather than being flanked by the 7 angels. Chapter 2552. Challenging the Ancient Black Dragon. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Shija, just in time, I need your light forbidden curse. We have laid low for so many years and contributed greatly to the world. However, people only think of us as a bunch of useless politicians while they forever praise the 7 angels, who don't even contribute a lot to the world. Let the era of the angels end here. I, Su Lu, Master of the Black Dragon, shall mark the start of the new era. Su Lu acted imperiously, as if no one else was worthy in his eyes. Not only was he planning to rule over the world, he was going to leave his name for future generations. Thousands of years from now, scholars would be reading his biography as it recorded how he had conquered the strongest creature in the world, the Black Dragon Emperor, and overthrown the meaningless angels. Open your dog eyes and see carefully who I am. Mo Fan soared through the clouds. His strange eyes were fixed on Su Lu as he grinned coldly. The maniac who was indulging in his own fantasies thought he was Shija. Unfortunately for him, his lackey Shija was already dead. The Black Dragon Emperor and Shija were like Su Lu's arms, and he had already lost one of them. He had asked for it. His actions had infuriated the gods and the people. Su Lu looked surprised, and stared at Mo Fan in disbelief. This demon had come to him, instead of Shija? Where is Shija? Su Lu demanded. Dead, Mo Fan replied. Su Lu suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, what a wonderful world, a forbidden mage has died at the hands of a nobody. How amusing, it's boring if everything goes according to plan. Su Lu was not saddened by Shija's death. His thoughts had long departed from those of a normal human, and he no longer had emotions. All he could think of was conquering and ruling over others. Teacher! Shahja smiled miserably when she saw Mo Fan. She had a pale face. Her condition had clearly deteriorated after losing some of her wings. Shahja had no idea how long she would last. She would not have been afraid of Su Lu if the Black Dragon Emperor was not around. The Black Dragon Emperor had a natural advantage over the angels, as its scales could significantly weaken the power of the angels. the effects of Shahjara's curses were merely the same as normal forbidden curses or weaker. The Black Dragon Emperor was an Emperor-level creature. It was immune to all magic below the forbidden level. Forbidden curses were no different to it than normal spells. It was almost impossible to defeat the Black Dragon Emperor. Sulu had expended lots of resources and used the most effective method just to subdue the Black Dragon Emperor, and now, he had sent the Black Dragon Emperor to take down Shahjara. Shahjara believed Sulu had captured the Black Dragon Emperor just so he could take down the angels. She thought she was like a beast trapped in a cage, without any backup, but to her surprise, Mo Fan had come to her aid. Mo Fan's accusation and challenge were not enough to win the battle. He would have to cleanse the tumors in Dubai Tower through real sacrifices of blood to exchange them for a better future. Shahjara thought Mo Fan was only trying to make an example, but she was wrong. No wonder Feng Julong had taught Mo Fan magic fusion first, and only given it to Mo Fan. Archangel Shahjara stood with Demon Mo Fan. They briefly exchanged glances. They had both assumed they had to fight the battle alone, but they realized they had an ally. They had joined hands because they strongly believed Feng Julong was a real saint, unlike this warmonger and dictator Sulu whose thoughts were merely full of conspiracies to rule over others. "You're injured. Is it serious?" Mo Fan looked at Shahjara. He noticed her rose-golden armor was covered in blood, mostly from her broken wings. The angelic wings were Shahjara's source of power. She was only a super mage. Mo Fan had fought her multiple times, but once her angel soul awakened, her power would be greater than a forbidden mage. It was not exaggerating to describe her as the strongest human in the world. However, both Sulu and the Black Dragon Emperor were formidable opponents. Shahjara was struggling to take them on by herself. "The Black Dragon Emperor is restraining my power. Sulu is constantly hiding behind it to stop me from getting close to him," Shahjara answered. "If I keep the Black Dragon Emperor busy, will you be able to kill Sulu?" Mo Fan asked her. "I can," Shahjara said confidently. Sulu was no match for Shahjara without the Black Dragon Emperor's help. "Let's do it. We'll offer his blood as a sacrifice to Feng Julong," Mo Fan proclaimed. Offering the blood of Asia Magic Association's chairman to Feng Julong. Everyone else would only feel sorry for Feng Julong becoming a victim of the Asia Magic Association's corruption. However, Mo Fan did not want to feel sorry or angry. He wanted them to pay with their blood, even if the culprit was the chairman of the Asia Magic Association. The dragon's deafening cry shattered the skies. The Black Dragon Emperor stood at the top of a cloudy mountain. Its magnificent body was like a heavenly black mountain range. Anyone would feel enormous pressure just standing in front of it. Shahjara's power was absorbed and weakened when standing in the presence of the Black Dragon Emperor. The Black Dragon Emperor was not a darkness creature. Its blackness was a combination of 7 different colors. It only looked black because it had absorbed every color. The Black Dragon Emperor was powerful because the 7 main elements were ineffective against it. Those elements were the main sources of power for the angels. Black Dragon Emperor. Mo Fan stood on a cloud and stared at the Black Dragon Emperor's massive body. He and Asheria had been like petty insects when they first encountered the creature. They were almost caught before they escaped with a scroll of space. Now, he was about to fight the creature. It felt like a dream to him, but for some reason, he could feel a strong fire burning in his chest. How strong was he now? He might find the answer after fighting the Black Dragon Emperor. Sulu had been forced to gather many forbidden mags to subdue the Black Dragon Emperor. Killing a forbidden mage was nothing. Sulu was nothing, either. Today, on the clouds above Dubai City, Mo Fan was going to fight an ancient black dragon, the strongest species in the world, with his bare hands. Chapter 2553. Fiery Dragon Breath. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Black Dragon Emperor was as enormous as a small mountain. Its presence was utterly terrifying. It could unleash a terrifying black aura, which burst out of it like a plague of locusts whenever it beat its wings. The dark aura shrouded the sky and blinded Mo Fan. The Black Dragon Emperor's head suddenly appeared above him. It was still around 500 meters away, yet Mo Fan felt like he was right beside its mouth. Dragon Breath. A dark aura burst out of the dragon's mouth and surged at Mo Fan. It was highly corrosive. It could turn living creatures within dozens of kilometers into rotten bodies in an instant. The dark aura was only going after a single target. No matter how fast Mo Fan was flying or how many times he blinked away, the dark aura kept following him, like a living army. It would not stop until it had torn him into pieces. Demon Blazing Ardent. Mo Fan flew into the clouds and set them ablaze with his flames. The dark aura pursued him relentlessly, but it burned vigorously when it hit the blazing clouds. The plague of locusts was only a transfiguration of the dragon's aura, but the flames still burned them to ashes. Mo Fan's Ardent Sunset was very effective against enemies in great numbers, especially bugs. Even though he had acquired the Phoenix Flame, his flames still retained the effects of the Ardent Sunset. It was perfect against the Black Dragon's Dragon Breath locusts. The Black Dragon Emperor continued to chase after Mo Fan. Its smallest scale was already the same size as he was. Whenever it showed up, it felt like an enormous mountain was about to collapse on him. The Black Dragon's claws were terrifyingly quick and strong. It accurately tracked Mo Fan through the burning clouds and swung its claws at him. Mo Fan crossed his arms. The soul shadow of the fiery snake god on his back moved simultaneously. A burning shield with snake runes appeared in front of Mo Fan. The dragon claws struck the burning shield, producing a piercing clank, like they had just hit a mine. The impact sent Mo Fan flying. The unyielding man stabilized himself and sprang forward to throw a heavy punch at the Black Dragon's chest. Mo Fan had noticed some cracks on the Black Dragon's chest, which were obviously wounds Sharja had inflicted on the Black Dragon. Mo Fan's punch was imbued with the shattering force of the space element and the explosiveness of the fire element. It also contained the brute force of his demon flesh, which was comparable to a ruler-level creature. The force alone was strong enough to dry up an ocean. The combination of the three different elements actually managed to knock the Black Dragon back. Unfortunately, it was difficult to injure the Black Dragon, even if Mo Fan was aiming his punch at its broken scales. The impact was nowhere strong enough. The Black Dragon Emperor was incredibly strong. Its broken scales might even fully heal as the battle went on. The Black Dragon Emperor spread its wings. It was crazy fast, too. The air around it immediately formed a huge cavity that was sucking everything into it. Normally, the size of a creature was proportional to its clumsiness, but that rule did not apply to the Black Dragon Emperor. It was almost impossible to resist its brute force, even when it was not using any special abilities. Mo Fan was about to fly higher into the sky to distance himself from the Black Dragon Emperor, but the Black Dragon Emperor's horns were already within inches of them. Mo Fan was unable to dodge them in time. He was sent flying across the sky like a meteor. The impact sent him almost to the edge of the skybound cloud battlefield. The thick clouds were undulating like a mountain range, separating the sky from the city. The Black Dragon Emperor was unstoppable. Mo Fan did not even have time to recover his balance before the ancient dragon had already closed in onto him. It curled its body as its horns suddenly emitted a dark glow. Sky-smashing dragon horns. The dark light smashed the clouds into different segments. The clouds were actually rupturing on a closer look. Mo Fan was right in the middle of the impact. His soul shadow suddenly lost its flames. It had turned into a snake god emitting a golden light. It was like a golden statue, trying to protect Mo Fan from the sky-smashing dragon horns. Even so, Mo Fan's body started to crack. Fresh blood poured out from the wounds. The pressure from the Black Dragon Emperor was significantly stronger than the pressure he had felt when he was fighting Shija. Shija needed time to prepare his forbidden curse, but the Black Dragon Emperor was a true emperor. Its normal attacks at full strength were already equivalent to a human's forbidden curse. The Black Dragon would have already torn Mo Fan into pieces multiple times without the protection of his soul shadow. The Black Dragon was just incredibly powerful. Mo Fan would end up as a pile of mincemeat in just a few rounds if he kept crashing directly into it. He had to figure out a different way. Even if he could not beat the Black Dragon, he had to find a way to suppress its overwhelming presence. The Black Dragon Emperor suddenly opened its mouth. Its breath sprayed across the sky in the form of a rain of black lava. It was scorching and corrosive. Mo Fan nimbly wove through the lava and hid in the clouds at the edge of the battlefield. The dragon breath easily destroyed the mountains and left holes across the battlefield. The desert further below was visible through the holes. The clouds did not have any magic that was useful for Mo Fan, but the desert was full of the magic of the earth element, not to mention the pure sources of the fire element deep in the sands. These two elements were exactly what Mo Fan needed the most. Most importantly, Mo Fan was already covered in injuries after just a few rounds. He desperately needed to heal himself with the fire magic in the desert. Mo Fan changed his direction. He flew at the holes in the clouds like a ray of white light. He broke through the edge and left the skybound cloud battlefield. He was not crazy enough to fight the Black Dragon Emperor inside the city. It might kill thousands of innocent people. He flew toward the barren desert, and the Black Dragon chased after him. It easily matched Mo Fan's speed, even though he was using both the space element and shadow element. Chapter 2554. Heavy Armored Stance. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The dragon breath kept pouring down. Every burst was like the size of a fireball flying out of a volcano, leaving a thick trail of black smoke behind it as they dove into the desert. Some of the fireballs formed patches of black scorching lava after hitting the ground. Mo Fan traveled across the irregular terrain of the desert. He transformed into a black wolf and sprinted across the dunes with occasional starry flickers and silver strings from the trails of his space element. He soon drew away from the sand dunes, rocks, ravines, and walls. The Silver City had also sunk below the horizon. He slowed down a little after he arrived at a spacious area. The Black Dragon Emperor remained on Mo Fan's trail like a dark cloud, maintaining a distance of less than 1,000 meters from Mo Fan. It looked down at Mo Fan sprinting across the desert like an eagle preying on a wild hare. Dragon Shockwave. The dragon shockwave surging down from the sky was incredibly destructive. The desert Mo Fan was standing in began to crack apart. The cracks soon reached the size of ravines. They spread across the sturdy ground as if a great calamity had just taken place. Mo Fan's head was buzzing with pain after being caught by the dragon shockwave. He fell into a ravine that had opened up under his feet. The Black Dragon Emperor withdrew its wings and dove to the ground. Its body was as sturdy as black metal. It smashed through the rocks like they were mere bubbles. Mo Fan immediately sensed the Black Dragon Emperor's overwhelming presence. The shockwave had spread across a dozen kilometers and connected the ravines, turning the place into a deep valley under the horizon. Mo Fan was severely injured. His blood sprayed on the ground. For some reason, the whole desert started turning red, like the ardent sunlight was spraying on it. Blood-packed, devil of the earth. Mo Fan stood in the valley the Black Dragon had created. His eerie eyes went from dark red to the color of the desert. The glowing desert was answering his call. Huge runes surfaced across it, in a shape similar to the runes on Mo Fan's forehead and his face. More runes gradually appeared around him. They started appearing scarcely further away, but the closer they were to Mo Fan, the denser they were. They eventually formed a magic formation as they reached Mo Fan's feet. If someone was looking at it from a great height, they would notice the seemingly irregular runes were actually in the shape of an eye. The dense runes close to Mo Fan were part of the sympathetic nervous system inside an eye. The ground was transmitting energy to him like a nervous system, responding to Mo Fan's will in the center of the eye. His whole body had turned dark brown. Glowing crusts floated into the air and established a frame. The red flowing sand had turned into its veins and arteries. Mo Fan's body was expanding now. Components from the ground were gathering to make a new body. His muscles were made of rocks and his bones were made of crystals, while the sand was his blood. He had transformed into an enormous devil of the desert, the same size as the Black Dragon. Its feet were on the ground, while its head had reached the sky. The Black Dragon Emperor wanted to use its sky-smashing dragon horns again, but this time, the Devil of the Desert grabbed its horns firmly and unleashed tremendous strength to raise the Black Dragon Emperor above its head. Mo Fan let out a heavy cry after transforming into an ancient titan. He threw the Black Dragon Emperor at the highest mountain nearby. Over 5 kilometers of the mountain collapsed, burying the Black Dragon Emperor under rocks and debris. Mo Fan leaned forward and moved his hands like he was trying to tear the place open. A rift opened in the desert, extending from Mo Fan's feet to the back of the mountain. It was bottomless, seemingly leading straight to hell. The scales on the Black Dragon Emperor's chest had truly broken after the enormous impact. Its blood sprayed across the desert, forming a small pond of corrosive liquid. The Black Dragon Emperor was enraged. It knocked the rocks atop it away and flew straight at the Rock Titan. Mo Fan had full control over his surroundings. A mountain emerged from the ground and blocked the Black Dragon Emperor. It managed to slow down the Black Dragon Emperor, even though the dragon was smashing everything in its path into pieces. As the Black Dragon Emperor was approaching, Mo Fan half knelt on the ground and drew up a shield. Not only was it covered in a sturdy mineral that resembled black diamonds, it was engulfed in rings of demon flames. The Black Dragon Emperor did not use its horns this time. It spread its wings and swung its claws at Mo Fan. The force was greater than its horns. Mo Fan's rock muscles shattered into pieces as he was sent flying by the impact. However, the demon flames on the shield came into play. They were the evil flames of vengeance. The stronger the attack Mo Fan received, the stronger the flames would be. The Black Dragon Emperor was initially going to chase after Mo Fan, but it was burned by the flames on the shield, its claws and legs badly scorched. Mo Fan quickly rose to his feet. His back was against a sand dune, currently dyed brown-red by his demon blood. He reached his right hand into the sand dune and pulled out a sword. The sword would be taller than many skyscrapers in Dubai if it was stuck in the ground, but Mo Fan was able to hold it with one hand. He clenched his other hand. The flames that were burning the Black Dragon immediately returned to Mo Fan and formed a new shield on his hand. A brown-red sword of sand, a burning shield of stone. Mo Fan was like an ancient gladiator taking on a tyrannical Black Dragon Emperor in the middle of the desert. It was not the first time Mo Fan had fought in this form. Mo Fan had once transformed into a rock demon, but he was not aware that his demon soul had absorbed the ability. Now it had given Mo Fan the ability to transform into a titan gladiator with the energy he had acquired through the Blood Pact. His form resembled an ancient titan. The tyrant titans used to slaughter dragons when they were still gods in ancient times. Chapter 2555. Kingdom of Sand and Kingdom of Dragons. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Sand of Sword stirred up sand waves several hundred meters high whenever it was swung. The red-brown sand shrouded the sky and the sun. From afar, it looked like a kingdom of sand was rising in the desert. It was a remarkable and spectacular sight. The black dragon was stuck inside the kingdom of sand, its scales constantly damaged by the sand. It could not knock the sands around it away, even when it beat its wings. They were like endless soldiers of the kingdom of sand. Even the strongest force would only smash them into tinier pieces, instead of taking them out. The black dragon's speed was greatly restricted by the sand. Mo Fan's enormous figure appeared beside the black dragon. He slammed the burning shield into the black dragon's head while thrusting his sword at the black dragon's wings. He left a huge wound on the black dragon's wings. Blood sprayed from the cut. The black dragon was not afraid of a brawl. It opened its mouth and bit Mo Fan's shoulder. The black dragon was incredibly strong. It lifted Mo Fan up with brute force and threw him into the sky. Dragon Flame. A huge black fireball flew out of the black dragon's mouth. It continued to expand in mid-flight and reached a radius of roughly 600 meters by the time it hit Mo Fan. It was like a tiny sun hanging high up in the sky. It was one of the strongest attacks of a real dragon. The fireball would have blasted Mo Fan into pieces if the dragon had not been weakened by the sand. The rocks attached to Mo Fan fell off in huge chunks. He had instantly lost half of his chest and arms. He fell on the ground with the remaining parts he had left. The desert suddenly trembled as the sand gathered around Mo Fan, like citizens surrounding their king. In just a few seconds, the broken chest and missing arms were recovered. The sand even had a scorching glow, like it had been refined with underground fires. Mo Fan's chest and arms were burning like he had just put on a blazing chest plate and platings. Sword of Sand. Mo Fan raised his sword. A reddish-brown light spread in all directions. A strong magnetic field appeared around Mo Fan. Fine sand particles started accumulating on the sword to sharpen it. The sword did not grow bigger, but it was giving off a powerful aura, like it was able to command every living creature in the desert. Mo Fan swung the sword down with the simplest form. The sword only glowed dimly, yet its aura was like the cries of thousands of ghosts in the desert. The deserts were often called the lands of the dead. Many powerful creatures had failed to endure the challenges in the desert. Their skin and flesh had dried up while their blood permeated the sand when the desert buried their bones and remains. Their souls continued to wander aimlessly in the desert. Mo Fan's sword had summoned the spirits of the deceased in the desert to execute a powerful slash imbued with their rage and hatred. The Black Dragon Emperor felt like thousands of devils were trying to tear it apart. It flew to the top of the Kingdom of Sand, but the sand demons dragged it down mercilessly and trampled it back to the ground. It tried to dig into the ground, but the sand demons were constantly following it around. The black dragon surprisingly cried out in agony. Its scales finally started to break and fall off as more blood poured out of the wounds and sprayed across the sand, gradually forming a swamp of black dragon blood. The sands were melting in the dragon blood. The dragon's aura evolved further. The locusts had matured, growing stronger and fiercer. The locusts had returned and formed a unique domain within the swamp of dragon's blood. The sand could no longer get so close to the black dragon and restrict its movements. The Black Dragon Emperor stood in the swamp of its own blood. A ghastly dark aura was released from its body. Its evilly glowing eyes were staring coldly at Mo Fan. It let out a deafening cry. The dragon locusts pounced at Mo Fan together with the ghastly aura. The Black Dragon Emperor's presence suddenly skyrocketed. Mo Fan's vision blurred as he felt a sharp pain in his head. Mo Fan was knocked back. Somehow, he could feel the Black Dragon Emperor was completely different from before, whether it was its presence or its aura. They were so strong that even Mo Fan was overwhelmed by fear when close to it. The Kingdom of Sand was starting to disappear, replaced by countless dragon locusts. They had almost covered the entire sky and formed a black swamp on the ground. The rising steam from the dragon's blood made the place look like hell. What's going on? Mo Fan was puzzled. How is the black dragon even stronger after it is injured? The increase in its strength was not the same as a temporary outburst of rage, but an obvious evolution, like it could finally unleash the true power of dragons after breaking free of some chains. The dragon kept roaring. Mo Fan continued to back away. He was no longer a king ruling over the desert, but a tiger that had fallen into a deep abyss and was about to be swallowed by a huge dragon at any second. Mo Fan could feel the black dragon's anger. It was brimming with hatred, too. It needed a way to vent its anger and hatred to stop them from hurting it. However, Mo Fan had a feeling its emotion did not originate from the ongoing battle. Something was coming. It was not an attack or an aura. It was a god of death, coming to take his life. Mo Fan's rock muscles, crystal bones, and sand blood started disintegrating under an enormous pressure, as if they were being intimidated by the black dragon's aura. The Black Dragon Emperor? Perhaps this was the true power of the unbeatable creature. Mo Fan's heavy armor had fallen off, and he had been reduced to his original appearance. The soul shadow of the fiery snake god was unimpressive beneath the black dragon's shadow. What could possibly have the strength to fight the black dragon? It was Mo Fan's first time feeling the strength of the creature ranked at the top of the world. "Austin, Austin," a woman suddenly screamed. "He is not your enemy. Austin, wake up, he is not your enemy." The woman's voice gradually became clearer. Mo Fan turned around and saw Asheria had come into the battlefield without him realizing it. She seemed to be calling the Black Dragon Emperor's name. Chapter 2556. The Betrayal of the Black Dragon. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Even super mags would be torn to pieces if they went too close to the battle between Mo Fan and the Black Dragon Emperor. The Black Dragon Emperor had established its kingdom of death with the dragon locusts and the burning swamp of its blood. Asheria had endured great pain just to break into the battlefield. Her face was extremely pale when she finally reached Mo Fan. However, her eyes were fixed on the Black Dragon Emperor. She was looking straight into its terrifying eyes. "Austin, no one in this world can possibly control you, nor can they turn you into a soulless killing machine. You are Austin, the Emperor of the Kingdom of Clouds on Mount Tyrant. You are the noblest, strongest, and sincerest Black Dragon, the King of the Dragons. No one can ever bind you. You are the creator of magic, how could you be enslaved by magic instead?" Asheria yelled at him. It sounded like an ancient curse, but Mo Fan knew Asheria was merely voicing her beliefs. The Black Dragon Emperor had been Wen Tai's protector. It was her father's guardian. The Black Dragon Emperor had always been a senior to Asheria. She had flown across the world and enjoyed great views of the world under the starry sky with him when she was younger. He might have been Wen Tai's guardian, but he had always been free. Even Wen Tai could not bind his soul. How could a filthy and despicable man like Sulu control him? Their contract was not intact. Mo Fan had injured the Black Dragon, and his scales were covered in his blood. The dragon had gone berserk, but he had regained his self-awareness at the same time. The battle had awakened the Black Dragon's true power, and a real Black Dragon could never be restricted by a flawed contract. Asheria stood in front of Mo Fan. She was tiny compared to the Black Dragon Emperor. It was impossible to tell whether the Black Dragon could see her or hear her. However, Mo Fan could sense the Black Dragon's confusion. He was struggling internally. The Black Dragon let out a furious roar, and soared into the clouds. The overwhelming pressure faded away. It was not because the Black Dragon had withdrawn his murderous intent, but now he was no longer focusing on Mo Fan. He had recognized Asheria. Perhaps he had remembered who Asheria was. He had heard her screaming exhortation, too. The Black Dragon would never be bound by a contract. No one could ever control him. The dragon had gone berserk because the man had given him a target to vent his anger on. That did not necessarily mean he had become the man's slave. His contract was never solid in the first place. As the creator of magic, he had no trouble breaking the rules and restraints of the contract. The Black Dragon tore at himself with his claws, covering his scales with more blood, as if that was the only way to break free from the chains restricting him. He was in great pain, but he was determined. Mo Fan grabbed Asheria and threw them both into a different dimension when he saw the Black Dragon causing massive destruction in the area. The storm stirred up by the Black Dragon's blood spread over 10 kilometers away. Mo Fan had no choice but to escape in the direction of Dubai City, which was protected by the skybound cloud battlefield. Don't do something so dangerous again next time. Mo Fan looked at Asheria, who was already at her limit. Either way, I must thank you. If you hadn't wakened Austin's soul, he would have remained a slave to Sulu, Asheria replied feebly, smiling sincerely. She had finally accomplished something she had long wanted to do. Mo Fan could relate to it. Asheria had brought him to Mount Tyrant to see the Black Dragon Emperor during the World College Tournament. She had tried to stop Sulu from capturing the Black Dragon, too. This time, she had come to him because she was planning to help the Black Dragon Emperor. The others had called him the Black Dragon Emperor, but Asheria had called him by his name. It was fine. Mo Fan was not the Black Dragon's enemy. Sulu was. The Black Dragon was also not Mo Fan's enemy. Sulu was. The Black Dragon Emperor's roar echoed throughout the dark world outside the city. He beat his wings and flew across the sky like a mountain, heading toward Dubai City. Mo Fan and Asheruia were astounded. The Black Dragon Emperor flew over their heads like a dark cloud. He smashed through the cloud formation and entered the city. Is he awake, or is he still out of his mind? Mo Fan asked. I don't know either, Asheruia admitted. The Black Dragon tore a hole in the clouds, revealing a huge portion of the city that had been protected by the huge barrier. He flew into the barrier. Thousands of people screamed in terror. The Black Dragon was covered in his own blood. He was like a floating volcano, bloody steam rising from his scales. The people on the streets and in the buildings were terrified. Many fainted on the spot. Vehicles crashed into one another. The crowd fled for their lives. The Black Dragon Emperor ignored them. He passed over the busy streets and headed for the tower that rose like a huge silver sword before him. He continued on its way, gradually picking up speed. The Black Dragon Emperor was going to crash into Dubai Tower. He seemed to have found the right target to vent his anger and hatred. The tower had sent out more than half of the Asia Magic Association to set up a trap on Mount Tyrant. They had tortured his soul cruelly to subdue him. It was time for them to feel the wrath of the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon spread his wings and lunged at the upper half of the tower with its powerful claws. The tower was protected by a powerful magic formation, but it could not withstand the force of those claws. The tower was pushed over as chunks of its upper half shattered into pieces. The floor cracked while the main pillars were damaged. Glass, steel plates, concrete, and walls were smashed into pieces. The Black Dragon Emperor beat his wings and rose into the sky after causing massive destruction to the tower. The tower was not his only target. Sulu. The Black Dragon Emperor was going after Sulu. The Black Dragon Emperor did not care how many casualties or survivors there were in the tower. His true focus was Sulu. Perhaps Sulu and the Asia Magic Association should have known that this day would come eventually after they captured the Black Dragon Emperor. They should have known that they would have to suffer his wrath. Chapter 2557. Devouring the Angel. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Magic above the clouds was sparse. However, a forbidden mage like Sulu could easily obtain an abundant supply of magic by himself, even if the area within 1,000 kilometers was placed inside a vacuum. The magic originating from his body was easier to control, as well. When a mage achieved the advanced level and then the super level, they would slowly gain perception of sources of magic. Their bodies would also transform into sources of magic. Advanced mags were able to use this to manipulate their magic. It was referred to as their improved control over magic. Upon reaching the super level, a mage body structure would start to change in order to grant them specialized abilities, like the superpowers. They were no longer just following fixed standards. As for a forbidden mage, their bodies alone were an endless fountain of energy. They could bend the rules of magic at will. Stars would no longer appear around them, nor were there star patterns, star constellations, and star palaces visible whenever they were casting spells. They could release energy stronger than advanced spells just by moving their fingers. They could manipulate their spells by raising their hands and altering the spells that others were familiar with into different forms. A simple thrust could trigger an explosion, a restraining spell could crush its target with gravity. Even defensive spells could be used offensively. Sulu was obviously an expert at all of that. A small magic orb hovering in the air with a little purple lightning about it somehow triggered a lightning explosion covering several hundred square kilometers after it reached Sharjah. Each lightning strike was as deadly as a forbidden curse. Every spell he cast was oddly dangerous. Every sparkle in the sky could be Sharjah's death and might suddenly pierce her soul. She had to be extremely cautious around Sulu. You never knew if a deadly spike would suddenly emerge from a massive explosion, or perhaps a tiny magic particle would erupt like a black hole. Perhaps the enemy had already set up a curse trap, despite being in a defensive stance. Sulu was definitely one of the strongest forbidden mags in the world. He was not just a mere politician. Sharjura's power was bright, straightforward, and spectacular. Her magic was mostly in the form of divine weapons, which could slice through hell and tear space apart. Sharjura's defense resembled a metallic city in the sky. It was spectacular and indestructible. Every wall, castle, and building was strictly built according to precise standards. They were so tightly packed that not even the slightest destructive aura could penetrate the Golden City. Attack and defend. They were the only two moves Sharjura had, but every time a golden feather she plucked from her wings transformed into a divine weapon, the whole sky would be filled by its rose-golden brilliance, exposing even the tiniest insect. An arrow swept across the blue sky, leaving a shocking trail behind as it emitted a deafening chime. That trail was imbued with the chaos element. Sulu's curse magic could be applied to objects. He used the curse he had prepared for Sharjura on the arrow as soon as he saw it. The arrow that could tear the sky apart slowly wilted, and its magnificent force slowly faded away. Even the sacred feather was wilting and slowly losing its sacred brilliance. Sulu chuckled. He flipped his hand and absorbed the wilted energy, swiftly transforming it into crimson lightning. The crimson energy formed a magic drum above Sharjura, which Sulu beat with his hand. Crimson lightning strikes fell from the sky with a loud rumbling. Sharjura was knocked flying by the lightning. Thousands of lightning arcs spread from the lightning strikes and wrapped around Sharjura, trying to tear down her defenses. The Black Dragon Emperor had also destroyed a portion of Sharjura's Golden City. Sulu seemed to have found a weakness in her defense, and was trying to break it down. Ha ha ha, the power of the angels is passed on like an old tradition. It's incomparable to the power we have acquired by climbing our way to the top with hard work and dedication. Sulu burst out laughing. He had found the archangel's weakness. Their defense was like a piece of carefully designed machinery. Their power came from a delicate will inside the machine, but it was still a machine in the end. It was nowhere close to the power of a forbidden mage who had gone through all kinds of hardships to reach their height. The archangels were born at the top of the world. They were granted the power to rule over the world. However, did they ever see the massive world clearly? They had yet to fully understand the apex they were standing on. Sulu was different. He had climbed up the mountain one step at a time from the very bottom. He had been through every level and process. He had reached the same height as the angels. The angels might be standing at the top, but if the middle or the bottom of the mountain started collapsing, the whole mountain would collapse too. The apex Sulu stood on was part of a mountain range stacked up with different layers of mountains. It was sturdy enough to withstand all kinds of weather and hardships. Even if the archangel's apex was slightly higher than Sulu's apex, who would stand until the very last? Sulu had discovered the angels' flaw. Their apex was tall but delicate. It was unnecessary to compare their heights. He just had to crash his mountain into hers, and her slender mountain would collapse first. Sulu possessed a variety of strange abilities. Some of them were forbidden spells, but as the chairman of the Asia Magic Association, he could justify his use of forbidden magic. If he claimed he was not using any forbidden spells, who would dare to ask questions? The abilities of the 7 archangels from the sacred city were from the official magic index. They were too proud to use any evil arts or forbidden magic. Meanwhile, not only was Sulu good at using standard magic, he was also an expert at forbidden arts. The lightning drum that summoned thousands of lightning attacks was an example of a forbidden spell. It could break down even the strongest defenses and find their weak points. It would then shatter the soul of its target with lightning from the 7 heavens. Chapter 2558. Black Dragon, Angel, Demon. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Lightning Claw. A figure riding a flash of dark purple lightning appeared while Sharjura was being attacked by the crimson lightning. The crimson lightning arcs wrapped around Sharjura like vines, but the man with the dark purple lightning about him was tearing the lightning vines apart with his bare hands. The crimson lightning and dark purple lightning collided, resulting in endless terrifying sparks crashing across the place. Teacher! Sharjura blurted out in surprise. I'm here to help. Mo Fan rose into the air and turned into a ray of light flying straight at the strange lightning drum above Sharjah. The lightning drum dispersed after Mo Fan crashed into it. His dark purple lightning soon ruled the area and quickly drove Sulu's crimson lightning away. Sulu inspected Mo Fan with squinted eyes. He did not say a word, retaining his confident expression. It seemed like he had made a new enemy whose strength was quite remarkable, since Mo Fan was able to kill Shizhe and survive the Black Dragon Emperor's attacks. He might have panicked a little if he was flanked by a demon and an angel, but he remained fearless for now. Their strength was almost the same in nature. They had obtained their power by inheriting something special, but they both lacked experience. They were just two vulnerable towers. They were the ones who would be smashed to pieces after colliding with his sturdy mountain range. Do you know? Even with my status and power, I don't necessarily have control over the entire world. Everything I see that isn't under my feet is my enemy. You might feel like you are going against the Asia Magic Association and me, but for me, you two are just some obstacles in my path to conquer the 5 continental magic associations. I will soon forget about you, since you two aren't truly powerful. Sulu declared. Mo Fan stood beside Sharjah, amused by the man's arrogant words. Then I guess another guy will give you an unforgettable experience. Look behind you, Mo Fan replied cheerfully. Sulu turned around and immediately saw an enormous black figure. If there was anything that had remained unbeatable by staying at the top of the world despite being surrounded by hundreds of mountain ranges, it would be none other than the Black Dragon Emperor. Sulu had only become the chairman of the Asia Magic Association because of the Black Dragon. Even though he had to rely on all kinds of potions and magic formations to force the disobedient Black Dragon to follow his orders, that was enough for him. The Black Dragon was now glaring at Sulu coldly. Sulu had to raise his head to meet the Black Dragon's eyes. He felt like his soul was about to perish as soon as their gazes crossed. He could no longer see the same submission from the Black Dragon's eyes, nor were they brimming with rage. They were calm but angry, with a strong hatred directed at Sulu alone. Sulu pointed at the Black Dragon and screamed, "You and I have a contract." The contract had bound both of their souls, making the Black Dragon Sulu's contracted beast. But was the contract ever valid? Sulu had merely used a forbidden spell to enslave the Black Dragon. It was like a chain with spikes wrapped about the Black Dragon soul. The Black Dragon Emperor was fully capable of terminating a proper contract with pure force. After all, humans had learned most of their magic from the ancient dragons. It was difficult to bind the dragons with their own magic. Sulu was merely talking nonsense. Its only effect was adding to the Black Dragon's anger. The Black Dragon's blood spread in the air as a mist, which further transformed into savage draconic locusts. The draconic locusts were extraordinary in number, filling up the sky and the clouds in no time. The whole place fell dark, as if Sulu had fallen into a nest or a forest of dragon locusts. The dragon locusts only had one eye, glowing an eerie red. They dove at Sulu at the Black Dragon's roared command. Sulu was instantly under endless attack in the middle of the dragon locust's assault. Every dragon locust represented the Black Dragon's anger, which had accumulated over a long time. They rammed into Sulu, tore at him, and sprayed him with the dragon's blood. Sulu was constantly switching his elements and magic equipment. Every piece of magic equipment he used was incredibly valuable. Lights of different colors encapsulated him in the form of barriers and armor until he was covered in a golden light. The dragon locusts were only a transfiguration of the Black Dragon's aura. The Black Dragon also launched his attack. His speed and strength were at least 3 times higher than before. He was finally able to unleash his true power after his soul had broken free from the chains. He tore the sky apart with his claw and broke through Sulu's defenses, allowing the dragon's locusts to get in closer. The draconic locusts tore down Sulu's armor in no time. They dove at the golden light around Sulu like moths flying into a fire, spraying the dragon's blood onto Sulu's armor. The golden light soon dissipated. "You are not going to hurt me," Sulu yelled. He raised his arms, summoning a heavy white mountain of clouds above him. The mountain of clouds flew at the Black Dragon, but he simply smashed through them with his horns. Dragon Horn Cannon. A tremendous beam fired at Sulu like a cannon as the black dragon charged forward. The beam destroyed Sulu's golden light and sent him flying. Charger decisively drew out a fiery blade and thrust at Sulu. Different lights were stacked on its tip, brimming with a strong murderous intent. Sulu struggled to defend himself from both his enemies. He was frustrated when he saw Mo Fan was also charging at him, the sole shadow of the fiery snake god at his back. The black dragon, the angel, and the demon. 3 different powers that were equally destructive and had surpassed the level of forbidden curses. Sulu was all by himself. He did not stand a chance against the 3 formidable enemies. He would have to be extremely cautious if he was fighting even one of them. Sulu could not withstand their combined attacks. He could only flee miserably from them. When he came to a stop, he was standing on a cloud cliff. His body was swaying as blood was flowing down his arms. Chapter 2559. River of Darkness. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Sulu looked at his arms. He could barely lift them, as his joints were broken. His face twisted in pain and madness. He was no longer so aloof. He knew he was in deep trouble when he discovered the Black Dragon had turned against him. The Black Dragon Emperor let out a furious roar, driving his claw toward his own forehead. He stuck his sharp claw into his forehead and the bone there. Fresh blood immediately poured out. Sulu's expression sank when he saw the Black Dragon's action. The dragon was trying to terminate the contract. The problem was, the contract was bound to their souls. Terminating it with force would inflict serious damage on their souls, and might even kill them. The Black Dragon would rather kill himself than be enslaved by Sulu. The claw reached a bone with a burning seal impressed onto it. It was the symbol of a contract of the summoning element, connecting the souls of the summoner and the contracted beast. The Black Dragon Emperor tore out the bone, blood and flesh still stuck on it. He was in tremendous pain, but he was not willing to submit himself to anyone, nor would he allow his soul to be bound. The bond was shattered. The contract was terminated. It was never an official contract. The Black Dragon Emperor did not want to have any ties with Sulu's filthy soul, even if this deed would severely damage his own soul. Sulu's soul suffered a great blow after the seal was torn off. His soul was bound to the Black Dragon's soul through the contract. It was obvious that he would also sustain serious injuries when the bond broke. Sulu's face went extremely pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. His hands and legs were trembling, even though it seemed like he was standing still on the cliff. He looked fragile and hideous. His eyes resembled those of a fiend, filled with hatred. His soul had sustained serious damage. Sulu had already been struggling to stand his ground against the Black Dragon, Charger, and Mo Fan. He was even more vulnerable after the Black Dragon terminated the contract forcibly. Every contract of the forbidden level was supported by an enormous amount of energy. Sulu's mind was heavily impacted by the injury inflicted on his soul, weakening his strength. Charger finally smiled. She pointed her sword at Sulu and said, "You were blinded by your ambition, trying to take over everything, but you never realized that not everyone was willing to collude with you, nor were you able to kill everyone that stood in your way. Ha 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 ha, do you think you have won? You angels might stand at the top of the world, but have you truly understood this world? The deserts of death, the southernmost land, the underworld, the dark plane, the summoned beast plane," Sulu chuckled. He barely raised his arms and said in a cold voice, "Not only will you fail to kill me, you will soon be erased from this world. Let's see who's going to be the last one standing in the tide of darkness." Sulu suddenly lifted his arms above his head. His disheveled hair swayed wildly in the wind. He slowly spread his arms, dark lightning leaping between his hands. The dark lightning gradually expanded into a river of darkness flowing above the clouds and Dubai City. Sulu was using some unknown forbidden spell. The river of darkness was not giving off a strong aura, yet when it flowed at the Black Dragon, it grasped him firmly. The Black Dragon was unable to break free from it. The Black River soon reached Mofan and Sharjah and swallowed them, too. They failed to break free from the darkness before it carried them away. The river of darkness poured down through the clouds. It soon reached Dubai City. The scariest thing about the spell was that it was completely out of control. As a matter of fact, Sulu was also dragged away by the river of darkness that had swallowed the Black Dragon, Mofan, and Sharjah. Even the caster was caught by his own spell. How could he possibly have any control over where it was flowing? The river of darkness poured through the streets. Thousands of people were caught up in it. The river flowed through the crossroads and filled up the alleys. It was not liquid, nor was it causing any destruction. It was simply dragging every living creature along with it. There were countless people in the city center, but the river of darkness was incredibly large. It was like a black heavenly river was pouring down on the city. Cries and screams rose and mixed together. No one had the slightest idea about what kind of magic it was. The river of darkness was unstoppable. It continued to drag the people to an unknown destination. Sulu had obviously lost his mind. He knew the forbidden spell was beyond his control. He also knew it would drown the busiest district of the city, but he did not care at all. He was like a destroyer who had opened the dam of darkness, exposing himself and the village in the lower stream to a raging tide of darkness. More and more people were caught by the river. A short time later, the river of darkness suddenly headed in a specific direction, dragging everyone that it had caught along with it. The Black River suddenly fell into a bottomless chasm. The crowds on the streets were falling into it with everyone else. It was like the magical sight of a waterfall with an endless bottom. The trapped people were gradually falling faster into the bottomless hole. The fall alone lasted for a long time. How did such a deep chasm appear out of nowhere in the city? It was not just an illusion. The strange river was bringing the people to another dimension. A pitch-black door with a faint red glow had opened up at the bottom of the hole for them. Thousands of people were falling into the door, but they were like tiny little shrimps compared to the size of the door. Only Sulu knew where the river was bringing them. Chapter 2560. Journey to Hell. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The door had a twisted pattern, displaying a long centipede. It resembled a unique creature with a single horn on its head. When the door opened, the creature on it opened its mouth like it was going to swallow everyone into its throat. The people soon found themselves inside a bright red esophagus after passing through the sticky dark throat. The esophagus was spacious, like a confined world. If anyone was to take a close look at the walls, they would have noticed the walls were made up of countless bugs. Some of them were bright red, while others were black. One could not help but wonder how many insects there were, considering the size of the esophagus. The black tide had swept thousands of people here like it was delivering fresh food into a creature's stomach. The wriggling black insects pounced at the living humans and tore at them like ghastly demons. Mofan had a familiar feeling when he saw the insects. Mofan clearly remembered the despair and fear of being surrounded by those black insects. If little Flame Bell had not sacrificed herself and unleashed the calamity fire, there would be nothing left of him. That son of a B********* has dragged everyone into hell. Sulu was a complete maniac. He had cast a forbidden spell to sweep away everyone with a black tide when he knew he did not stand a chance against the Black Dragon, Sharjah, and Mofan. The black tide had brought them to the dark plane called Hell by the Europeans. They were currently at the entrance of the dark plane. The wriggling black insects surrounding them were the most convincing proof. Mofan and Shinxia had almost been dragged into it once. Arth! Help, don't eat me, don't eat me! Leave me alone, you filthy things! Thousands of people was a large number, but the numbers of the wriggling black insects were even crazier. It was like the humans were being sent through quality control in a meat factory. Some of them reached a hole at the bottom, while others were eaten by the black insects, leaving not even a single bone behind. Their struggles were meaningless. These people were safe from the battle under the protection of a luxurious city just a few seconds ago, but they had somehow ended up as food to some kind of filthy insects in hell. The people who were lucky enough to reach the hole at the bottom were utterly relieved after witnessing the terrifying scenes happening around them. They had no clue where they were, nor did they know how they had ended up here. Sulu's forbidden spell was not targeting anyone specifically. He was merely killing and destroying for no reason. "You filthy insects think you can hurt me," a super mage of Dubai Magician Tower snarled. He was a wind mage. The slaughtering wind slash swept at the black insects and sliced them into mincemeat. The black insects were not particularly strong, but their numbers were overwhelming. They just kept coming. However, an enormous shadow rose from the insects and lunged at the wind super mage before he could even feel good about himself. The shadow scooped out with its claw and caught the wind super mage in its hand like a puppet. Blood oozed out between the gaps of its claw as it tightened its grip. It even extended its head forward and licked the red juice on its hand. Many people witnessed the scene. Most of them were just ordinary people, and fainted in great fear. The ghastly creature was picking on the human mags who were trying to resist. It killed every single one of them with a single swipe. Its laughter was sinister and eerie, like it was indulging in the pleasure of killing humans. It had plenty of time to enjoy itself since there were so many mags around. The monster soon appeared close to Mo Fan. It seemed to have fixated on Mo Fan's aura. It closed in on Mo Fan, dragging its long tail behind it. It flung the unworthy humans in its path away and fixed its eyes on Mo Fan. However, the monster suddenly lost its balance, like it had just seen a ghost. It turned about and surprisingly fled for its life. The black insects had stacked up like a soft layer of sand. The monster was fleeing wildly through their mass. It no longer dared to go after the remaining humans. Mo Fan was amused when he saw the creature run away from the scene. He had not expected to stumble into an old friend here. The creature that was massacring the human mags was none other than Hela, the Greek god of death. Hela was once involved in the final judgments of the Holy Judgment Court. He would drag sinful humans into hell and torture their souls in the cruelest manner to stop them from being reincarnated. However, Hela was severely injured by Mo Fan during the incident of the Parthenon temple and was beaten half to death. The black insects that were part of his body were almost wiped out by the calamity fire. It was a great lesson for Hela. He had only recovered a little after resting for a long time. Even Hela did not expect to stumble into the demon again. He fled as soon as he realized it was Mo Fan, utterly spooked by Mo Fan's appearance. Hela had sharp senses. He could feel Mo Fan had grown stronger. He was no longer a match for Mo Fan. Is the dark plane really down there? Mo Fan was still unable to escape the black tide. As a matter of fact, Sharjah, the black dragon, and Sulu were also stuck in the black tide. They were all on a train of death and could not get off halfway. Are all these people going to be dragged into the dark plane, too? Mo Fan looked around him. Sulu's evil spell had caught up many innocent people in the city. Those who were unlucky were eaten by the black insects, while the rest were dragged into the dark plane like him. Sulu was completely out of his mind. Not only was he dragging Mo Fan, the black dragon, and Sharjah to death with him, he was also trying to bury thousands of innocent people with him. Mo Fan, Mo Fan. Someone was calling him from behind. Mo Fan turned around and was surprised to see Asheruia less than a few hundred meters away from him. However, huge black insects were between them. Asheruia was also a shadow mage. She was trying her best to glide over to Mo Fan. Mo Fan was speechless. He did not expect Asheruia to be caught up by the dark plane. He would not feel lonely during the journey to hell. However, he was going to miss his world. Chapter 2561. Land of Ashes and Bones. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Who would survive in the end? Sulu was the chairman of the Asia Magic Association. He had dragged everyone into hell as he lost the fight. No one knew what was going to happen, and not many people would be able to leave the place alive. They were first greeted by a vast sea of blood, followed by a boundless desert of ashes and bones, holding mountains of rotting corpses giving off a foul odor. Mo Fan felt like his soul was traveling rapidly across the place just so he could witness the scariest sights in the dark plane, but everything faded away like a dream. Mo Fan's head was spinning a little. He came to his senses after a brief moment of unconsciousness. The energy in the essence orb had depleted. Mo Fan subconsciously touched his chest. The power of the demon element was gone. The side effects were not serious because of the essence orb. He just felt a slight headache, like having a hangover. Mo Fan looked around him. He had a feeling that he had yet to fully wake up from a nightmare when he saw an ocean of blood right in front of him. The thick blood had come from countless creatures. Its hideous aura was suffocating. The area was wide open. The land of ashes and bones was dark, but Mo Fan was able to see a black forest in one direction when he looked into the distance. Mo Fan did not know how big the forest was, but it seemed to be surrounding the land of ashes and bones. A sea of blood, a land of ashes and bones, and a black forest. Each of the places was brimming with the sense of death, sending chills down his spine. Is this really the dark plane? Mo Fan murmured. He discovered a few bodies nearby. Something must have bitten them to pieces while they were falling to this place. They were beyond recognition. Several people were walking further away. They were dressed in ordinary clothes, which were quite incompatible with their dark and sinister surroundings. Asheruia! Mo Fan suddenly noticed a woman lying on the ground close to him. Mo Fan quickly ran over to her. He let out a relieved sigh when he saw she was unharmed. They had not encountered just the low-level black insects in enormous numbers on their way here. There were undead rulers like Hala, too. The power of the demon element had slowly faded away during the fall. He had also lost consciousness briefly, so he had no clue what had happened. Asheruia was still unconscious. Mo Fan wanted to splash some water on her face to wake her up, but he decided against it when he saw the water was as red as tomato soup. Smack! Hey, wake up! Smack! Asheruia quickly regained consciousness. She shoved Mo Fan away angrily when she saw him slapping her face. Couldn't you do that more gently? Asheruia snarled like an angry kitten. Should I kiss you, then? First, we aren't in a romantic forest. There are dead bodies around us instead of little dwarfs. Second, you are lying on ashes and bones instead of a crystal bed, Mo Fan informed her. No way. You woke up first. Did you do anything vulgar, on top of slapping a Saintess face without her permission? Asheruia asked with a serious expression. I didn't, Mo Fan answered righteously. And you call yourself a man? Mo Fan wondered if Asheruia had landed on her head first. How was she still in the mood to tease him? Did she not realize the shocking sea of blood and desert of ashes and bones was so close to her? You seem very calm, Mo Fan noticed. Asheruia was tidying up her appearance, starting from her hair to the corners of her trousers. What was the point of keeping up her appearance in a nightmarish place like this? This is the dark plane, Asheruia informed him. I know. Sulu went mad and dragged a lot of people into here, Mo Fan confirmed. He did not think it would end up like this, that he was back in hell again. He wondered if he could still be almighty and powerful here. Screw that prick, but he's going to pay for this, too. Let's see who's going to leave this place alive. Asheruia snarled. We can leave this place. Mo Fan raised his brows. I'm pretty sure someone here once opened the gate to the underworld. Khufu opens a gate to the dark plane when he points his compass at the Red Sea. The underworld is also a part of the dark plane. Why would you think you can't leave this place if you've already opened the door here before? Asheruia reminded him. Mo Fan nodded. That's right, he had opened a gate to the underworld once before. If he could find the underworld and the door connected to the pyramids in Egypt, he could find his way back to the Red Sea. He had thought he was dead for sure. Little did he know, the door he had opened before was his path to resurrection. So, where's the underworld? Mo Fan looked around him. He had no idea where to go. Did he have to cross the Sea of Blood, the Land of Ashes and Bones, or the Black Forest? There was no sense of direction. The Dark Plane only has one way you can go. Just wait patiently. Outsiders like us must follow the King of the Dark Plane's rules if we don't want to be eaten until nothing is left. Asheruia sat down on the ground like she was having a vacation on a sandy shore. You've been here before? Mo Fan asked, having a sudden thought. Asheruia was just too calm. She seemed familiar with this place, since she did not look worried at all. No, Asheruia smiled. She said, but I have had a lot of contact with darkness creatures before. Besides, did you forget? I have a special night. Asheruia looked into the distance. The ashes suddenly rose as a knight on a black mount in heavy armor approached them. Chapter 2562. The Game of the Lord of Darkness. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan found the imperious figure with a slight hint of an evil aura quite familiar. He remembered the same type of cold-blooded undead ruler riding a dark horse and holding a greatsword when he encountered the mirages in Egypt. A dark swordmaster? Mo Fan blurted out in surprise. The dark swordmaster was not holding its greatsword, it was still in its sheath on its back. Its steed was leaving a dark icy trail behind it. The horse it was riding was unusual. It was fully covered in dark icy armor, including its hooves. The ashes and bones it stepped on were covered in frost. It was obvious that the dark swordmaster was a loyal servant of the Lord of Darkness, with great status and strength. The dark swordmasters had lofty stations in the Dark Plane. The dark swordmasters that had appeared in Egypt and the Great Pyramid of Giza were roughly as strong as lesser rulers or ruler-inferior creatures, but dark swordmasters were stronger in the Dark Plane. There were different levels between the dark swordmasters, too. Mo Fan did not dare lower his guard. After all, he no longer had the demon element active or available, and he was extremely tired, too. The Dark Plane was not a friendly place at all. They had even stumbled into such a powerful creature after they had just arrived. What are you doing? Asheruia asked when she saw Mo Fan's reaction. I'm going to beat him. I can't let him hurt you, Mo Fan replied. Asheruia was amused. She looked quite adorable when she giggled. Her reactions were always more expressive than Asian women, as she always showed her true feelings instead of acting reservedly. He's my servant, don't you remember? Asheruia reminded him. Your servant? Mo Fan was puzzled. The dark swordmaster stopped 50 meters away and came down off his horse. He walked up to Asheruia, slowly. He approached Asheruia and knelt on the ground. He took off his helmet, head, and put it on his waist as he bowed. Mo Fan almost dropped his jaw. Normally, a knight would take his helmet off. Was he trying to spook them by taking his head off instead? Put your head back on, Asheruia directed the dark swordmaster. Yes, master. The dark ice swordmaster respectfully put his head back, but he accidentally put it on in the wrong direction. His helm was looking backward, while his body was facing forward. Mo Fan almost burst out laughing. It was that dark knight. Mo Fan remembered Asheruia did indeed have a dark knight she summoned from the Dark Plane, but she was using some ancient contract instead of the summoning element. It had given her a guardian from the Dark Plane. The Dark Knight had been quite reliable when they were visiting the villages around the ancient capital, back when they were not very strong. To his surprise, the Dark Knight had ranked up to a Dark Swordmaster, but he was just as clumsy as he used to be. Does that mean we have a local to guide us around? Mo Fan wondered aloud. Hamura is familiar with this place. We could avoid some traps with him guiding us. However, we still have to follow rules of the Lord of Darkness game, Asheruia nodded. Game rules? What kind of rules? Mo Fan exclaimed. The Lord of Darkness is a weird emperor. He's as generous as a heavenly deity sometimes, but he can also be as cruel and merciless as a devil. However, he's more like a playful kid most of the time. He establishes strange rules for outsiders and grants them special powers in exchange for their souls, Asheruia informed him. Mo Fan immediately recalled he had made a deal with the Lord of Darkness before, but it was only one of the being's little clones back then. They had gone to Twenshan Mountain to find the Night Amethyst to trade to get Mu Bai's soul back from the Lord of Darkness. Apparently, the Night Amethyst was one of the Lord of Darkness' favorite gems. Was the Night Amethyst of any use to the Lord of Darkness? Mo Fan doubted it. He could easily obtain plenty of them with his power, but the rumors of the ability to trade a soul from the Lord of Darkness with a Night Amethyst continued to spread out from Greece. The Dark Plane is powerful and rich in resources, thus many creatures from other planes want to borrow its power, including the shadow mags of our world. We are offering our energy in exchange for the Dark Plane's power. Meanwhile, the Dark Plane is closely connected to many planes, thus living creatures occasionally end up here, including living humans like us. These creatures are referred to as travelers. The Lord of Darkness could trap travelers in the Dark Plane forever, but he enjoys playing games with travelers and giving them a chance to return to their own worlds on the condition that we must obey the rules he comes up with for the game. If the travelers win, they can leave the Dark Plane freely. If they lose, they will be stuck here forever, their flesh and souls will belong to the Lord of Darkness. They won't be alive, but they can still have a colorful life here, Asheruia said. She was more familiar with the Dark Plane than most people. Greece had conducted a great deal of research on the Dark Plane. Many ancient records had information about it, and the Greeks could also communicate directly with darkness creatures. The Dark Plane was not just a kingdom of a different world. As a matter of fact, the Dark Plane might be bigger than the human world. The dark magic of humanity, such as the curse, shadow, undead, and poison elements, had all originated from the Lord of Darkness. In simple words, if one day the Lord of Darkness was in a bad mood and decided to sever his connection with humans, they would lose access to 4 elements. The Lord of Darkness was easily the strongest existence anyone had come upon. So far, humans had yet to find anything that was superior to the Lord of Darkness. What are the rules, then? Will all the travelers be playing the game? Mo Fan asked. Many of the surviving civilians of Dubai City were wandering hopelessly nearby. They were dressed in professional attire and beautiful clothes. However, their lives were now in the hands of the mysterious ruler of the Dark Plane after they were forcibly dragged here. They are travelers too, so they have to follow the rules, Asheruia sighed. Sulu is such an ash *********. I wonder how many of them are going to make it back alive, Mo Fan wondered helplessly. Chapter 2563. Rules of the God of Death. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The land of ashes and bones started shaking. Tiny particles were being knocked into the air. The sand under them began moving. The people on it were moving forward uncontrollably, as if someone was pulling the corner of a carpet they were standing on. Mo Fan and Asheruia exchanged glances. They had no idea whether a terrifying creature was responsible for this, or it was just how the Dark Plane worked. They tried walking in the opposite direction, but a strange power stopped them. Whenever they tried to move in the opposite direction, their bodies would freeze, but they did not feel any resistance when they were moving with the flow. The game has begun. The restriction we felt is part of the rules, Asheruia deduced. They were not allowed to move backward or leave the place with fleeing shadow or blink. The strange force had restricted them from using their magic despite their current cultivation levels, a clear indication that the one who was in full control of the land was involved. It seems like we can only go toward wherever it's bringing us to, Mo Fan agreed with a wry smile. The land of ashes and bones was not moving straight forward. It was like a horizontal funnel, forcing the people there to gather in a specific direction. The further they went, the bigger the crowd became. Most people had fear on their faces, but they could only follow their survival instincts and obey the will of the Lord of Darkness. Mo Fan could not help but feel helpless when he saw more people gathering around them. He was having trouble explaining a lot of things after coming here, especially the strange restriction that was stopping them from going anywhere else. Everyone was under the same restriction, regardless of their strength. They had no choice but to follow the rules here. Our Parthenon temple has a similar restriction. Didn't you have a taste of it when you broke your way in? That being said, only the Lord of Darkness could establish one strong enough to restrict several tens of thousands of people, Asheruia remarked softly. A magic formation that could target everyone inside it was the strongest form of magic, but the Lord of Darkness was using it to set up a game. The people are being split into 3 groups, Asheruia observed. She was watching everything carefully. She had read a lot of ancient records and learned about the Lord of Darkness' strange nature. He would set up the travelers and lead them toward despair, but he would also provide them with interesting clues along the way, which could help them escape. Asheruia had called it a game since they had ended up here. Travelers had to use all kinds of methods to pass in the game, but the main problem was that there was no second chance after losing the game. Their souls would be trapped here forever. Winning the game did not necessarily mean they had earned their escape. They might have to play a more intense game next. The Lord of Darkness had plenty of time to spare, after all. I bet the 3 groups are going to end up in 3 different places, Mo Fan guessed. Mo Fan was quite intrigued by the strange power. How did the Lord of Darkness make sure everything was done according to his will? The ability to move the land of ashes and bones and the magic formation that was preventing them from escaping. How strong exactly was the Lord of Darkness that the Black Dragon, Sharja, Sulu, the possessor of the demon element, and the others were forced to be his test subjects? How powerful was the Lord of Darkness that he could create a space that was completely unreasonable compared to the outside world? Mo Fan! Asheruia suddenly pointed ahead. Mo Fan was lost in thought. He immediately came back to his senses and looked ahead after hearing Asheruia's shout. There was a rotating wheel around the height of a skyscraper, rising from the land of ashes and bones. The wheel had rings of various sized blades on it. The blades on the outermost circle were like towering trees, while the smaller ones in the center were like the fangs of some monsters. The blades made up 3 different layers on the wheel. Mo Fan saw the people ahead were being dragged into the wheel. Their blood was oozing out of the gaps between the blades. It was like an enormous juicer, but it was not making juice out of fruits, but the travelers who had ended up in the dark plane. Mo Fan gasped. Everything was calm and peaceful just a second ago, but a huge killing machine had appeared all of a sudden. Cries and screams filled up the place. The people who were being dragged toward the wheel were bursting into tears. Damn it, I can't sense any magic, Mo Fan cursed. There was no presence of magic around him. Mo Fan had not noticed it at first, since he was completely worn out. He subconsciously tried to accumulate magic when he sensed he was in danger, but the whole place was like a vacuum. He could not cast even a basic spell without magic. Mo Fan wanted to destroy the spinning wheel, but quickly realized it was impossible. The Lord of Darkness, he was not allowing the travelers to use magic. Mo Fan, I think we are fine, Asheruia said. Mo Fan frowned. He immediately followed Asheruia's gaze. The crowd was being split into 3 groups and brought along 3 parallel paths. They were all heading in the same direction. The rotating wheel had appeared on the leftmost path. Mo Fan and Asheruia were in the middle. The 2 paths were around 300 meters apart. The people on the path in the middle could just barely squeeze past the blades. In other words, 2/3 of the crowd was safe, while the remainder had to suffer the tortures of the spinning blades. A strong smell of blood lingered in the air. As the blood permeated the ground, the ocean of blood behind them seemed to glow a little brighter. Mo Fan turned around. If he had been on the leftmost path, would he have been shredded by the blades too, since he was unable to use his magic? Was that part of the rules too? Mo Fan had to ask. I think the rules of the game have something to do with our luck. The crowd was randomly split into 3 groups without any specific order. No one knew where the wheel was going to show up. Therefore, those who were unlucky had to die in the first stage. Mo Fan was scared to even imagine what was going to happen next. The god of death had already claimed the lives of 1/3 of the travelers in such a casual manner. Chapter 2564. The Chessboard of the Lord of Darkness. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan felt a great chill running down his spine whenever he thought about the things that were waiting ahead for them. He finally understood why the Dark Plane was often referred to as Hell. It did not matter how strong and powerful they used to be in their world. They were nothing but wandering souls here. They were walking feebly through the land of death with respect, fear, and only a little hope. There were a lot of wanderers, but not many of them were willing to speak. This new world had surprised them so much that it had rendered them speechless. They could only follow the black tide toward the next abyss with their heads lowered. The land of ashes and bones was left behind. They were approaching a dark and gloomy forest. For some reason, the trees looked like huge deities and demons stuck in the ground, with only their curly or straight hair exposed above the surface. The people subconsciously stuck closer together as they moved into the forest. People were more united when they were in despair, but the first round had already made it clear that their numbers were not going to change the outcome of the game. The outcome would remain the same regardless of their numbers. They had entered the Lord of Darkness territory. He had full control here. Their only chance to leave the place alive was to follow his rules. The people were only looking for comfort from one another. After all, they were still enjoying their fortunes and lives in a luxurious city a few moments ago, but they had suddenly become criminals on their way to their executions. They were allowed to move freely after entering the forest. Mo Fan and Asheruia did not stay with the crowd. Mo Fan was already having trouble looking after himself. The others would have to rely on themselves to make it out alive. After all, the man who they worshipped was the one who had brought them here. "I wonder how Sharja is doing," Mo Fan remarked. "I doubt she's having a good time." "Even the Archangel is just a 3-year-old kid to the Lord of Darkness," Asheruia replied. "Do we have to find the way out from the forest?" "I can't tell where I'm going." Mo Fan looked around them. They were surrounded by grey twisted trunks and roots that had intertwined like snake nests. Vines were dangling off the trees like hanging ropes. The rest of the area was filled with a thick dark substance. The dark substance here was 100 times stronger than the presence of dark magic from the land of darkness in their world. The darkness had a natural ability to suppress other elements, thus it was unlikely for other elements to exist here. "Don't worry, Hamora will bring us out of here," Asheruia said confidently. "That's good to know." Mo Fan was utterly helpless in the unknown territory. Speaking of which, Asheruia had a loyal Dark Swordmaster bound to her by a contract. He had come to her immediately after she was brought to the Dark Plane. Didn't Mo Fan also have someone in the Dark Plane? The Elder of the Shadow Tribe. Didn't he have a superior status in the Dark Plane, too? He was like a general under the command of the Lord of Darkness. Why didn't he show himself and come greet Mo Fan after Mo Fan came to his territory? The Elder of the Shadow Tribe also had a contract with Mo Fan, so his absence was an utter disappointment to Mo Fan. The Dark Swordmaster was familiar with the woods. He led Mo Fan and Asheruia in what seemed to be circles, but the plants around them had somehow lessened. They were obviously going the right way. Mo Fan also noticed an aggressive dark substance trying to penetrate his body and alter his traits while he was in the forest. He voiced his concerns to Asheruia, who communicated briefly with her knight. After leaving the forest, Asheruia turned around and sighed, "I'm afraid only 20% of the people will make it out alive." "Is the forest really that dangerous?" Mo Fan asked. "Doesn't your country like to marinate meat before cooking it?" Asheruia asked him. "Do you really have to bring that up now?" "I'm starving," Mo Fan grunted. "You felt the dark substance trying to corrupt your body inside the forest. It changes the qualities of our flesh to suit the taste of the locals inside the dark forest," Asheruia informed him. Mo Fan no longer felt hungry. "We didn't encounter any dangers in the forest. We also managed to leave the forest without encountering anything terrifying, but the people who are still in there are being slowly marinated by the dark substance. Terrifying creatures will soon crawl out of their nests to enjoy a feast," Asheruia went on. Mo Fan looked at the Dark Swordmaster gratefully. Luckily, they had a local as their guide. Otherwise... Ah! Loud cries of agony soon rang out of the forest from different directions. Mo Fan and Asheruia continued forward as the screams continued. They did not look back. Every traveler had their own destiny. There was no place for mercy or redemption here. Mo Fan's only focus was to leave this place as soon as possible. It had been a while since he felt so uneasy, like a petty little shrimp in a river, especially after he became a super mage. The Lord of Darkness was utterly terrifying. If he could leave this place alive, he would focus on learning more dark magic to offer his insignificant energy to the Lord of Darkness. Asheruia and Mo Fan reached a flat and barren land after leaving the forest. The land had a layer of sturdy, perfectly cut crystals spread out upon it. If Mo Fan could not see the sky above him and the forest behind him, he might even have assumed he had walked into a vast palace. There was something strange about the place. The crystals were set up like tiles of two different contrasting colors, black and white. The tiles were lined up in perfect squares, but every tile was the size of 10 soccer fields. Asheruia's face paled as soon as she saw the place. She had realized what it was, but she was too shocked to say anything. Mo Fan glanced at Asheruia. He could see her eyes were filled with anxiety and fear. This is the Lord of Darkness chessboard. Chapter 2565. A Bloody Game of Chess. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A chessboard? Mo Fan immediately looked around as far as he could see. The huge tiles did resemble a chessboard laid into the ground. If it is a chessboard, where are the pieces? An eerie red light shone down on Mo Fan and Asheruia while he was confused. Mo Fan exchanged glances with Asheruia. Asheruia seemed to know what Mo Fan was going to ask. She announced with a grim smile, We are the pieces. This is the chessboard of slaughter. I now understand why we are not allowed to move backward. Asheruia's face remained pale. What does it have anything to do with the chessboard? Mo Fan asked her. Pawns, knights, bishops, rooks, queen, and king. These are the pieces in a game of chess. Pawns are like soldiers in your Chinese chess. I'm pretty sure you are aware of their movements, Asheruia told him. Mo Fan nodded. Soldiers were the pieces that could only move forward in Chinese chess. Thus, they were pawns, and could only move forward. A strange power had been restricting them since they set foot in the land of ashes and bones, forcing them to only move forward. Then, what's the Black Forest about? Mo Fan asked. If I'm not mistaken, it's a selection point. We're going to be some chess pieces of the game. It's assigning us as pawns, knights, bishops, rooks, the queen, or the king, Asheruia guessed. The red light slowly expanded. Mo Fan and Asheruia remained unmoving, but the chess tiles under their feet were moving on their own. They were shuffling around like a puzzle. Mo Fan, Asheruia, and the Dark Sword Master were being relocated. Mo Fan was moved a little to the left from the center at the border of the chessboard. He was the only one in the tile. Asheruia and the Dark Sword Master were moved to other places. Mo Fan and Asheruia ended up 2 tiles apart. She was not too far away from him. The Dark Sword Master was on the other end, around 6 kilometers away. He had turned into a tiny dot. Mo Fan was able to move around, but he was unable to leave the tile. When he tested the edge, the red light would force him back. Mo Fan, you are a bishop. Asheruia yelled at him. Mo Fan was puzzled. Ever since he had come to the Dark Plane, nothing had been logical to him. His brain was having trouble reacting. What bishop? Mo Fan yelled back. You are a bishop piece in a game of chess. Look above you. Asheruia pointed. Mo Fan looked up and saw a faint light forming a symbol above him. It bore some resemblance to the symbol of a bishop from a chess game. Mo Fan looked above Asheruia and saw the symbol of a knight taking shape. You are a knight? Mo Fan asked. My Dark Swordmaster is a knight too, but he's on the other side. There is 1 king, 1 queen, 2 rooks, 2 bishops, 2 knights, and 8 pawns in total. Asheruia said. Mo Fan frowned. The chessboard was quite empty for now. Only he, Asheruia, and the Dark Swordmaster were on it. If the Black Forest was indeed a selection place that would assign the people who found their way out as different chess pieces, he should see other chess pieces soon. The selection was still happening. They had left the Black Forest too early, so they were the only ones on the chessboard. Mo Fan, you should get some rest and recover your strength. It's going to be a tough battle after the rest of the chess pieces are here. Asheruia said. All right, I can't go to you, so you should be careful too, Mo Fan said. Don't worry, I'm not as weak as you think. Asheruia's gaze sharpened. The selection process was taking a long time. They were still the only pieces on the board after some time. They suddenly heard a terrifying cry. Mo Fan opened his eyes and saw a creature with 3 heads and hot steam rising from its body in front of him. It was roughly 6 tiles away. It's a dreadful curse Cerberus. Mo Fan had read about the creature from some ancient records in Greece. It was a high-level species with insane numbers in the Dark Plane. Was the creature the enemy bishop? Hang on, something did not seem right. Their strength was not equally matched. The dreadful curse Cerberus was nowhere close to Mo Fan's current strength. He could easily beat a bunch of them by himself. It's a pawn. Asheruia was startled by the dreadful curse Cerberus cry too. The same red light appeared multiple times and teleported one dreadful curse Cerberus after another onto the chessboard. So they are the enemy pawns? If the enemy has 8 pawns too, Mo Fan was doing some calculations. He assumed a tile would only hold a dreadful curse Cerberus, similar to his side. Asheruia, the Dark Swordmaster, and he were occupying 1 tile each. However, he was shocked to see a group of dreadful curse Cerberi occupying the same tile. More dreadful curse Cerberi appeared. Their numbers were like an army. A group of dreadful curse Cerberi was equivalent to a single pawn. The pawns were the weakest piece in chess. The dreadful curse Cerberi were not allowed to leave their tiles either, so they were only glaring at Mo Fan angrily. They looked like they were going to lunge straight at Mo Fan once the chains broke. New pieces are coming, Asheruia called out. Mo Fan looked past the dreadful curse Cerberi and noticed several strange huge creatures on the same tiles as Asheruia and the Dark Swordmaster on the opposite side. Black armor, heavy swords, and battle horses with dark blue flames on them. They were Dark Swordmasters. The enemy knights were ruler-level Dark Swordmasters. For Dark Swordmasters were a knight piece. 2 knight pieces meant 8 Dark Swordmasters in total. 8 Dark Swordmasters. How terrifying was that? There were still bishops, rooks, the queen, and the king left. If the knights were already 8 Dark Swordmasters, how terrifying would the rest of the pieces be? Chapter 2566. The Queens. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Time gradually passed. Mo Fan was doing his best to recover his strength, especially after he saw how strong the enemy pieces were. He realized the game was not as simple as he had thought. People were now walking out of the Black Forest behind him. They also stepped onto the chessboard, but their situation was different from Mo Fan. Most of them were being moved to the tiles where the pawns were. It seemed like the new people were all mags. Sulu had summoned the River of Darkness close to the Asia Magic Association, so there was a higher ratio of mags than would be normal. It was also obvious that the people who were not mags had almost 0 chance of walking out of the Black Forest, unless they were extremely lucky. The Black Forest was a filter for travelers who were fit for battle. Those travelers all became pawns in the game of chess. Each pawn was made up of over 1,000 people. 8 pawns meant there were nearly 10,000 travelers altogether, forming a wall of humans across the chessboard, facing more than 100 dreadful curse Cerberi. Even though the humans had the numbers advantage, it did not convince Mo Fan that the two sides were equally matched. The travelers were not equally strong. Mo Fan did notice something unusual. The travelers were not only the residents in Dubai City who were caught up in Sulu's River of Darkness. There were people from other places across the world. They had somehow ended up in the Dark Plane, too. There were knowledgeable people among those who had become pawns. They immediately told the rules of chess to the others so they could make it out alive together. The people were confused at first, but they soon began discussing their tactics against the dreadful curse Cerberus. They were all strangers who had fallen into hell, but they were oddly united. Someone eventually noticed Mo Fan. Why is that man alone on a tile? The tiles were extremely huge, around the size of 10 soccer fields, so the fact that Mo Fan was alone on a tile had caught the others' attention. There's no one else. It's real, he's alone. He's the bishop. This is unfair. We need 1,000 people just to be assigned as a pawn. Why was he assigned to be a bishop all by himself? Is he reliable? The people started talking about Mo Fan, but they were respectful to him, too. If a single man had been made the bishop, he must have the strength to fight thousands of enemies by himself. A single-eyed old man walked to the edge of his tile and told Mo Fan, "Kid, do you know that different pieces have different types of movement? We are the pawns, so we can only move forward and fight the dreadful curse Cerberus." "I know, but who's going to control us?" Mo Fan asked. "The Lord of Darkness, obviously," the old man said. "Something still doesn't make sense," Mo Fan shook his head. "Let's try our best in order to make it out alive," the old man could only sigh. Mo Fan did not respond. He pointed at the enemy side instead. A new piece had appeared on the enemy side, corresponding to Mo Fan's tile. In other words, it was an enemy bishop. It had a red body with smooth scales. The dreadful curse Cerberus only reached its legs, which were as sharp as scythes. A crimson scorpion Medusa. It was the strongest species in Egypt. The travelers gasped when they saw the enemy bishop was a crimson scorpion Medusa. The crimson scorpion Medusae were only a level lower than the scorpion Lord Medusae. They were capable of destroying an entire city in Egypt. The old man looked at the hideous crimson scorpion Medusa. His legs were trembling after he sensed its cruel and ferocious aura. Meanwhile, the bishop on his side was only a young man. How could the strength of the two sides differ by so much if they were playing a game of chess? The old man let out a sigh. The rest of the people who were pawns were crying in despair too. Hundreds of dreadful curse Cerberus, and 8 dark sword masters. A crimson scorpion Medusa from the evil temple. It felt like they were heading straight to death before the board was even filled with pieces. "Almighty Lord of Darkness, please give us some powerful pieces too," many people started begging. No one assumed they could take it easy after coming here. They did not mind fighting their way to survival. All they asked for was a little glimpse of hope. The difference in strength between the two sides was simply too huge. However, it might be acceptable if their rooks, queen, and king were something stronger. The other enemy bishop soon appeared. It was a white spider with huge poisonous glands and slender legs. There were rumors about these white widows in places that were marked as black zones, but people were not familiar with them, as most people who encountered them ended up as lunch in dark caves full of spider silk. A Medusa and a white widow. They were the two bishops on the enemy side. Mo Fan subconsciously looked to his right. He wanted to know who the other bishop on his side was. It was most likely a powerful human mage. The person had either been caught by the River of Darkness, or he had long been stuck in the Dark Plane. It was indeed a man. He was dressed in a ragged shirt, and his hair was long enough to be tied up. He had a European face and a pointy nose. "It seems like my only way out is to take part in this game." The long-haired European seemed a little haggard. He turned to Mo Fan after noticing his gaze. There were several tiles between them, but they had no trouble talking to one another. "Hey, kid, can you tell me why the Dark Plane is lively all of a sudden?" Did they steal something that belonged to an elder of the Shadow Tribe, like me? The man asked. The chairman of Asia Magic Association committed a suicidal act and dragged everyone here with an evil spell, Mo Fan explained. Is that possible? But it's fine. The Lord of Darkness will have an enjoyable time with so many people here. We have a chance to leave this place as long as he's happy, the European answered. Another red light appeared between Mo Fan and the European, catching both of their attention. They were looking at the tile that belonged to the Queen. Chapter 2567. Saintess of Darkness. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It was a cluster of red spider lilies. Their petals were blossoming like little umbrellas. Their stems started growing and filled the tile with a sea of flowers in just a few seconds. The red flowers would have continued to spread if it weren't for the restrictions of the tile. The red spider lilies spread across the tile. People would not have fatigued looking at them for a long time. It was like a drawing invoking countless thoughts. The longer they stared at the flowers, the harder it was for them to come to their senses. The flowers were not just for admiration. As their petals swayed, these flowers that were known as the blossoms of the realm of death were giving off a strange icy aura that resembled death. A breeze swept across the tile and raised a black veil among the flowers. A figure slowly took form inside it. It was wearing a black dress. It remained unmoving, like a red spider lily that was upside down, elegant and slender. It's the red spider lily queen. The European was the first to break the silence. He had a complicated expression on his face. It went from respectful and scared to joyful and excited. The red spider lily scattered across the tile like a sea, the red spider lily queen's black dress standing out among them. She was tall, with a cold and noble aura. Most importantly, her body was not solid. The hair that was spreading down her shoulders was part of a shadowy aura that was accumulating and dissipating on its own. Mo Fan was greatly shocked. He was not familiar with darkness creatures, but he had read about the Shadow Tribe to a certain degree. He also had ties with the Shadow Tribe, as the Shadow Guards and Shadow Elders were part of the Shadow Tribe. The Red Spider Lily Queen was the Queen of the Shadow Tribe. She was superior to the Elders of the Shadow Tribe, a true Empress ruling over the Shadow Tribe. Why would such a powerful and mysterious royal of the Shadow Tribe be on the chessboard? Most importantly, she was supposed to be representing the Lord of Darkness. Why was she on their side, instead of their enemy's side? This is great. We might make it out alive, the European blurted out in excitement. He had lingered in the dark plane for some time. He only became aware of how powerful the darkness creatures were after coming into contact with them. The things he had learned during his stay here had completely undermined his understanding of the world. An existence like the Red Spider Lily Queen controlled the right to exist of many creatures of the dark plane. If the Red Spider Lily Queen was on their side, she could easily slaughter the dreadful Curse Cerberus and Dark Swordmasters. Even the Crimson Scorpion Medusa and White Widow were no match for the Red Spider Lily Queen. Mo Fan, look at the enemy's queen! Asheruya called out. She was not too far from Mo Fan. She had also focused on the Red Spider Lily Queen at first. Mo Fan immediately looked to the other side. To his surprise, the enemy's queen was also a human. It was a woman dressed in a silver-grey robe. Mo Fan had a feeling he had seen a similar outfit before. The sincere disciples in the Parthenon Temple's Hall of Faith dressed in the same type of robe. Their hair was wrapped in a wimple, while part of their faces was covered with a veil. The Parthenon Temple was a feminist kingdom. It did not necessarily forbid women from wearing revealing clothes, but it was respectful to wear plain clothes when praying for blessings on the mountain of the goddess. A disciple of the Parthenon Temple had turned out to be the enemy queen. She was giving off a strong aura from the Parthenon Temple. Mo Fan looked at Asheruya with a puzzled expression. He wondered if she knew who the woman was. Why would a disciple of the Parthenon Temple be assigned the enemy's queen, a position higher than the Crimson Scorpion Medusa and the White Widow? She's indeed from the Parthenon Temple, but I don't remember her at all. Asheruya was puzzled, 2. The enemy queen was obviously human. She was not a living dead, nor was she an undead. She was a living woman. In other words, the game was not about humans versus darkness creatures. The Lord of Darkness was assigning different species to both sides randomly. They had darkness creatures on their side, while the enemy had humans, too. "Isn't that the Saintess of Darkness?" an old woman screamed. The voice had come from the crowd of pawns. Asheruia and the long-haired European had not recognized who the enemy queen was. However, if the enemy queen was human, someone would know her, since the enemy queen would not be an ordinary person. She had to be on par with the red spider lily queen. Saintess of Darkness. Asheruia finally realized who the enemy queen was. Mo Fan and the European both looked at Asheruia, waiting for her explanation. The important pieces were already placed on the board. The game of chess was about to begin. They had to learn every piece of information about their enemy. "She's from the same time as my father. She was a saintess like Izisha, but there aren't any records of her name in the Parthenon temple. I only know she was called the Saintess of Darkness. She had a fierce competition with Izisha, and even managed to outwit her at one time. She used a forbidden art in order to gain more power. I believe you are familiar with the Cold Prince. The Saintess is the one who invented the evil faith that the Cold Prince abused. She broke her contract with the Lord of Darkness to steal his power, so the Lord of Darkness sent his clone to drag her into hell." Evil faith? If a god became more powerful when more people worshipped them and swore their loyalty to them, an evil existence could also obtain more evil power from people's hatred and negative emotions and grow stronger. The Cold Prince had become a ghastly monster because of the evil faith. Mo Fan would not have stood a chance against him without being able to rely on the demon element. Chapter 2568. The Kings. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Saintess of Darkness was the one who had invented the evil faith that the Cold Prince was relying on. Did that mean she was a Red Cardinal, too? She killed many people when she was involved in the election. It was a huge scandal for the Parthenon Temple. She's also the reason why the soul of the Parthenon Temple despised the Saintesses and was reluctant to fall on anyone, and why the spell of resurrection was lost for almost 20 years, Asheruia went on. "Is she strong?" the European asked directly. "At least I think she won't be weaker than the Red Spider Lily Queen. Her own strength is on par with a captain of the Golden Sun Knights. If she uses the evil faith, she could kill us all by herself," Asheruia replied shortly. It was a dark time for the Parthenon Temple, where blood was shed and betrayals happened often. If it wasn't for Holy Saint Wen-Tai, the Parthenon Temple would have fallen. The Saintess of Darkness would have been responsible for the Parthenon Temple's fall. Even Izisha was inferior to her. Both queens are pretty strong. The queen has always been the most important piece in chess. Usually the king isn't as useful as the queen, Asheruia reminded them. The king had a lot of restrictions. It could only move one tile at a time. Meanwhile, the queen was able to move the furthest, with the only restriction of not being able to go past another piece. It was also the strongest piece for offense. The king was only a piece of decoration most of the time, that the players had to protect. The rooks on both sides soon appeared. The rooks were very powerful, too. To Mo Fan's relief, one of the rooks on his side was Sharja. Sharja was severely injured. Her angelic armor had disappeared. The sacred city was also called the City of Light, and it opposed darkness, thus Sharja was not able to use her power as an angel in the dark plane. Her purple eyes were filled with fatigue. She put on a faint smile when she saw Mo Fan. "I'm sorry, I've dragged you into this," Sharja said guiltily. "We are lucky to have you on our side." "Don't worry, we'll make it out alive," Mo Fan answered calmly. "But my power is limited," Sharja said helplessly. Without the power of the angel, she could only rely on the evil book in her hand. She was as strong as the preacher, but the creatures in the dark plane were not weak, either. The other rook on Mo Fan's side was a wind dragon. It was strong enough to tear the enemy to pieces with brute force. The enemy's rooks had appeared. They were surprisingly more humans. 2 groups of high-seaters. Mo Fan noticed the enemy rooks were dressed in similar outfits. They were obviously from Dubai Tower. It's the mags who were maintaining the skybound cloud battlefield. They must have been caught by Su Lu's spell, Asheruya deduced. They were dressed in white clothes with thin stripes, resembling clouds. If they were high-seaters from Dubai Tower, their combined strength should be equivalent to a top-seater. The high-seaters were split into 2 groups and assigned as the enemy's rooks. Sharjah and the Wind Dragon were the rooks on Mo Fan's side. They were matched against 2 groups of Skycloud mags selected from the high-seaters of Dubai Tower. They were one of the strongest groups in Asia Magic Association, with even greater power than the Dubai mags. Only the kings were left. Mo Fan was feeling a little nervous. The kings on both sides appeared simultaneously. There were humans on both sides. The Lord of Darkness was unpredictable, but there was one thing everyone was sure about him: he did not have any mercy for anything. He was purely treating this as a game. The winners were spared, while the losers would be trapped forever in hell. Everyone's life was at stake. Most importantly, their deaths were not going to be the end, but the beginning of a painful and torturous stay in the Dark Plane. Even though there were humans on both sides, no one was going to show any mercy to the enemy. They were in hell now. The kings were most likely the strongest piece in the game. Both sides were hoping their kings to be something powerful enough to crush their enemy. The king finally appeared. Mo Fan had a guess of who it was going to be, but he was still surprised to see the Black Dragon Emperor. The Black Dragon Emperor's roar stunned the crowd and almost knocked the people and darkness creatures on the other side to the ground. Mo Fan, Asheruya, and Sharjah were overjoyed when they saw the Black Dragon Emperor was on their side. Mo Fan was not afraid of the upcoming battle. He was only worried that he had to fight the familiar people he was trying to protect, like Sharjah and the Black Dragon. He let out a relieved sigh, glad that all his friends were on his side. They were going to join hands to defeat the enemy. The Black Dragon Emperor was injured, and nowhere as strong as his peak. His soul had also sustained serious damage, which meant his strength had dropped significantly. Even so, he was still the Black Dragon Emperor. He could easily crush every enemy piece, including the Saintess of Darkness. It's Su Lu. The enemy king had finally appeared. It was Chairman Su Lu. Su Lu's face was extremely pale. He was standing on the king's tile, emanating a ghastly aura. He did not even look human. "How dare you treat me as a chess piece? How dare you?" Su Lu yelled angrily. He was supposed to be the real king. Anyone that disobeyed his will had to perish. He did not expect to end up as a mere chess piece to the ruler of the Dark Plane. Even the Black Dragon Emperor and one of the strongest human mags in the world could not escape the control of the God of Death. Su Lu was like a trapped beast. He growled fiercely at the others outside the tile he was on before observing the other creatures that were trapped, just like him. Su Lu soon grinned after he saw Mo Fan, Sharjah, and the Black Dragon Emperor. "You all are going to die. I'll be the one who walks out of here alive. Lord of Darkness, I'm going to challenge you one day." Su Lu did not show the Lord of Darkness any respect. The Lord of Darkness did not need his respect. He only cared if he was going to enjoy the game. He could not care less about what Su Lu had said. The outcome of the game would decide who was going to leave this place alive. Chapter 2569. The Players. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The chessboard was now set up, but Mo Fan suddenly had a question. If it was a game of chess, who was the Lord of Darkness going to play it with? Was he going to play with himself? Play with whom, his clone? A dark figure soon appeared behind the enemy pieces. He had a cloak the size of a mountain draped over his shoulders. His half-transparent body was drifting in the wind. Mo Fan could not see his face, but his glowing blue eyes were looking at the chessboard with excitement. "Is that the Lord of Darkness?" The chess pieces were in place. It was time for the players to take their seats. Mo Fan did not feel any pressure from the figure. It was more like a phantom. Although he felt spooked, as if the figure could see right through him, he did not sense any hostility from it. It felt like he was only here to play the game of chess, nothing else. That should be one of the Lord of Darkness clones, Asheruya remarked. Does anyone ever see his actual self? Mo Fan asked her. Asheruya shook her head. The Lord of Darkness had plenty of clones, and some of them could even visit the living world. He had always behaved strangely. He was not greedy, invasive, or ambitious, yet all dark magic was related to him. He would occasionally grant people that were pleasing to his eyes some powerful forbidden magic. He would also accept the offerings of dark mags. Sometimes he would cause some disasters, plagues, and wars in smaller countries. He was totally unpredictable. People both respected and feared him. The Lord of Darkness clone stood behind the enemy forces. He was a serious and focused player. His eyes were fixed on the pieces, as if he was analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of his pieces, trying to figure out how he was going to play the game. The Lord of Darkness is on our side. What a relief! The Sky Cloud mags were overjoyed. If the Lord of Darkness was controlling them, it meant he would do anything to win the match. Lucky, we are blessed by the Lord of Darkness. The others smiled, too. But who is his opponent? Let's hope he's an idiot so we can all make it out alive. Mo Fan was keeping a close eye on the player on his side. The chess pieces mattered because of their strength, but the player would play the most important role, as he would be controlling the pieces. If the player happened to be retarded and sent their king to the enemy, it would not matter if their king was the Black Dragon Emperor. Mo Fan turned around, waiting for the player to show up. Finally, dark blue light dots gathered behind the chessboard. It was another enormous half-transparent figure. Judging from its outline, it was most likely a human. Mo Fan could only tell that the chaos element was involved, making the figure look quite massive. It was like he was projected to be the opposite of the Lord of Darkness. However, Mo Fan almost dropped his jaw when he took a closer look at the player's face. How is he the player? Why would he be playing a game of chess with the Lord of Darkness? What's going on? Mo Fan was dumbfounded. His eyes were fixed on the player for a long time. The player seemed to notice Mo Fan's gaze. He waved his hand at Mo Fan with a wry smile and said, I tried my best to group you all on the same side, but it's up to us now whether we will all live. The Magic City. A little garden close to the apartment that was allocated for the South Wing platoon. A path covered in pebbles led to a little kiosk. A man with a pale face was seated on a stone stool, staring at the stone table in front of him. The stone table was oddly smooth, like the surface of a mirror. However, he was not looking at his own reflection, but a chessboard. The chessboard was crowded with people and darkness creatures that had shrunk down to a tithe of their size. It was like a board game with humans, monsters, and demons, but the pieces were alive instead of some models. They had all shrunk to the size of little pieces. The man coughed. He seemed a little feeble. Mu Bai, what are you doing? Shouldn't you be resting so you can recover from your injuries? A member of the South Wing platoon who happened to pass by the garden asked him. Nothing, I'm just playing chess. Mu Bai waved his hand and sent the man away. A half-transparent shadow was sitting opposite Mu Bai. He looked like an old man in his 60s who was obsessed with chess, staring at the chessboard sternly. You have picked your pieces, so I'll be taking the first move. Are you fine with that? The half-transparent figure asked. Mu Bai agreed with a gesture. The dark plane. Mo Fan's head was spinning. The person playing a game of chess with the Lord of Darkness was Mu Bai. What is going on? Why would Mu Bai have ties with the Lord of Darkness? You should explain yourself before the game starts, Mo Fan said. Didn't I already die once? The Lord of Darkness took my soul. He asked me to play chess with him. If he wins, he will keep my soul, but if I win, he will release my soul, Mu Bai replied. Hang on. Didn't we trade your soul with the Night Amethyst? Mo Fan protested. I lost, Mu Bai said. He added after a brief pause, the Lord of Darkness didn't want to release me, since I lost the match. However, he was happy when you gave him the Night Amethyst, so I told him we didn't set the rules clearly before we played the game, whether it was a best of 1 or a best of 3. We Chinese prefer it to be best of 3, in case the players lose their edge because they are nervous. I won the last 2 matches. That's why I came back to life, Mu Bai explained. Mo Fan opened his mouth. He never knew Mu Bai's soul had been through something so thrilling while his body was lying in a coffin. What's happening now, then? Mo Fan asked. Obviously, he has found a bargaining chip to challenge me again. He wants to take some revenge after losing to me last time. Mu Bai declared. What bargaining chip? Mo Fan was puzzled. However, he soon realized what the answer was. What bargaining chip? It was his life. He had ended up in the Dark Plane. The Lord of Darkness was all-knowing. He had obviously told Mu Bai what had happened and asked if Mu Bai was willing to have a rematch with him. The Lord of Darkness did not like to bargain. He preferred exchanging his chips for the things he wanted. It had always been his standard of conduct. I'm delighted by your friendship. However, if you lose the game, all your souls will be mine, the Lord of Darkness proclaimed. His voice sounded strange, like a synthesizer. Chapter 2570. The Scuffle on the Chessboard. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Did you use your soul as another bargaining chip? Mo Fan asked me by. I convinced him to let me choose the pieces so you, Sharja, the Black Dragon Emperor, and Asheruia were on the same side. Asheruia and the Black Dragon Emperor were supposed to be on the other side, while Sulu was on yours, Mu Bai said. In other words, Mu Bai had risked his soul just to make sure Mo Fan's friends were on his side. If he lost, he would also be going to hell. Mo Fan did not know what to say. After a long silence, he finally said, sorry for dragging you into this mess. Mu Bai had used his soul as a bargaining chip. It would not be just a simple death. If Mu Bai lost, he would be tortured in hell too. He had already been to the Dark Plane once. He knew how terrifying it was. Even death was better than giving his soul to the Lord of Darkness. Even though Mu Bai was describing the best of 3 matches calmly, Mo Fan could imagine how difficult it was for him to escape from the Lord of Darkness. It was like playing chess under a guillotine. A wrong step meant his head would be chopped off. The process was already a torture, not to mention having to win 2 matches after losing the first. Mu Bai had agreed to play chess with the Lord of Darkness again in order to save Mo Fan's life. He had even offered his soul to prevent Mo Fan from having to fight his friends. Mu Bai had bet everything he had. How could Mo Fan not feel touched or sorry? Don't even feel sorry for me. Old Zhao and you found the Night Amethyst on Qianshan Mountain, giving me a second chance. It's just a game of chess. If I could beat him twice, I can beat him again this time. Besides, even if there's only a 10% chance you are going to win, I'd still stand on your side and put you, Sharja, the Black Dragon Emperor, and Asheruia together. You went to Dubai alone. Everything you did has earned our respect. Don't worry, you are not fighting this battle alone, Mu Bai replied. Mu Bai was unable to go to Dubai with Mo Fan, but he would do everything to save Mo Fan when he was in trouble. It was not just Mo Fan's battle. They were obliged to overthrow a dictator like Su Lu. Mu Bai did not feel like he had been dragged into the mess out of nowhere. He was honored to be involved. He was able to help by playing chess with the Lord of Darkness. Mo Fan was willing to give his everything to serve justice for his country. Why would Mu Bai not dare to accept the Lord of Darkness challenge? The game of chess would decide the fate of almost 10,000 travelers. It would decide the fates of Mo Fan, Sharja, the Black Dragon Emperor, and Mu Bai, too. It was tied to a corrupted kingdom ruled over by Su Lu, something even filthier than the Dark Plane. He was honored to be the player who had a say in the outcome. If he did not step forward now, when would he ever become a reliable man? Mo Fan nodded grimly. He understood Mu Bai's feelings. Everyone who played chess knew the pawns were just as important as the king, as they might decide the outcome of the game if they were used properly. Mu Bai was good at studying and a fan of strategy games. Mo Fan had faith in him. The chess pieces and players had to give their best. They would be sharing the glory of winning and the humiliation of defeat together. The game had begun. The Lord of Darkness rules were strictly applied to every creature on the chessboard. Mu Bai breathed calmly. Not only was his soul at stake, the souls of many people who were important to him were in danger here. Sulu had so much power. If Mo Fan, Sharjah, and the Black Dragon Emperor all ended up in hell after challenging him, who would ever go up against the Asia Magic Association again? Sulu would continue with his rampage and pose a threat to many countries. It's your turn, Mu Bai. You better think carefully before making every move. Those who die in a battle will not be revived, the Lord of Darkness reminded him in a mocking tone. Mu Bai was not bothered by it. He looked at the pawns. The Lord of Darkness was very aggressive. He had sent the dreadful Curse Cerberus forward. He clearly wanted to kill all of Mu Bai's pieces. Sawtooth formation. Mu Bai aligned the pawns diagonally and moved the knights and rooks to protect his pawns. His intention was clear. If the enemy pieces ate his pawns, he would eat the pieces in return. The mantis stalked the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Mu Bai was not going to waste any of his pieces. He even added an extra layer of safety to his pawns with the rooks and the knights. Unfortunately, I do not want the game to last for too long, the Lord of Darkness remarked. He suddenly ordered the dreadful Curse Cerberus to attack Mu Bai's pawns. The game of chess was strictly following the rules, but the clash between the humans and the dreadful Curse Cerberus was like a real battle. Focus, we are in this together. Even if there's only a slim chance of making it out alive, we shouldn't give up. The terrifying rumors you have heard about hell are true, and the real thing is definitely scarier than the rumors you have heard, the single-eyed old man yelled. He had been motivating the people ever since they were placed on the chessboard. He was most likely an old general from some country. The way he was motivating others to fight with everything they had showed he was determined to make it out alive. The dreadful Curse Cerberus are coming. Stay in position and don't panic. They are pawns just like us, so we should be able to match their strength. We can still survive, even if they are the attackers, the old man yelled. Each pawn was made up of around 1,000 people. They immediately lined up in a formation under the old man's command. Plants emerged from the ground and formed a thick wall with their trunks. The outer layer was covered in thorns too, turning the wall into a special trench. Oh, I forgot to mention a rule, the Lord of Darkness grinned coldly. A huge black cloth appeared above the tile as the dreadful Curse Cerberus stepped into it. Illusionary strings fell from the black cloth and attached to the human mags. Every mage in the tile was tied to the strings like a puppet. The people were confused. They had no idea what the strings were. The strength of the piece that is being attacked will be reduced by 30%, but the strings will disappear over time, the Lord of Darkness informed them. The strength of the chess pieces would decide the outcome of the clash. However, the skill of the players still mattered a lot. The 30% strength reduction was critical to the outcome of every battle. Chapter 2571. Counterattack of the Knights. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. There was plenty of magic on the chessboard, allowing everyone to use their spells. However, those whom the black strings were attached to were weakened. Their spells, both for offensive and defensive purposes, were affected. Even their casting speed had slowed down too. Normally, 1,000 mags would still stand a chance against a dozen dreadful Curse Cerberus, but the restraints had made it easier for the dreadful Curse Cerberus to tear through the wall of humans and break through their defense. Blood, broken limbs, and organs were scattered across the tile. The dreadful Curse Cerberus were extremely savage. They had a natural drive to tear their prey into pieces. Their 3 heads fought fiercely to claim their targets. Some people's heads were on one side while their bodies were stuck under the dreadful curse Cerberai's claws. The heads of the dreadful curse Cerberai were munching the broken limbs. It was a terrifying sight. The one-eyed old man's face turned pale. He had done everything he could to motivate the people. They were doing their best to fend off the dreadful curse Cerberai, but their defense was overwhelmed so easily. It had turned into a one-sided massacre. The mentality of humans was inferior to the darkness creatures, not to mention the restraint that had weakened the humans by 30%. The dreadful curse Cerberai could easily break through their defense and crush their morale by charging at them fiercely. The restraint basically meant the defender was going to lose the battle. It was terrible. The pawn did not have many people left, but only 3 dreadful curse Cerberai had died. The other pawns began to lose their confidence. The dreadful curse Cerberai seemed a lot stronger than them. In just a few rounds, Mu Bai lost 2 pawns. Both battles were close to a slaughter. 2,000 corpses were littered across the ground. The strong smell of blood further set off the hellish sight. "Knights, attack!" Mu Bai yelled. He was using his knights. His knights were Asheruia and her dark swordmaster. The knights were the attackers. Asheruia entered the tile that was littered with dead bodies. The black string soon stuck to the dreadful curse Cerberai. Their ferocious aura after the bloodbath was weakened. Counterattack! Asheruia drew out a black sword. A dark light wrapped around her alluring body and formed a suit of tight-fitting armor. One word: slash. Asheruia was like an elegant but fierce sword empress. An icy flicker swept at a dreadful curse Cerberus as she took a step forward. The arrogant dreadful curse Cerberus pounced at Asheruia. The slash went right through the creature's forehead. It went from the dreadful curse Cerberus' neck to its tail and split it perfectly in half. That's incredible, she killed it with a single slash. The watching mags were dumbfounded. The mags only realized how terrifying the dreadful curse Cerberai were after fighting them. A single dreadful curse Cerberus could easily slaughter 100 mags. Even the advanced mags among them had failed to survive. However, the woman who was chosen to be a knight had killed a dreadful curse Cerberus with a single move. Shadow Moon Sword. The sword Asheruia was using was no ordinary weapon. Mo Fan had already had a taste of it during the World College tournament. However, her skills had improved significantly over the years. It felt like her attacks were stronger than her dark swordmasters. She sliced off the heads of 3 dreadful curse Cerberai with ease. 9 heads rolled to the edge of the tile, close to another pawn. The mags were excited. It turned out they had strong allies on their side, too. A dozen dreadful curse Cerberai did not live for more than a few minutes against Asheruia's sword. The Dark Ice Swordmaster was also slaughtering the dreadful curse Cerberai on the other side. He had also overwhelmed the dreadful curse Cerberai. His sword was not as elegant and thin as Asheruia's, as he was using a heavy broadsword. The broadsword slammed on the ground. It cracked open as a dark aura surged at the dreadful curse Cerberai in ferocious waves. The dark aura soon turned into a tornado and blew 6 of the dreadful curse Cerberai into the air. The strong wind shredded them to pieces. Blood poured down from the sky like rain. Both Asheruia and the Dark Ice Swordmaster brutally slaughtered the dreadful curse Cerberai. After all, knights were supposed to be stronger than pawns, especially when the dreadful curse Cerberai's strength was weakened by 30% while they were under attack. The knights had a bigger range of movement, and were not limited to only moving forward. Mu Bai had not sacrificed the 2 pawns so Asheruia and the Dark Ice Swordmaster could take out the enemy pawns. He had already moved his pieces to the best spots, where they were protected by other pieces. However, the unpredictable Lord of Darkness had insisted on attacking with the dreadful curse Cerberai, even though he already knew the risks. Both sides had suffered casualties as a result. "I might need to use you aggressively for us to win the game," Mu Bai told his knights. "Just move me as you please." "You don't have to worry too much," Asheruia responded. "All right, keep attacking." "I want you to take out an enemy knight," Mu Bai said. Knights were special among the pieces because of their special movement pattern. They were more useful than rooks and queens in certain situations, if they were used properly. Mu Bai knew the Lord of Darkness would continue to trade pieces with him if he kept playing defense. It would be meaningless if he won the game while losing too many of the pieces. It was not a fair game of chess. Not only did Mu Bai have to win the match, he also had to preserve as many pieces as he could. He had to dominate the game and outsmart his opponent. Asheruia and the Dark Ice Swordmaster might be Aureoles to the enemy pawns, but Mu Bai had also calculated his next move. He had moved the knights to advantageous positions after killing the enemy pawns. Asheruia and the Dark Swordmaster were out of range of the enemy's pieces, but they were still able to attack the enemy. The Lord of Darkness was going to suffer the consequences of his reckless play style. "I'm right behind you," Sharja told Asheruia. I'll clear a path for you all," Asheruia said. She had regrouped with the Dark Swordmaster on the left side of the board. The two knights were taking care of one another with Sharja, a rook, protecting their rear. Mu Bai had to think carefully before making a move, and he had to predict the enemy's moves as well. Chapter 2572. I like it to be fair. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Lord of Darkness regretted his approach. He was trying to apply more mental pressure to Mu Bai by making him feel guilty over the deaths of the pawns, but it had cost him the initiative during the match. Asheruia had already reached the left side of his territory. She was posing a threat to 3 pawns, a knight, and a bishop. The only piece that could kill Asheruia instantly was his queen. However, if he sent out the queen to kill Asheruia, the enemy's rook Sharja would be able to attack his queen. The Saintess of Darkness was stronger than Sharja when she no longer had the power of Angel, but the outcome would be undecided if her strength was reduced by 30% while she was being attacked. If Sharja killed his queen, he would basically lose the match. The Lord of Darkness had only claimed the souls of the pawns. It was not his desired outcome. The Lord of Darkness stopped his unconventional approach and became more careful with his moves. The Lord of Darkness enjoyed chess, but he was not that good at it. Red Spider Lily Queen, forward. After securing the initiative, Mu Bai immediately sent his crucial piece to the right side of the board. As a matter of fact, Mu Bai was using Asheruia to distract his opponent. If his opponent was being cautious and decided to take a more defensive approach, Mu Bai could flank the enemy from the right with his queen. There were 2 pawns of the dreadful Curse Cerberus on the right side. The Red Spider Lily Queen had no trouble killing them off. Nobody even saw the Red Spider Lily Queen's actions clearly. The 2 dreadful Curse Cerberus pawns quickly turned into dried bodies, wilted up like plants. Mu Bai did not mind moving the Red Spider Lily Queen to a dangerous position. His opponent would not dare to challenge his queen with a knight or a bishop. The queen was still a queen, even if her strength was reduced by 30%. Challenging her was suicidal. This game of chess was not really the same as normal chess. The players had to take the strength of their pieces into consideration. Not all pieces were able to eat any enemy piece as they pleased. Mu Bai had understood those rules very quickly. He had used his knights to distract the enemy's king and queen, allowing the Red Spider Lily Queen to take out the enemy pieces freely on the right side of the board. Nice move. Sharja complimented him. The pieces on Mo Fan's side were mostly humans who had been dragged into hell by the Mad Sulu. They managed to smile when they saw Mu Bai had secured a huge advantage in just a few rounds. Lord of Darkness, you still have the edge because of the rules. If you want someone dead, you can just sacrifice some of your pieces, while my goal is to save as many travelers as I can, Mu Bai pointed out. What do you suggest then? You have the advantage now. Aren't you satisfied with it? The Lord of Darkness asked. Even if I win the match, those who died in the match still belong to you, Mu Bai observed. I like a fair game. If a game isn't fair, there's no fun playing it. I will kill whoever offends me and claim their souls, but when I'm playing a game, I have always been a fair player. I will never break the rules or go back on my promises. What you said makes sense, but But I can't revive those who have died, the Lord of Darkness said calmly. Dying in the match would mean eternal death. The Lord of Darkness only knew how to kill, not bring someone back to life. Was he supposed to stick a dead person back together? Can we not overdo it? Mu Bai asked. The game will be pretty boring without deaths, the Lord of Darkness sniffed. Mu Bai tried different suggestions, but he could not convince the Lord of Darkness to compensate. How about this? If you win, I will release the travelers who are still alive in the Black Forest, the Lord of Darkness suggested. The people who were chosen as chess pieces were all mags. There were still a lot of ordinary people who did not know magic in the Dark Plane. Their only ending would be eternal death. The Lord of Darkness had offered the lives of those innocent people as compensation. They now had a chance to leave this place. Their numbers included those travelers who had fallen into the Dark Plane from across the world and who had desperately been looking for a way out. The Lord of Darkness had agreed to set them free as a reward. It was unlikely Mu Bai could change the Lord of Darkness' mind further after he made his decision. If he could save the innocent people, he could make up for the pawns who had died. After all, many of their friends, families, and relatives had been dragged into this mess. My son is still in the forest. If he can make it out alive, I'm willing to fight a stronger piece just so we can win this match, a middle-aged mage burst into tears. He did not have to save himself. He just wanted his 17-year-old son to make it out alive. His boy was still so young. He had yet to see how wonderful the world was. How could he allow his son to be stuck forever in hell? His son had a bright future ahead. He had always admired the residents of the Dubai Magician Tower, but Sulu's inhumane actions had destroyed his life. Don't worry, I'll try my best to save everyone. I'm also asking everyone not to give up when you are facing the enemy. The piece being attacked isn't necessarily going to die. Mu Bai told the pawns. He's right. We shouldn't give up until the very end. Mu Bai had no idea if his motivations were of any use. Each of his pawns was made up of around 1,000 mags. Would all of them be willing to fight with everything they had? Mu Bai did not think so, but he was satisfied if his words could motivate some of them who had a strong will to live. People were inclined to conform slavishly to orders. However, if they lost their morale, they were nothing but lambs waiting to be slaughtered by a wolf. Mu Bai, do you want me to stay here? Mo Fan asked suddenly. For now, Mu Bai replied. But if I'm right, either Sharjah or Asheruia will have to face the enemy's queen after 3 rounds, and they will be the ones under attack. Mo Fan said grimly. Mo Fan had been observing the situation throughout the game. He knew how to play chess. He was only too lazy to use his brain most of the time. However, his mind was currently spinning rapidly. Chapter 2573. Adding Rules. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mu Bai did not say a word, since Mo Fan's speculation was right on point. Asheruia and Sharjah might end up fighting the enemy queen. The Lord of Darkness' goal was obvious, too. If the Red Spider Lily Queen was already massacring his pieces on the right side, he had to take care of Mu Bai's pieces on the left. He was pressing forward so Asheruia and Sharjah did not have a chance to retreat. His pieces were surrounding them and limiting their movements, like a pack of starving wolves. Is there a way to help them? Mo Fan asked. He did not want either of them to die. He had to try everything he could to save them, even if he was up against the Lord of Darkness. Mu Bai was a little hesitant. He had to make the decisions of who to save and who to abandon himself. As a matter of fact, he had already made up his mind. The match was very straightforward. If everything went according to his plan, he could even secure the victory. The most he could do was preserve half of his pieces. It's too difficult to save all the pieces, Mu Bai sighed. It's difficult, but there's a way, right? Mo Fan asked. Mo Fan always hated choosing one life over the other. He would not abandon anyone until he tried his best. Sharjah must not die, the same with Asheruia. If we choose that approach, we might lose more pieces than we have to, Mu Bai warned him. Don't think about failing. If it succeeds, everyone's going to live. That's good enough for me, Mo Fan said. Mu Bai looked at Mo Fan. He was a little hesitant, but when he saw the look in Mo Fan's eyes, he felt like he was back in Bo City. Mo Fan was the same back then. Even after they made it to safety, Mo Fan was willing to risk his life just to look for Xinsha. Perhaps he had never conceded to his fate or destiny. It was something Mu Bai had always lacked. Mu Bai would choose a safer approach most of the time, trying to minimize losses. Being cautious and safe was a good thing, but it might be a bad thing to overthink sometimes. Mo Fan was not willing to choose between the lives of his friends. Why would Mu Bai be willing to choose to save only one person between Asheruya and Sharjah? All right. Mu Bai let out a deep breath. He was not going to choose one life over the other anymore. It might be a game of chess, but no one could ever control their fate. I'm going to use an extreme measure. Either we kill every piece of the Lord of Darkness, or we will be wiped out, Mu Bai said. Mu Bai had lots of ways to win the match. He had chosen the way with the highest possibility of winning the match and preserving the most pieces. Mu Bai believed it was the best he could do. It was not the most desirable outcome, but it was good enough for him. However, when he thought about the sacrifices some of the pieces had to make, he realized it felt worse than if he was going to die himself. He would rather look for a way that could save all the pieces, even though their chance of winning was extremely low. King and Rook, switch places. Mu Bai activated a special move called Castling. A king and their rooks were able to switch positions. The Black Dragon Emperor switched positions with Sharjah. The creatures nearby were startled by his overwhelming presence. Emperors were terrifying, after all. Even the Saintess of Darkness would not dare to challenge him. The king's movement was very limited, as it could only move one tile at a time. Therefore, despite the Black Dragon Emperor's outstanding strength, he was unable to move around and kill the enemy like the Red Spider Lily Queen. Due to his restricted movements, if Mu Bai played the king too aggressively, he might be taken out by the enemy. Su Lu's eyes glittered when he saw the Black Dragon Emperor going into the front line. If the Black Dragon Emperor's strength was reduced by 30%, Su Lu would have a good chance of killing him. Once the Black Dragon Emperor died, no one could possibly stand a chance against Su Lu. Su Lu did not care about other people. His only concern was leaving this place alive so he could make a comeback. The Lord of Darkness laughed. His opponent had finally run out of patience, making such a huge mistake. I'm sorry, it's easy for me to forget important things. I haven't explained another rule clearly, the Lord of Darkness suddenly spoke. Shouldn't we agree on the rules before the match? Mu Bai asked. That's how it is in your world, but in my world, I will alter the rules according to the situation. After all, many games have exploits and bugs that the game designers overlooked when they were released. They will fix the game with patches to balance the game. Am I right? The Lord of Darkness said. The Lord of Darkness wanted to add more rules. There was nothing they could do to change his mind. He only claimed he was not going to destroy the balance of the game, but he never said he was not going to add more rules. After all, he had arranged the game itself. He still had control over everyone's life. Say it then, but I hope you are not doing it for your own advantage. Mu Bai was familiar with the Lord of Darkness. He knew the Lord of Darkness was a man of his word, at least toward people who did not pose a threat to him. The Queen, the King, Rooks, and Bishops are powerful pieces. If the king was sent into the enemy's lines, even a 3-year-old kid could win the match by using it to kill all the other pieces while avoiding the enemy king. The Lord of Darkness fondled his chin. The Lord of Darkness had ignored something important because he was too focused on the other piece's strengths while he was assigning the pieces. Both the Black Dragon Emperor and Su Lu were too strong compared to the others. Even if their strength was reduced by 30%, the Red Spider Lily Queen and the Saintess of Darkness were still no match for them. It would destroy the balance of the game, thus he had to add a rule to fix it. You are thinking of restraining the kings? Mu Bai asked him quickly. No, the rule won't be targeting a certain piece. How about this? Whenever a piece kills an enemy piece, its strength will be increased by 50%. With that, if we use the pawns wisely and eliminate a few pieces, they will be strong enough to challenge the stronger pieces, the Lord of Darkness said. Mu Bai shook his head and replied, Lord of Darkness, that still isn't fair. The high-level pieces could just eliminate the low-level pieces to keep growing stronger. The game would lose its meaning. Oh, you are right. Do you have a better idea on top of my suggestion? The Lord of Darkness asked. Mu Bai quickly came up with a more reliable rule. The low-level pieces need a fair rule, otherwise, they are basically useless in the game. I suggest that when a piece fights a piece of the same level, the piece that survives will have its strength increase by 50%. If a piece takes out another piece that is higher level than it, the piece would obtain a 200% increase in strength. However, when a piece takes out a piece with a lower level, nothing would change. Chapter 2574. Stumbling into the White Widow. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Lord of Darkness thought about it. It was true that the low-level pieces were not that useful. They did not have any real influence in the outcome of the match. However, a real game of chess was different. Every piece had its uses, including the pawns. They could eat the king if they were in the right positions. However, a normal game of chess was boring. It was more interesting when real fighting was involved. Sure, I like your suggestion. It will make the game more interesting, the Lord of Darkness agreed with a nod. Mu Bai smiled faintly. He had been taken by surprise when the Lord of Darkness said he wanted to add more rules. He thought the ruler of the Dark Plane was going to add a rule that would benefit himself. Either way, no one could stop him from doing what he wanted. To Mu Bai's relief, the Lord of Darkness was an honorable player. He did not act shamelessly or regret his moves, nor did he add some unfair rules. Mo Fan and Mu Bai exchanged glances. Even if Mu Bai did not say anything, Mo Fan knew the new rule had greatly improved Mu Bai's odds of winning the match. The new rule had also added a lot of flexibility to the pieces. There were more unpredictable possibilities about how the match was going to turn out. Mu Bai was also suddenly unable to rely on his old strategies. Staying on defense was meaningless, and the odds of winning with a defensive approach were even lower with the new rule. It was time for them to give it their all. Mo Fan, follow the red spider lily queen to the right side of the board. I want you to grow stronger, Mu Bai told Mo Fan after he roughly figured out a new plan. Got it. Mo Fan nodded. Mo Fan had only voiced his concerns to Mu Bai because he had a feeling Mu Bai was trying to protect him. Mo Fan was grateful for that, but even if he did survive in the end, he would never get over the pain of losing his friends. He could not use the excuse of having tried his best to justify the undesirable outcome. Not only was he going to try his best, he would risk his life and soul to achieve his goal. Hiding behind the others just to survive was never Mo Fan's way. Asheruia, the enemy queen, has her eyes on you. She's going to attack you within 2 rounds. I can only send Sharja to protect you, but she will end up as a defender, meaning that she has to fight the Saintess of Darkness under a restriction that will reduce her strength by 30%, Mu Bai explained the current situation of the match. The Lord of Darkness was not terrible at chess. He was not going to let Asheruia and her Dark Sword Master kill all his pawns in his territory. Either Sharja or Asheruia had to pay for their actions. They were both irreplaceable. Send me to B6, Asheruia told him. B6? Mu Bai was stunned. Mu Bai was well aware of the positions of every piece on the board. He already knew the White Widow was on B6 without having to look at the board. That was the enemy bishop. The Lord of Darkness believed her strength was on par with Mo Fan's. Even though the Lord of Darkness assignments were not perfectly balanced, the difference in strength between the bishops was not going to be huge. Does that affect your plan? Asheruia asked. It does, Mu Bai said. In a good or bad way? Good, it's perfect, but if you die, Mu Bai was hesitant to finish the sentence. Is my death worse than Sharja dying to the enemy queen? Asharuya asked him. Of course not, Mubai replied quickly. Even with Mubai's change of plan, there was a high chance that either Asharuya or Sharja was going to die. The Lord of Darkness was pretty good at the game. He would not let both of them escape to safety. Even if Asharuya died on b6, Mubai would still have the advantage since she had cleared a path for Sharja to charge right into the enemy's territory. Mubai had castled and exchanged the Black Dragon Emperor and Sharja's positions. It was a valid move by the Lord of Darkness rules. Sharja was a rook and could move across the board with ease. If she could swiftly regroup with the Black Dragon Emperor, the two of them could inflict a lot of damage on the enemy. If the enemy queen took out Asharuya, she would be blocking Sharja's path. Mubai would have to waste an extra turn to relocate Sharja. Once Sharja left the piece she was currently on, Mubai's plan would fail. The Black Dragon Emperor would be left alone with zero backup. The Lord of Darkness could easily use the rules of the extra boost of strength to the winning pieces and the 30% strength reduction to take out the Black Dragon Emperor. Once the Black Dragon Emperor was taken out, it meant Mubai had lost the match. Asharuya's next step was crucial to the outcome. Mubai even wished he could take Asharuya's spot and let her be the player, but he was unable to break the rules. Asharuya, Mo Fan was going to say something. Asharuya put on a calm smile and said, I'm happy that you two are doing everything to protect me. I've not felt this way in a very long time, but I don't understand why you think you have to protect me. As a matter of fact, I'm going to protect you too. I, Asharuya, will bring you both out of here alive. Asharuya carried a sword on her back. She was imposing, yet alluring. Her eyes were brimming with determination. The Asharuya Mo Fan knew always had two sides to her. She was cold but seductive, attractive but sacred, casual but elegant. She was like a white Persian cat. She had a natural noble aura, but she still retained her savagery. Attack! Asharuya glided into the White Widow's tile. The White Widow was being attacked, thus her strength had been reduced by 30%. However, the White Widow was a bishop. I forgot to mention another thing, too. Since the Dark Sword Master was trying to help some travelers escape, I have removed the power Asharuya received from the Dark Sword Master as punishment, the Lord of Darkness proclaimed. In other words, Asharuya had already been punished by the Lord of Darkness before she even set foot on the board. It's true that nothing can ever escape your eyes, but don't you worry. It's better to spend my youth somewhere else than being stuck in the Dark Plane forever. I'm sorry that my soul won't belong to you for now, Your Highness Lord of Darkness, Asharuya exclaimed, grinning faintly. The Lord of Darkness did not respond, remaining unmoved with a playful look in his eyes. He was looking forward to the upcoming duel. The White Widow. It was a ghastly ruler-level creature in the Dark Plane. It had the body of a spider, and was able to move nimbly in the air or even hang upside down behind its prey and stare at it for a long time without alerting it. Chapter 2575. Sword and Shadow. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Lord of Darkness suddenly exhaled when Asharuya set foot on the White Widow's tile. The tile that was covered in grass started shaking. Cracks began to appear in the air above the tile. A light hint of blue was added to the green field. It was not obvious at first sight. It was like applying a filter to an image, but Asharuya felt a strange coldness and humidity as she was walking on it. Asharuya looked down and realized she had walked onto a lake. The clear water was almost unnoticeable. She could even see pebbles, seaweed, and colorful sand at the bottom of the waters. She looked up and noticed a few hills rising up from the lake. Asharuya had been to many places in China. Among them, Guilin had left her with a strong impression. The lake and the islands that had appeared out of nowhere were reminding her of Guilin. She felt like she had walked into a dazzling painting. A dazzling woman like you deserves a dazzling battlefield, even if you are going to end up bloody, don't you think? The Lord of Darkness chuckled. He was not just referring to Asharuya. It sounded like the White Widow was a dazzling woman to him, too. The White Widow was walking on the surface of the lake. She was light enough to remain above the surface of the lake. Small ripples were spreading across the lake from the tiny vibrations of the hairs on her legs. Certain creatures had poor vision. They mainly relied on their hearing. A spider normally listened with its legs. The widow's legs were vibrating rapidly while she was moving across the water. The ripples were so tiny that they were barely visible. Asheruia advanced while the White Widow remained still. She was eerily quiet. Thunderclap Shadow. Asheruia had mainly focused on improving her shadow element. She had perfectly merged her magic and her sword mastery. She had further improved it after she awakened her superpower after becoming a super mage. She pointed her sword forward, and a dark bolt of lightning sliced at the White Widow. The White Widow did not show any intention to move away at first, but just as the lightning was about to reach her, she moved sideways and dodged the unexpected lightning bolt. Shadowweave Sword. Shadows in the shape of swords swept across the lake, leaving gaps that took an unnaturally long time to be filled by the water. The White Widow moved nimbly between the slashes. She covered just enough distance to dodge the slashes, despite their numbers and speed. Somehow, she managed to evade them all perfectly. The others were dumbfounded by the sight. Asheruia's attacks were quite powerful. Most enemies would have been shredded by them, yet the White Widow had dodged them perfectly even after her strength was reduced by 30%. It felt like her limbs were able to predict where Asheruia's attacks were coming from in advance. Asheruia was soon covered in sweat. Her attacks were not just for display. Every slash could easily tear through the defense of a ruler-level creature. She had once killed a Dark Sword Master with the same slash when she was fighting the enemy knight. The White Widow's body was still perfectly white. Her skin did not look sturdy, but the outcome of the battle was pretty obvious if Asheruia could not land a single blow on her. The White Widow continued to move agilely across the water, but soon took to the air. Asheruia assumed the creature was walking on invisible spider silk, but her slashes did not hit anything when she aimed them at the air. The White Widow continued to walk toward Asheruia elegantly. The spider's pale head was covered in strange runes. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she had a long tongue. Her human face was on its spider-like body. The White Widow was not very large, her body sized similarly to a human's. Her eyes had remained fixed on Asheruia, even when she was dodging the slashes, never shifting her gaze away. I have to endure terrible pain every time I change my skin. It feels like a scalpel is cutting through my skin, but I don't mind going through the pain if I can have your pretty face. Don't you worry, I won't damage your face. After all, who would want to leave scars on their own face? The White Widow surprisingly spoke a human language. She sounded arrogant and crazy. When she burst out laughing, her spooky voice echoed in everyone's ears. She was planning to claim Asheruia's face. No wonder the Lord of Darkness had referred to her as a dazzling woman. The White Widow was crazy about her beauty, but her way of making herself prettier was by taking someone else's face. There were women among the pawns. They shivered when they heard the White Widow's words. They would rather destroy their own face and body than let a monster claim them. Tilde 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 tilde? The White Widow's piercing laughter was hurting everyone's ears and making their scalps turn numb. There was no prior warning before she began attacking. Most creatures would slightly lean backward or bend their knees when they were attacking, but there was no sign of that when the White Widow began her attack. However, her speed and power were ridiculous. Her movement was followed by a huge blast of wind. Asheruia backed away instinctively, but the White Widow's deadly claws were already within inches of her. Her throat, heart, eyes, and stomach were her vital parts. The people could barely see the White Widow's movement and attacks. Similarly, Asheruia was also moving so quickly that they could only see her shadows as she was dodging the White Widow's claws. The two exchanged countless blows in just a few seconds. Sparks and slashes were flying across the place. In the end, Asheruia distanced herself from the White Widow with blink and withdrew to a hill in the distance. Her shoulders, legs, elbows, and back were covered in wounds. Mo Fan was relieved when he saw the cuts were shallow. Asheruia knew the White Widow's claws were poisonous. She had taken the necessary precautions. "It seems like I must take this more seriously," Asheruia murmured as she checked her wounds. She could still tolerate the minor injuries. It was better than being stabbed and torn apart. Asheruia closed her eyes, as if she did not need to rely on her eyes to see the enemy. The aura of darkness around her suddenly enlarged and spread like a storm while she was standing still. Chapter 2576. Extraordinary Senses. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The White Widow did not want to give Asheruia the chance to catch her breath. She rose into the sky and suddenly vanished into thin air. The surface of the lake was as calm as a mirror, but a strange white shadow suddenly appeared from the water. It was sneaking up to Asheruia from behind like a vengeful spirit, a glittering eye staring at the human above it. The shadow under the water turned out to be the White Widow's reflection. She was falling from the sky out of nowhere. She hung upside down behind Asheruia and swung her claws ferociously at the human. The whole sequence happened very quickly. It only took the White Widow a second to appear out of nowhere and launch her attacks. It was unlikely anyone would see her coming under normal circumstances. Asheruia's body was shredded by the claws. Her body did not scatter across the place in a spray of blood and flesh. It dispersed like a cloud of smoke into the water. The White Widow was shocked. She immediately turned around and fired the poisonous spikes on her back in all directions. Poisonous spikes poured down as rapidly as rain. The whole lake was stirred up by the spikes. Some of the islands were even knocked to pieces. Asheruia was gone like a cloud of dust. The spikes failed to hurt her. The dark smoke floated above the White Widow. A black sword suddenly extended out of it and slashed at the White Widow. The White Widow quickly moved away, but the sword still hit one of her legs. The severed leg sank slowly into the water. The White Widow let out a furious screech. She raised her other front limb. A piercing wind sliced across the lake like an enormous scythe, like it was going to cut Asheruia in half. Asheruia's body did split in half. However, her body was replaced with two black petals as it was falling toward the water. The petals were carried away by the ripples on the lake. A dazzling rose bearing many sharp thorns blossomed under the White Widow's legs. The petals of the rose were all made up of black swords. They were packed together like a gorgeous piece of art, but they were also giving off a menacing aura. Sword Rose. The thrusting swords poked several holes into the White Widow's stomach. Blue blood began pouring out of the wounds. The injured White Widow quickly climbed 100 meters into the air. The hairs on her legs were vibrating madly. It was the Widow's way of sensing her surroundings. Even the slightest breeze could not escape her senses. She was searching for Asheruia. The Widow could no longer predict Asheruia's movements after her aura had grown stronger. Asheruia's movements and attacks had become unpredictable. The White Widow felt humiliated after being hit twice by Asheruia's attacks. She was no longer in the mood to preserve Asheruia's appearance. She had decided to take a more brutal approach. The White Widow closed her eyes, pausing in mid-air. She was surrounded by stationary droplets in the air all about her. Her enemy's movements would turn the droplets into ripples, allowing the White Widow to track her enemy's position. She would also learn the enemy's intentions faster than using the naked eye. That was the reason why Asheruia had so much trouble hitting the White Widow previously. The ripples had shown the White Widow the angles Asheruia's attacks were coming from as she was swinging her sword, hence the White Widow was able to dodge all her attacks perfectly. "I'm going to find you. Nothing can escape from my hearing. Flaws are a part of life sometimes, like Venus, who lost her limbs. She was still considered the prettiest woman in the world, even after she lost her limbs. Therefore, people should be able to accept a woman with a huge hole and a missing heart in her chest, even if her body is a white spider." The White Widow was verbally provoking Asheruia, while conveying her greed for the woman's beauty. The White Widow did not necessarily have to hear Asheruia's movements. Every living creature had a deadly weakness, their heartbeat. The White Widow could pick up the change of a mouse's heartbeat within 5 kilometers. It was easy to miss a creature's heartbeat when it was stable, but the change in its frequency was very obvious. The White Widow just needed to pick up the change of her enemies' heartbeats to track them down. No one had ever escaped from her hearing. No one. There is no way. The White Widow grew anxious. She could not find Asheruia. Somehow, Asheruia was the only exception. A human could remain still and hold their breath, but how could they possibly stop their heart from beating? Where exactly did she go? The White Widow started panicking. She even opened her eyes to search for Asheruia. Her surroundings were empty. The lake was so calm that she could see her reflection perfectly, but there was still no sign of Asheruia. She wondered if her enemy had left the tile. However, no one could possibly break the Lord of Darkness rules. If the human could leave the tile, why would she bother fighting for so long? The White Widow continued searching for Asheruia. She slowly glided down from the sky. Somehow, she no longer felt safe in the air. There was nothing around her, except for her reflection in the water. The White Widow suddenly realized something when she saw her reflection. She desperately swung her front limb along her back. A petite figure nimbly dodged the claw. Asheruia did a backflip before thrusting out. A dazzling shower of swords punched through the White Widow, leaving countless holes in her body. The White Widow cried out in pain, her body shredded by the swords. She finally realized why she had failed to track down Asheruia. The woman was hiding on her back all along. She had been mimicking the widow's heartbeat by tapping her sword. Chapter 2577. Sent to Death. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The White Widow could sense her surroundings through ripples, but that did not include her own body. The White Widow's body was a perfect blind spot. Asheruia hid on her back and waited for the perfect opportunity to stab the spider with her rain of swords. The creature's body fell into the lake. Her human face and half of its body were still intact. She swam to the shore and gave the Lord of Darkness a pleading look. The Lord of Darkness was her only hope. She was hoping the Lord of Darkness would give her another chance, since she had served him for so many years. Either way, it's just a game, the Lord of Darkness spoke up. A smile blossomed on the White Widow's ugly face. Therefore, the characters in the game don't deserve any pity, the Lord of Darkness added. The White Widow's expression immediately shifted. It would have been better if the Lord of Darkness had kept a cold face. The Lord of Darkness had to humiliate the White Widow right before her death. She completely lost her mind in despair. She was going to take Asheruia down with her. Asheruia abruptly stabbed the White Widow through her forehead. The widow's body twitched while her face was full of hatred. However, she still could not escape her death. Asheruia drew out her sword and took a deep breath before looking at the Lord of Darkness. The Lord of Darkness laughed. It seems like I evaluated your strength wrongly. You are more than just a knight, the Lord of Darkness conceded. Asheruia bowed deeply to the Lord of Darkness. She said, "You can't be right all the time. I've always made mistakes. I often regret it as soon as I lift my hand off a piece, but I enjoy the game. Every mistake is helping me realize my shortcomings," the Lord of Darkness said. It was strange to hear a philosophical statement from the Lord of Darkness. The White Widow was dead. Asheruia had taken it down. Mo Fan suddenly recalled the mysterious dark power bursting out of Asheruia's body during the World College tournament when she had faced Mu Ningxue. In the end, she conceded instead of lifting the seal on her terrifying power. Mo Fan had no idea what her secret power was, but he was sure that her abilities and her strength had improved significantly after she became a super mage and awakened her superpower. She was no longer just a mage. She was more like an unpredictable assassin. Asheruia stood beside the Black Dragon Emperor. She turned around and looked at Mo Fan. Mo Fan could see the smug look on her face. Even though she did not open her mouth, he could imagine her saying, "Do you now realize how strong I am?" Mo Fan generously raised his thumb to Asheruia. As expected of the woman who had fought Mu Ningxue to a draw. Mu Ningxue had become a powerful mage, but Asheruia was not to be underestimated either. Lord of Darkness, a lower-level piece has won. I hope you didn't forget the rule, Mu Bai reminded him. Of course, I shall grant her the Spring of Darkness that will temporarily boost her strength, the Lord of Darkness agreed. It would increase Asheruia's strength by 50%, which would give Asheruia a better chance of winning against the enemy knights and bishops. Most importantly, Asheruia had gone from being in a dangerous position to becoming a sharp sword stabbing at the enemy's backline by the Black Dragon Emperor's side. If Mu Bai could move Sharja deeper into the enemy's territory, he might be able to take down the enemy queen. The queen was an important piece in a game of chess. The king's movements were extremely limited, but the queen could move freely across the board. While the pieces on the left side of the board were in a stare down, the red spider lily queen had taken out 3 enemy pieces. Bishop, cross the border and attack the enemy bishop. Mu Bai ordered the European man. The man was a bishop, like Mo Fan. He was on the right side of the board, close to the red spider lily queen. Mu Bai was a better player than the Lord of Darkness. He was not going to waste any of his pieces, nor was he going to send others to death just to save himself. His goal was to save every piece. Mo Fan was still on standby, but he had a feeling Mu Bai was planning to send him after an important enemy piece soon. The European was soon fighting the Crimson Scorpion Medusa. As the defender, the Crimson Scorpion Medusa's strength was reduced by 30%, giving the European an advantage. Unfortunately, the outcome was undesirable. The Lord of Darkness restraints on the defending piece slowly wore away over time. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa managed to buy itself enough time with its petrifying magic and its hypnotizing eyes. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa won the fight in the end. It also grew stronger from the Spring of Darkness. The Lord of Darkness immediately launched his counterattack. He ended up taking out a few of Mu Bai's pieces, including Asheruia's Dark Swordmaster. Asheruia stared at her Dark Swordmaster's dead body expressionlessly. Sacrifices were inevitable in the match. Asheruia did not blame Mu Bai for using her Dark Swordmaster to stop the enemy queen's attack. She directed all her hatred at Su Lu. The crazy man was the one that had dragged all of them into this mess. He deserved to die the most in this battle. Mo Fan, Su Lu is targeting you, Mu Bai told him. Let me fight him fair and square, since running away isn't an option, Mo Fan said. I'm very sorry that not everything goes according to plan, Mu Bai said. Mu Bai moved the only pawn he had left to the tile in front of Mo Fan to block Su Lu's path. The group of 1,000 mags was forced to face Su Lu. Are you crazy? You son of a B****ch. Why did you send us to die? The mags immediately cursed Mu Bai. Su Lu was able to move diagonally. He was amused when he saw Mu Bai using his pawn to protect Mo Fan. It was part of human nature. The mags had completely forgotten who was responsible for dragging them into hell in the first place. However, they would surely remember the person who had taken away their hope. Mu Bai, I never wanted to be a saint. I can choose to run away myself. Mo Fan watched the mags being massacred by Su Lu helplessly. Where there is light, there are always shadows. I always thought I was the light and you were the shadow, but I now realize you are more suitable to be the light, Mu Bai answered. Chapter 2578. Medusa Queen. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mu Bai did not regret his move. He accepted being hated by the people who had died. The middle-aged man who claimed he wanted to save his son in the Black Forest was cursing Mu Bai now. Mu Bai understood his change of heart. Go left diagonally. Mu Bai immediately moved Mo Fan to run away from Su Lu. The tile was empty. There were only the remains of several pieces that had fought there, including the European man who had been a bishop. It was far from a safe place. It would also take away Mu Bai's initiative. However, it was the only way to shake off Su Lu. Sulu could not wait to tear Mo Fan into pieces. If Sulu cornered Mo Fan, he would have no chance of escaping, nor was he going to receive any help. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa hissed and slowly approached Mo Fan. It was obvious that the Lord of Darkness was persisting in trying to kill Mo Fan. He's still going to die no matter how hard you are trying to protect him, the Lord of Darkness promised. Mubai did not say a word back. The tile Mo Fan stood on began to change. It was covered by brown-yellow soil and lots of sharp rocks jutting out. Huge boulders were rising like mountains around him. Sand and dust lingered in the air and occasionally took the shape of yellow dragons soaring into the sky with formidable auras. It was a barren land. Even the things that resembled plants were all made of rocks, sand, and soil, as if everything was made of the same elements. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa crawled across the barren land. Her scorpion body was surprisingly flexible, allowing her to glide forward like a snake even though her body was a scorpion. It looked very strange. I'm sorry that I must forbid one of your contracted summonings. Too bad. The Lord of Darkness looked at Mo Fan thoughtfully and waved his hand. A dark ray of light flew at Mo Fan's forehead like an insect. Mo Fan did not try to dodge it. Even the Black Dragon Emperor and Sulu were treated like mere chess pieces by the Lord of Darkness. It was meaningless for Mo Fan to even struggle against him. It doesn't matter to me. It's true that the fight would be meaningless if I used the contracted summoning, Mo Fan said honestly. Let's begin. Since you are the defender, your strength will be reduced by 30%, the Lord of Darkness said. A black illusionary string fell from the sky and attached to Mo Fan. It did not affect his actions or movements, but it would reduce the strength of every spell he used. Lord of Darkness, do you think I'm no match for him? Did you forget I've already killed a bishop, causing my strength to grow by 50%? Besides, his strength is reduced 30% too. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa was able to speak in a human language. Her face was like a human's, but around 5 times bigger. Mo Fan was in a terrible spot. The European man had died to the Crimson Scorpion Medusa, and since he had been a bishop, the Crimson Scorpion Medusa's strength had increased by 50%. It was as the Crimson Scorpion Medusa said. The battle was already to her favor, especially when she was the attacker. Why was it necessary for the Lord of Darkness to forbid the enemy's contracted summoning? How could his contracted summoning possibly stand a chance against her? The Lord of Darkness smiled. Mo Fan smiled, too. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa was seriously asking for trouble. You may summon your little maid then, the Lord of Darkness conceded. Mo Fan opened the rift of the contract summoning. A gorgeous young woman walked out of the rift. She was dressed in ordinary clothes, but they were enough to highlight her outstanding beauty. Her eyes were sparkling and golden, unlike normal human eyes. She was petite when she stood in front of Mo Fan, but when she lifted her gaze to look at the Crimson Scorpion Medusa, an overwhelming aura froze the barren land in a terrifying manner. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa instantly turned from a proud tyrant to a petty little scorpion. She was trembling in fear. She almost slammed into a rock when she turned around and ran for her life. A Medusa queen! The creatures in the evil temples greatly respected one another's lineage. The ones with a purer lineage would possess the great power of the evil temple. The evil temple was a part of the dark plane, but it existed in the human world. The Medusa queens were obviously the highest rulers of the evil temple. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa could never have guessed that the contracted summoning was going to bring forth a Medusa queen. Third Highness. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa fell to her knees. There was no sign of her proud and aloof manner. She almost buried her head into the sand. You win, you die. You lose, you die, too. Apis stated coldly. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa was left speechless. Just a moment ago, she was relieved that she had another chance to take out an enemy bishop. Her strength would soon be increased by another 50%, thus she might stand a chance against pieces that were higher level than her. She did not expect the situation to turn out like this. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa had an urge to kill herself. If the Medusa Queen had a contract with the young man, the Medusa Queen would definitely kill her for killing the young man. If she lost the battle, she was going to die, too. The Lord of Darkness would never spare the life of a loser in his game of chess. The outcome of the battle would decide their fate. "Are you satisfied now?" the Lord of Darkness asked. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa felt like crying. Why couldn't she control her own mouth? However, there's no need to worry. Since there's a contract between them, once you kill the man, the Medusa Queen will sustain a serious blow to her soul. You have plenty of time to look for a place to hide and enjoy how good it is to be alive until she recovers from her injuries, the Lord of Darkness went on. Please, say no more. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa felt like she had been stabbed in the heart. She had thought the Lord of Darkness would provide her protection, but instead, he was just pointing out the obvious. What difference was it going to make? She was still going to die either way. The Lord of Darkness did not care about the fate of his pieces. His only goal was to win the game. He just needed to give the Crimson Scorpion Medusa a glimpse of hope, and she would know what she was supposed to do. Mo Fan sent the Medusa Queen back to her contracted space. He knew the Lord of Darkness would not allow Apis to be involved in the fight. The Lord of Darkness rules were actually quite simple. He would remove the factors that would severely affect the balance of a battle. However, Mo Fan did not think the Lord of Darkness was omnipotent. At least his evaluation of the strengths of different pieces had not been very accurate so far. Chapter 2579. Crimson Scorpion Lice. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa glared at Mo Fan. She had reclaimed her initial savage and vicious appearance as soon as Apis was gone. She had an idea. She would be free once she won the fight. She would immediately run to the evil temple. She had heard that Uriel and Apis had long fallen out with one another. She would submit herself to Uriel while Apis was still recovering from her injuries. She would be safe once Uriel killed Apis in the end. She did not have to die. She still had a chance to live. The first step was to kill the man before her. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa had an advantage, even though they were both bishops. The more she found herself in a pinch, the fiercer she was. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa threw herself at Mo Fan and stabbed at him with the stinger she had been hiding under her body. The sting flew horizontally like a flickering star. It did not make any noise, nor did it shake the heavens and earth. It was heading straight for Mo Fan's throat from several kilometers away. Mo Fan had been on his guard all along. He had encountered several creatures of her species, and he knew what they were capable of. A silver light wrapped around Mo Fan. It shrank into a tiny dot as the stinger was thrown at him. The point of light vanished, together with Mo Fan. Mo Fan had to use blink. A mage speed was nowhere enough to dodge the scorpion's tail. Mo Fan moved 700 meters away. He saw a hole punched through the rocks behind his initial location. A dark flicker suddenly swept at Mo Fan's head. It was targeting the spot where Mo Fan had landed with blink. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa had already seen through his intentions. She was able to attack twice with her stinger after her strength had temporarily increased by 50% with the Spring of Darkness. Mo Fan leaned backward. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa was grinning confidently, but her expression froze when she noticed Mo Fan's body turning into a black mantle as he fell to the ground. Such a cunning human! The Crimson Scorpion Medusa had stronger senses than a human. Even her reactions were faster. She quickly turned around and swung her claws at a lightning claw that was approaching her. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa did not sustain any damage from the clash. Her claws tore through Mo Fan's lightning spell with ease. The lightning claw turned into a bunch of lightning arcs and scattered across the ground. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa's speed was insane. It felt like her scorpion legs were driven by powerful engines while her body was gliding around like a snake. She was moving around like a shadow. Bang! She pounced at Mo Fan and swung her claws at his head. Mo Fan jumped several dozen meters back. His body slammed into the ground like a javelin falling from a great height. Hillock whale! He slammed his fist on the ground. It immediately cracked apart, and enormous whales emerged from the ground and rammed into the Crimson Scorpion Medusa. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa glided nimbly about and dodged their attacks with unexpected movements. She suddenly jumped onto the stomach of one of the whales and skittered across it. Mo Fan did not expect his enemy to weave through the whales. He stopped running away when he saw the Crimson Scorpion Medusa closing in and raised his right hand. A puff of liquid red fire appeared on his hand. The fire poured down and ignited across his body. Mo Fan was rapidly engulfed in flames, like he had put on burning armor. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa obviously had the advantage in the battle. She was putting Mo Fan under enormous pressure, so he had no choice but to transform into the King of Hell and take out the Crimson Scorpion Medusa with his fiery dragon breath. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa was blasted into the sky by the flames. She had barely recovered her footing when she noticed fiery birds diving at her in great numbers. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa was set ablaze, even with the thick snake scales protecting her. She did not overstay her welcome in the fiery bird's territory, and quickly propelled herself into the distance by rocketing off a jutting stony hill. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa tugged on her hair, which was as stiff and gnarled as the roots of an old tree, dragging it in front of her and fixing it to the ground with one of her legs. After tightening her hair, the Crimson Scorpion Medusa suddenly reached out two hands with eerily long fingers that had appeared out of nowhere, and adept plucked at her hair. Treating her hair like the strings of a harp? Mo Fan had never seen this before. He did not press forward recklessly in case his opponent was using the sound element, which was his greatest weakness. There was no sound. Every time the Crimson Scorpion Medusa plucked her hair, tiny black lice-like insects crawled out of the hair and dug into the ground. Mo Fan was dumbfounded. She was not playing a harp. She was shaking out the lice in the hair. The problem was, were the lice even a threat? Did the Crimson Scorpion Medusa not wash her hair for several hundred years? How are so many lice coming out of her hair? If Mo Fan was going to die, he believed he would die of disgust. Earth Flame! Mo Fan slowly opened his right hand. Lava was flowing out of the gaps between his fingers. The scorching red liquid permeated the ground under his feet. The ground swiftly reddened. The others might not see it, but Mo Fan could feel the ground being filled up by the lice. The soil and rocks under his feet were crawling with lice. Only the thin layer of the surface remained intact. The Crimson Scorpion lice were able to multiply on their own, and were doing so at a shocking rate under the ground. If Mo Fan did not use the Earth Flame to establish a boundary, he would soon find himself inside a nest of lice. The Crimson Scorpion lice were oddly terrifying, and eventually even infested the surface. Even the rocky hills around them had turned into mountains of lice. Mo Fan's Ardent Sunset was supposed to be effective against enemies in great numbers, but the lice were highly resistant to fire after the Crimson Scorpion Medusa was strengthened by the Spring of Darkness. They were multiplying quicker than Mo Fan's flames could devour them. Mo Fan had established a fiery swamp, but it was soon devoured by a black tide in the form of the lice. Mo Fan no longer had a place to stand. The army of Crimson Scorpion lice was following the Crimson Scorpion Medusa's orders. They continued to pile up into a Crimson Scorpion Louse King the size of a mountain. Chapter 2580. Mutual Destruction. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Black lice were falling off the Crimson Scorpion Louse King's body like dead skin. More of them fell out of its mouth whenever it was opened. Mo Fan's scalp tingled when he saw the lice. The waves of lice kept knocking Mo Fan into the air. He could not afford to fight the Crimson Scorpion Louse King directly. He had to admit that the combination of the 30% reduction of his strength and the 50% increase to the Crimson Scorpion Medusa's strength after she killed the European had made the battle extremely difficult. He had to avoid the territory she'd taken over. Mo Fan moved toward the edge of the tile. The barren land that had previously been covered in rocks and sand had turned into a nest of lice. Mo Fan frowned when he noticed the space getting smaller. How did the Crimson Scorpion Medusa store so many lice in her hair? If the lice were able to multiply endlessly through fragmentation, wouldn't the Crimson Scorpion Medusa be carrying an army with her? Mo Fan tried to recall the battle in Bijang. There was a Crimson Scorpion Medusa in the battle between the armies of undead there, but Mo Fan had never seen it use such a powerful ability. Mo Fan used his will to form a defensive wall, but the Crimson Scorpion Lice King simply broke through it with brute force. The Ardent Sunset was supposed to be effective against swarming insects, too, but it was not proving that useful against the lice. Is the Crimson Scorpion Medusa really this powerful? Mo Fan was forced to the edge of the tile. The army of lice was everywhere. Mo Fan could not even see his surroundings. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa stood above the waves of lice, like she was surfing on them. Her eyes were constantly fixed on Mo Fan, as if she was keen to see Mo Fan being smashed into mincemeat by the Crimson Scorpion Lice King. That monster, she could have stayed behind the lice in safety. Her eyes, that's right, she's a Medusa. Mo Fan felt an urge to hit himself on the head. Apis was worried sick in the contracted space. Mo Fan was pretty smart most of the time. How could he screw up in a situation like this? He was going up against a Medusa. Wasn't a Medusa's eyes their strongest ability? Not only were they able to petrify their enemy, they were also good at tricking their enemies with illusions. The Lord of Darkness had forbidden Apis from taking part in the battle. He had also blocked the connection between her and Mo Fan, thus she was unable to warn him of this. Luckily, Mo Fan had realized the truth before it was too late. The Crimson Scorpion Lice King and the fireproof lice that were multiplying endlessly. They were only part of the Crimson Scorpion Medusa's illusion. Her eyes had never left Mo Fan. She was indeed releasing black lice from her hair, but their numbers were nowhere close to what Mo Fan was seeing. The Crimson Scorpion Lice King was only scary when Mo Fan was being tricked by the Crimson Scorpion Medusa's eyes. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa was targeting Mo Fan's mind while sending out her lice. She was going to break down Mo Fan's mind and then take him out with the lice. Mo Fan eventually calmed down. He had already strengthened his will after fighting several Medusae in the past. He did not have trouble waking himself up from the illusion. He just had to find its weak point. Mo Fan stopped moving backward. The Ardent Sunset was spiraling under his feet, but the lice quickly lunged at the flames to put them out. However, Mo Fan did not stop gathering the flames this time. After all, it was just an illusion. The Ardent Sunset was not put out. The enemy had only been stamping out the will to fight in his heart. Mo Fan kept releasing the flames. The furnace burning in his body was receiving endless fuel, filling the area with scorching flames. The Ardent Sunset grew rapidly and swiftly burned the black lice to ashes. It was like a little spark carried by a gust of wind to a dry paddy field. The whole field would be consumed by fire as long as the wind did not put out the embers. The Medusa's eyes were the strong wind that had made Mo Fan believe his fire could not ignite the paddy field. The Ardent Sunset was naturally still effective after Mo Fan broke free from the illusion. The flames were spreading even quicker than he thought. They had already reached the Crimson Scorpion Lice King. The hill-sized Crimson Scorpion Lice King was set aflame. It burned into ashes before it even had a chance to attack Mo Fan. The fire was unstoppable. The lice had now become its fuel. The Ardent Sunset soon spread to the Crimson Scorpion Medusa. Not only did the Crimson Scorpion Medusa's plan fail, it had even provided Mo Fan with a perfect environment. The stronger the fire was, the stronger Mo Fan was in his King of Hell form. On top of that, Mo Fan was basically unkillable in the fire because of the Phoenix Flame. His wounds had healed in mere seconds. He was grateful to the Crimson Scorpion Medusa for providing his flames with the cleanest fuel. Otherwise, he would not have been able to recover from his injuries. Not only did he recover his strength, the fire had made him stronger. On the other hand, the Crimson Scorpion Medusa was now fleeing for her life. She was searching for a spot where the fire was weaker, but Mo Fan had already caught up to her. "There's no way you can beat me." The Crimson Scorpion Medusa lunged at Mo Fan after she realized she had nowhere to go. She had turned herself into a stinger. It was the deadliest attack that she would only use as a last resort. The stinger hidden between her stomach and tail was actually part of her organs. Mo Fan was fearless. He dove at his enemy like a blazing sun and burned everything into ashes. Whoosh! The stinger went right through Mo Fan's chest. At the same time, blazing lava burst out of Mo Fan's chest and sprayed over the Crimson Scorpion Medusa. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa screamed in agony as the lava covered her. Her scales, body, blood, and organs were melting rapidly in the merciless flames. The King of Hell's flames were incredibly powerful. Even the Crimson Scorpion Medusa could not survive them. Sulu burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, well done, she has taken him down with her. It's a satisfactory outcome. It was a pity that he could not kill Mo Fan himself, but he was pleased to see Mo Fan was dead. He would not be here in the first place if Mo Fan had not ruined his plans. Sulu wanted Mo Fan to die the most. Mo Fan's fire had burned the Crimson Scorpion Medusa to death, but the Crimson Scorpion Medusa had also stabbed Mo Fan through the chest with her deadliest move. Chapter 2581. The Strengthened Mo Fan. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan's chest had a hole blown through it. It was unlikely anyone could survive the wound, let alone the deadly poison on the stinger. Sulu was glad Mo Fan was dead. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa was supposed to be stronger with the advantages she had over Mo Fan, who was also a bishop, but Sulu knew the man who had mastered magic fusion was not going to be simple, either. Everything was worth it as long as he was dead. The flames were still burning. The lice were indeed the perfect fuel. The fire had not stopped burning across the tile. It was blazing red, just like a volcanic crater. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa's stinger fell to the ground. It had surprisingly remained intact in the flames. Mo Fan's chest was blown open, but he was still alive. He bent forward and picked up the stinger like it was something valuable. Sulu was baffled. He could not help but think there was something wrong with the man. Why did he still care about the loot when he was about to die? The flames suddenly swayed as a special golden light appeared amid them. The light grew stronger and changed the color of the flames around it. Mo Fan stood in the golden phoenix flame like he was bathing in a healing light. His chest was closing up rapidly. The self-rejuvenating ability of the phoenix flame. Mo Fan had to thank the Crimson Scorpion Medusa's lice for providing him with a perfect bath. He could not have healed up his wounds and come back alive with his own flames. The burning lice were strong enough to activate the Phoenix Flame's ability. The power of the Phoenix Flame. Mo Fan put the Medusa's stinger away and smiled at Sulu. Sulu watched Mo Fan's resurrection with wide eyes. He so wished he could go over and kill him right now. The four-eyed bird, Sulu snarled, realizing something. Sulu was familiar with the totem beasts too, so he recognized the four-eyed bird's power in no time. Why would Mo Fan have a totem beast's ability? Can humans inherit a totem beast's power? How did he do it? The four-eyed bird's ability was definitely one of the strongest among the totem beasts. If a forbidden mage had the ability to be revived, would they even be afraid of the emperors? Disaster! That man is a true disaster. Double innate elements, the demon element, the magic fusion, and the undying flesh of the four-eyed bird. He could already slay a powerful ruler like the Crimson Scorpion Medusa, even though he was only a super mage. If he became a forbidden mage, even the angels would struggle to take him down. The thought gave Sulu a huge fright. He initially thought the Archangel was his greatest enemy. Once he killed Sharja, he would be able to rule over the world, yet it turned out there were even more threats to his ambitions. Sulu had not known the demon element existed before the battle in Dubai City. He had never witnessed Mo Fan's extraordinary strength before, either. The Crimson Scorpion Medusa had died, despite the advantages she had. If the guy reached the peak of the super level with all his elements, he could easily wipe out an army of super mags by himself, without even relying on a forbidden curse. Well done! Mubai raised his thumb at Mo Fan. Mo Fan was as strong as usual. Even the Lord of Darkness had underestimated his strength. The Lord of Darkness had already removed one of Mo Fan's contracted beasts. If Apis was allowed to participate in the fights, he might, even, be able to take on the enemy queen. Lord of Darkness, are you going to give me the Spring of Darkness too? Mo Fan had fully recovered from his injuries. His smile was oddly wild in the dancing flames. Of course, the Lord of Darkness nodded. His face looked calm, but the Lord of Darkness was actually panicking inside. He seemed to have made a terrible mistake. However, he still had to try his best to take out as many enemy pieces as possible. The Spring of Darkness blessing increased Mo Fan's strength by 50%. The Spring of Darkness could strengthen every ability, except for white magic. It was like a booster that would awaken a person's full potential, similar to the blessing element. Naturally enough, the Lord of Darkness's Spring of Darkness was a lot more effective here than the blessing element. After all, the Lord of Darkness was the origin of dark magic. It did not matter which generation the current Lord of Darkness was. He was still the primogenitor of dark magic, ruling over the dark plane whose existence was comparable to the living world. If gods existed, then the Lord of Darkness would be one of them. I feel pretty good. Mo Fan felt energized after being blessed by the Spring of Darkness. It's our turn now. Mu Bai agreed. Mo Fan's strength had already increased by 50%, and he was also the attacker now. He could easily take on anyone as he pleased. I'll leave Sulu's accomplices to you, Mu Bai said to Mo Fan, pointing at the nearest enemy rook. My pleasure, Mo Fan grinned when he saw the skybound mags. Hadn't they tried to hide their filthy crimes by using the skybound cloud battlefield? They were dressed in white robes, had stayed in the Dubai Magician Tower, and were praised and respected by countless people throughout Asia, yet they could no longer distinguish between good and evil. Mo Fan would be amused if any among them dared to claim they were innocent. The skybound mags were merely Sulu's pawns. Mo Fan had not had the chance to purge them in Dubai City. It was time to finish his business from there. Stay calm, we have a numbers advantage. We are the elites among super mags. There's no reason for us to be afraid of one guy, the leader of the skybound mags spoke up. He was the chief of the skybound mags. He had the face of an Asian, but the color of his eyes was not common for an Asian. He was most likely a mixed blood. The chief of the skybound mags was trying his best to motivate the skybound mags. The only problem was that the other skybound mags were not blind. They had seen Mo Fan taking out the experts of the Magic Association and the Crimson Scorpion Medusa just now. Could they really think of him as just a normal mage? Don't panic, his ability to self-rejuvenate requires a natural source of fire or an extremely strong fire. You won't have any problem killing him by restricting his flames. Sulu called out to them. Thank you for your warning, the chief of the skybound mags replied quickly. Rest assured, you all have been with me for a long time. I, Sulu, will lead you and trample everything in our path. Nothing can stop us. Sulu proclaimed. The Lord of Darkness coughed. Sulu immediately felt anxious. How did something like the Lord of Darkness even exist in the world? Chapter 2582. Bound by Winged Kites. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The chief of the skybound mags led the way. He bore a bright golden flower brooch on his chest. The item represented nobility in Dubai City. It was not an exaggeration to think of him as a noble of the desert. He walked slowly toward Mo Fan, and the rest of the skybound mags followed him. They were walking in a certain pattern, obviously preparing a magic formation to face him with. The skybound mags were a team. Unlike most Dubai mags, they had been trained and carried out missions together like a military force. They were usually responsible for missions assigned by the authorities of the Dubai Tower. They were well trained and had impressive teamwork. They had taken out many powerful ruler-level creatures in the desert. They were also all super mags, and were stronger than most high seaters. Most of them had awakened their superpowers, 2. The chief was giving orders. Several wind mags had already taken off, and were lining themselves up like a star constellation. Wind kite buckle. 7 skybound mags with the wind element were hovering in the sky, each with a wind string tied to Mo Fan. Mo Fan tried to break free from the strings. However, the 7 wind mags followed him around constantly. Mo Fan's movements were greatly limited, like a huge kite was hanging on his back. He needed to spend great efforts to overcome the resistance with every step he took. The skybound mags soon returned to the ground. However, the wind strings were still around. They were constantly tugging on Mo Fan to restrain and restrict him. Mo Fan tried many ways, but he could not destroy the kite strings. The skybound mags had some strange abilities, managing to restrain Mo Fan with a strange magic before the fight even began. Crush! The wind mags suddenly sprinted in different directions. Mo Fan looked up and saw the kite strings being pulled in different directions with great force. He had heard of a body being dismembered by 5 horses, but he had never heard of it being done with 7 kites. Mo Fan realized his body could not withstand the great force. He quickly catalyzed the sprouting of the seeds of darkness under his feet. Mo Fan had buried the seeds of darkness as soon as he set foot into the tile. He was planning to let the seeds permeate through the ground longer and establish a zone that he could move freely through, but he could not wait any longer. Walk in the darkness. Mo Fan's body faded away like a phantom. All elemental magic was useless against him in that form. The strings of the kite snapped as the spell tugged at Mo Fan, but he had already broken free from their grasp with his shadow magic. He was now sneaking toward the chief of the skybound mags. The chief of the skybound mags was very quick at completing star palaces. He cast a powerful super spell merely by waving his hand. Catastrophe wave. The waves were ice cold. They could freeze a person's body and smash it into pieces. Unfortunately, Mo Fan's walk in the darkness was still in effect. The catastrophe wave failed to hurt him. Mo Fan split into several shadows as he arrived before the chief of the skybound mags. Each shadow had the same outline as he did. The chief realized he was surrounded. He quickly shouted to the others for help. An ancient bell made of sacred light landed on the chief before the shadows could do anything. Well done, the chief exclaimed, smiling faintly. However, his smile froze as soon as he finished the sentence. There was a shadow behind the light mage who had cast the defensive spell. It instantly sliced the light mage's throat open with its claw. Fresh blood sprayed out from the light mage's throat. He was dying quickly. He fell to the ground while turning around, clutching at his neck. He was trying hard to look behind him and see how the enemy had closed in without alerting him. He saw Mo Fan standing behind him, an eerie shadow hovering above him. The man's eyes bulged with fear. Mo Fan had been targeting him instead of the chief all along. The shadows around the chief were only decoys. Mo Fan knew the enemy force had to have a powerful defensive mage, since he was fighting a proper team of mags. The chief was confident enough to stand at the front. Even without protection from the others, Mo Fan knew he could not guarantee he could kill the chief with a single blow. So, Mo Fan had decided to target the light super mage. To Mo Fan's surprise, a strong power of darkness wrapped around him as he made his move, allowing him to kill the target with a single strike. The elder of the Shadow tribe was hovering behind him as his shadow. It had merged with Mo Fan when he attacked, making his attack unpredictable. The light mage had died without even realizing what had just happened. That's right, I've obtained the Spring of Darkness. Mo Fan was initially confused as to why the elder of the Shadow tribe had appeared so suddenly, but he realized what was going on when he saw the sea of darkness under his feet. Even though he had not had much time to spread the darkness, it was still thick enough to summon the elder of the Shadow tribe because of the power of the Spring of Darkness. Furthermore, the elder of the Shadow tribe was able to use its full strength in the dark plane. It was several times stronger than when Mo Fan had summoned it in the past. You have come just in time. Mo Fan smiled. He had thought the elder of the Shadow tribe was not going to show up because it was afraid of the Lord of Darkness. TSK, 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 the Elder of the Shadow tribe chuckled. If it had shown up early on, it would have broken the Lord of Darkness rules and been punished like Asheruia's Dark Ice Swordmaster. The Dark Ice Swordmaster was not a high-level darkness creature, so it was unfamiliar with the Lord of Darkness and his nature. You did a great job hiding. It seems like my odds of winning have dropped even more. The Lord of Darkness had already seen the Elder of the Shadow tribe, even if it was fighting in the form of Mo Fan's shadow. I won't fight with my full strength, the Elder of the Shadow tribe promised. It sounded like a small child in front of its lord. It's fine, you shouldn't underestimate these human mags if I assigned them as a rook, the Lord of Darkness waved it off. The Elder of the Shadow tribe let out a relieved sigh. It turned out that it did not break the Lord of Darkness rules, since he did not blame it for its actions. It could kill its enemies as it pleased. Chapter 2583. 9 Lightning Dragon Tales. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. What benefits did you receive from the human, the Red Spider Lily Queen suddenly asked the Shadow Tribe Elder. She was standing in shrubs made of red spider lilies. She would only move when she was attacking an enemy. She had remained unmoving and remained silent most of the time, so it was quite a surprise to hear her speak. She was obviously talking to the Elder of the Shadow Tribe, who had a considerable status in the Dark Plane, judging from the Lord of Darkness and the Red Spider Lily Queen's reactions. It was reluctant to intervene with the battle in front of its superior, but it could not afford to be a bystander, either. After all, Mo Fan was going up against a team of super mags. The Elder was the core of Mo Fan's shadow magic. If it did not lend Mo Fan a hand, he would struggle to beat his opponents. I could have a lot of fun, the Elder of the Shadow Tribe answered. It sounded like an old man this time. Then, I guess it's worth it. The Red Spider Lily Queen fell silent again, like the statue of an empress. The Elder of the Shadow Tribe also stopped talking, as if it was worried that its intervention might displease the Lord of Darkness. It did not fight at its own will. It had turned into Mo Fan's shadow to lend him a hand, instead. The aura of darkness continued to spread, making Mo Fan's movements even more unpredictable. He sank into the sea of darkness again when he saw the wind mags trying to bind him with the wind kites. They enjoy hanging the kites on me. I should give them a piece of that, too. Mo Fan grinned when he sensed the power of the Elder of the Shadow Tribe. A dark mist boiled across the entire area. A pitch-black tower emerged from beneath the dark swamp. The tower had a dozen floors. Sinister chains reached out from the ledges of each floor. The chains had long scythes on their ends, which the Elder of the Shadow Tribe often used. The scythes flew out of the tower and chased after the 7 wind mags who were trying to pull the same trick on Mo Fan again. The skybound mags were very agile. They were trying to evade the scythes, but the tower suddenly grew even larger. They found themselves still under the ledges, no matter how quickly they flew away. The chains hooked onto their chests. They stuck to the mags' shadows instead of slicing their chests open. The mags could not leave the reach of the tower. Should we kill them first? Mo Fan spoke to his own shadow. The wind mags among the skybound mags were as slimy as loaches. Even if Mo Fan transformed into the King of Hell, they just had to stay a safe distance away from him. Fighting demon creatures and fighting humans were 2 different things. However, the wind mags were currently bound to the tower. Their souls would sustain a serious blow if they tried to break free from the chains by force. It was up to them to decide their fate, but they had no choice but to fight Mo Fan while the tower was around. Mo Fan was able to control the tower freely. He could even tighten the chains to drag the wind mags closer. The 7 wind mags began to panic. They had tried everything they could, but they still could not break free from the chains. They would not last for more than 5 minutes if they had to fight Mo Fan head-on. Lightning Dragon Tail. Dense lightning intertwined up in the sky and turned into a lightning dragon. The lightning dragon vanished and hid above the clouds. Only its long tail was poking through them. The lightning dragon tail slammed down on the ground and split it in half. The huge ravine was more spectacular than the Lice plateau. The lightning dragon tail was terrifying after Mofan's strength had been increased by 50%. The skybound mage targeted by the lightning dragon tail used everything he could to defend himself. He had even summoned his magic armor. The skybound mage struggled back to his feet in the scorched area. His clothes were ragged and his body was covered in wounds, but the lightning dragon tail had not killed him. He lifted his gaze and glared at Mofan. "Is that all you got?" he shouted defiantly. "Aren't you celebrating a little too early?" Mofan was amused. When were these people going to learn? Were they still not treating him seriously after he had demonstrated magic fusion at the Dubai Tower? Chaos Cross Formation. 9 lightning dragon tails. Mofan waved his other hand and established the Chaos Cross Formation in the sky. Another destructive lightning dragon tail appeared before the lightning flickers that had been left by the first one had even dissipated. Bang! The lightning dragon tail slammed into the ground and deepened the ravine. Lightning arcs spread dazzlingly across the ground, like brilliant writhing snakes. Bang! The third lightning dragon tail landed on the same spot, slamming the proud skybound mage to the ground. Bang! The skybound mage's body was beyond recognition. Bang! His body was already smashed into several segments, but the lightning dragon tails kept going. The rest of the lightning dragon tails were literally lashing a dead body. The Spring of Darkness had boosted Mofan's strength by 50%. His lightning and chaos elements were also stronger with magic fusion. Mofan had no idea where the skybound mage had gotten his attitude from. Was he proud of himself just because he had survived the first lightning dragon tail? Only the skybound mage skin was left on the ground. The other 6 wind mags who were locked down by the tower were terrified. Were any of them able to survive all 9 lightning dragon tails? Don't panic. If we lose, our souls will be stuck forever in the dark plane. Do you think dying is worse than having your souls tortured endlessly in this place? We can beat him if we work together, the chief of the skybound mags cried out. We can't go inside the tower, the wind mag said. Focus on driving the Sea of Darkness away. It will stop him from using his shadow magic, the chief said after thinking quickly. The thought of being tortured for eternity was scarier than death. They were not willing to give up their freedom after they died. Transform the dark magic into some other elements, the chief ordered. What element should we turn it into? A skybound mage behind him promptly asked. Something that will give us an edge. Many of us are fire mags, a skybound mage with a fiery brooch on his chest spoke up. Are you retarded? The chief cursed him instantly. The fire element? They would be pushing themselves toward a furnace if they allowed their enemy to be reborn in fire. Besides, their enemy's fire element was crazy strong, too. The wind element would be our best choice, but our wind mags are currently trapped by the tower. What about the light element? The fire mage asked. The chief shook his head. None of those left were particularly strong with the light element. The water element was their best option, but few of them were water mags, since Dubai was a country of sand. The earth element. Change it into the earth element. Their country had a lot of earth mags since the desert had always been their battlefield. However, Mofan also had the earth element. They were aware of that, but they did not have a choice. They had to transform the energy of the dark swamp into something that was beneficial for them. They did not have many options left if they tried to avoid all 7 of Mofan's elements. Chapter 2584. Excess Power of the Land. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Energy Conversion. Mofan had a similar piece of magic equipment that he had received from Dean Xiao. He did not use it often, but it had always come in handy when it mattered the most. The skybound mags were establishing a magic formation with similar effects, but they were not transforming the energy of the spells that were attacking them. The formation was transforming all the energy within its coverage area. The darkness, flames, and the lightning all turned into rocks after the magic formation was established. The rocks were as dense as certain minerals. Many metals might even break after colliding with them. The magic formation was accumulating and compressing the earth magic. It was not just normal sand and rocks. Mofan's Sea of Darkness was swiftly transformed into a sea of rocks and sand. The rolling sand was as loud as several hundred waterfalls combined. The waves of sand swept forward. The skybound mags were targeting Mofan's tower, trying to rescue their comrades who were trapped beneath it. However, Mofan and the Elder of the Shadow Tribe decisively killed 4 of the wind mags before the tower was knocked to the ground. The waves of sand swept the remaining 3 wind mags away, but it did not matter much, as their souls had sustained severe injuries after the chains were forcibly broken. They were no longer a threat to Mofan. The sand made noises of grass cracking into pieces whenever someone stepped on it. The sand particles were gritty and sharp. They could easily turn into deadly weapons if a strong wind started spinning them around like a sandstorm. Mofan suddenly felt a strong chill running down his spine. His dark vein was throbbing. Mofan turned around and saw a huge hand made of sand heading his way. Mofan turned into a ray of black light and bounced several times to escape the hand. The strange hand was oddly powerful. It had appeared out of nowhere. Mofan would have had a hard time dodging it if the dark vein had not warned him in time. Mofan was constantly forced backward. He realized the skybound mags were not as weak as he thought. Their mastery of magic formations was higher than that of most super mags. TSK, the Elder of the Shadow Tribe chuckled. Mofan was relieved. It seemed like the Elder of the Shadow Tribe was about to do something. Mofan looked at his shadow. He noticed the Elder of the Shadow Tribe was holding a dagger in its hand. To his surprise, it suddenly stabbed Mofan's palm with the dagger. Mofan immediately felt a burning pain from his hand. He was anxious. Was the Elder of the Shadow Tribe trying to show its loyalty to the Lord of Darkness? Why was it attacking him for no reason? Stop wasting time and use your strongest ability. Are you only going to use it after the enemy beats you up badly? You should use it as soon as possible, the Elder of the Shadow Tribe said cunningly. Mofan looked at his palm. Blood was oozing out of the cut. It dripped down onto the sea of sand like a thin red string. Damn it, couldn't it let me do it myself? Other people's servants from the Shadow Tribe could instantly tear the enemy into pieces, like ferocious tigers. Meanwhile, his Elder of the Shadow Tribe had a problem with its mind. The blood continued to drip onto the sand. The whole sea of sand reddened when the blood touched it, as if Mofan's demon blood had not faded away completely. The sand started to give off a strong heat. It felt like a blazing red desert. The earth magic seemed to have found its king, and was gathering rapidly toward Mofan's position. Blood Pact of the Earth. It was the strongest ability of Mofan's heaven-grade Earth Seed. Mofan had used the same ability to injure the Black Dragon Emperor and wake up his soul. It's stronger than usual, too. Mofan was excited when he saw the blood-red sand. The sand wrapped around Mofan and formed a layer of red armor. Even though Mofan did not grow into a giant like he did in his demon form, it was more than enough for him to take out the skybound mags. Blood Pact of the Earth, heavy armored stance. Mofan raised his right hand. The sea of sand became restless again, and formed into a sword in Mofan's hand. He pointed the sword at the sky. The rest of the sand hovered above the tip of the sword like a huge sandstorm. Most importantly, the sandstorm was imbued with fire and lightning. The sandstorm sword was now mixed with Mofan's lightning and fire. He looked like a destructive deity in red armor when he stood atop the red sea of sand. The ground and mountains were already cracking apart, while the sky became dark and gloomy even before he swung the sword. Great land slash! The sandstorm had gathered all the sand up. The fine sand particles had become Mofan's deadly weapon, instead of the skybound mag's tool. The ground ruptured into segments as Mofan slashed forward. The sandstorm shredded the skybound mags who had escaped from the tower in passing. The lightning and fire dealt a serious blow to the rest of the skybound mags who were maintaining the magic formation. The damage was greater than Mo Fan's expectations. He felt like he was still in his demon form. The power of the destructive sword could even match the Black Dragon Emperor's strength. The skybound Mage suffered a humiliating defeat beneath Mo Fan's great land slash. The battle would not have ended so quickly if they had not turned the Sea of Darkness into the Sea of Sand in the first place. Mo Fan was almost unbeatable in his heavy armored stance. He was also holding the same shield with fiery lines on it, so he was not afraid of his enemies' attacks. He bashed the shield down upon the chief of the skybound Mages. The sand immediately sank several dozen meters deep in the shape of the shield. The chief was right in the middle of the sunken ground. His face was covered in blood, and his eyes were filled with fear. It felt like they were doomed to be sacrifices of the battle right from the beginning. The chief of the skybound Mages turned around and looked at Sulu in despair. Sulu remained silent. If they were truly able to do anything they pleased just by following Sulu's orders, why was Sulu currently a prisoner of the Lord of Darkness, turned into a mere chess piece for the Lord's little game? Even the most powerful kingdom would be taken out for its arrogance, let alone Sulu, who was nowhere powerful enough to challenge the entire world. Chapter 2585. Obtaining more power through battles. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan retained his heavy armored stance, while the elder of the Shadow Tribe remained as his shadow. He further abused his destructive fire and lightning, taking out the skybound Mages one by one. In the end, the chief of the skybound Mages fell to the ground, trembling in fear. He hugely regretted his decision of choosing the path of destruction. Why did they not think about the consequences when they decided to follow Sulu? Wouldn't they have ended up in hell, if hell did exist? They had killed everyone who stood against them and might have posed a threat to them. They were supposed to maintain order as the highest magic association in Asia, but they had completely neglected their duties and the law in exchange for personal power. They had now ended up in hell. They had followed Sulu right into hell. Sulu was just another prisoner in hell. The chief of the skybound Mages grabbed a handful of sand and swallowed it before Mo Fan could kill him. The sand was sharper than metallic weapons. He was trying to kill himself, without a doubt. He was paying the price for his own decisions. Mo Fan did not feel sorry for the chief of the skybound Mages, even when he saw that extreme act of repentance. Hadn't he only realized his sins after he lost to a greater power? That simply meant they would have continued their evil deeds as long as Sulu was in charge of the Asia Magic Association. Only they knew how many people they had killed. Feng Julong and the scholars were only a small portion of the victims. Mo Fan turned his attention to Sulu. He was the source of all this evil. He had dragged all of them into the Dark Plane. He thought he could escape using the Tide of Darkness, but Mo Fan had no intention of letting him leave the Dark Plane alive. The only ending he was interested in was keeping Sulu forever in the Dark Plane. "You are granted the Spring of Darkness once again," the Lord of Darkness proclaimed. Mo Fan's strength increased by 50% once again. The only pieces that could threaten Mo Fan now were the enemy queen and king. Mu Bai had more options now that Mo Fan had grown a lot stronger. Mu Bai began to press forward. He sent his rook deep into the enemy lines to take out the remaining hellish curse Cerberus that were blocking Mo Fan and the red spider lily queen's paths. The Lord of Darkness' important pieces were killed before they could make a difference. He was slowly losing all his pieces, except for Sulu, his king, and the Saintess of Darkness, his queen. "Mo Fan, we have to take out the enemy queen to give the Black Dragon Emperor an opening to attack Sulu," Mu Bai told him. The Black Dragon Emperor was equal to Sulu in strength, so the key to winning the game was to make sure the Black Dragon Emperor was the attacker. If they could get rid of the enemy queen, Mu Bai could set things up for the Black Dragon Emperor to challenge Sulu to a duel. It would greatly increase his odds of winning the game. They had to leave Sulu dead in the Dark Plane, while all of them made it out alive. Only one step was left until they achieved their goal. They had to take out the enemy queen. The Saintess of Darkness was stronger than the red spider lily queen, from what Mu Bai had observed. Even if the Red Spider Lily Queen was the attacker and challenged the Saintess of Darkness, the odds of her winning the battle were slim. If the Red Spider Lily Queen lost the battle, the enemy queen's strength would increase by 50%. No one could possibly stand a chance against her. All his efforts and plans would be in vain. But Mu Bai still had the advantage with the pieces he had left. However, it was not a normal game of chess. Every piece was an important life. If Mu Bai had the option to sacrifice some of his pieces, he would have long since won the game. The problem was that Mu Bai was trying to preserve his pieces. He had to at least make sure Asheruya, Sharjah, Mo Fan, and the Black Dragon Emperor were alive at the end of the match. The little advantage he currently had in the match was not enough to guarantee his victory with the extra winning conditions he had set for himself. There's no point moving the pawns anymore. Mu Bai, you should force the other group of skybound mags into a corner. Mo Fan also knew the match had reached a critical phase. I understand what you are trying to achieve, but isn't it a little risky? The Saintess of Darkness is most likely the strongest piece if we exclude Sulu and the Black Dragon Emperor. I have a feeling she's already reached the peak of the super level. She also has the unpredictable power of evil faith, Mu Bai replied. The safest option for him was to force the enemy queen to move closer to the Black Dragon Emperor, and let the Black Dragon Emperor take out the enemy queen. However, it was extremely difficult to make happen. Sulu would be able to take out his pieces if the Black Dragon Emperor did not keep him at bay. The other option was sending the Red Spider Lily Queen after the Saintess of Darkness. If the Red Spider Lily Queen was the attacker, the Saintess of Darkness could only fight with 70% of her strength. If the Red Spider Lily Queen won the fight, Sulu would be at the end of his wits. However, if the Red Spider Lily Queen lost to the enemy queen, the Saintess of Darkness would take out all of Mu Bai's pieces on behalf of Sulu. No one would be able to stop her. It was a risky move. Mu Bai was not willing to bet everything on the Red Spider Lily Queen. I would rather trust myself than believe in others, Mo Fan said. I know. Just be patient. Let's see what their move is, Mu Bai said. Fine. Mo Fan was told to stand by for the time being. The Red Spider Lily Queen started moving closer to the enemy queen, while the Black Dragon Emperor also closed in on the enemy queen by giving up the chance of taking out an enemy piece. The pawns had blocked the Saintess of Darkness' possible escape routes. The Saintess of Darkness was soon surrounded by enemy pieces on three sides. The Lord of Darkness immediately moved the Saintess of Darkness toward his rook. The Red Spider Lily Queen pressed forward and moved to a spot where the enemy rook was within her reach. The Lord of Darkness activated castling, switching the position of the king and the rook. His king and rook had exchanged positions. Mu Bai's pieces that were surrounding the enemy rook were suddenly walking into a trap. Mu Bai did not panic when he saw the Lord of Darkness move. He grinned and moved his pieces away swiftly. Not only did they move away from Sulu and the Saintess of Darkness, they proceeded to surround the enemy rook, too. Sharjah, Mo Fan, it's your turn. It was a diversion. Mu Bai's target was never the Saintess of Darkness. He was targeting the other group of skybound mags. He had to make sure Mo Fan was the one who took out the skybound mags, so that his strength would increase by another 50%. The Lord of Darkness assumed Mu Bai was going to sacrifice the Red Spider Lily Queen so he could send the Black Dragon Emperor after the Saintess of Darkness, but the truth was, Mu Bai was planning to send the man who had never let him down after the Saintess of Darkness instead and guarantee his victory. You are feeding my rooks and bishops to Mo Fan until he's strong enough to fight my queen. The Lord of Darkness finally realized Mu Bai's intentions. Such a brilliant move. His opponent was creating a diversion so Mo Fan would continue to grow stronger by taking out enemy pieces. I would like to recommend you a book, The Art of War, which is attributed to the ancient Chinese military strategist, Sun Tzu, Mu Bai replied formally. The Lord of Darkness might rule the Dark Plane, but he was nowhere as educated as Mu Bai. Chapter 2586. The Evil Saintess. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The other group of skybound mags all had pale faces. The previous group of skybound mags had fought Mo Fan after he had received only a single Spring of Darkness. He had now obtained another Spring of Darkness after defeating the first group. Mo Fan stepped into the tile. He was still the attacker. However, he did not think these skybound mags would have stood a chance against him as a defender when he could only fight with 70% of his strength. The low-level pieces had the advantage of growing stronger by defeating other pieces. It did not matter if the Red Spider Lily Queen was weaker than the Saintess of Darkness. They could just raise a piece until it was strong enough to beat the Saintess of Darkness. The battle did not last very long. Mo Fan had 8 elements and magic fusion. The increase in his strength was rather terrifying. After all, the Spring of Darkness had increased his overall strength, not just one element. The skybound mags lost without any surprises. They did last for a longer time than the first group, as they had learned about Mo Fan's elements and abilities after watching the first battle, but it did not make any difference. It only helped them live a little longer. In the end, they were still food for Mo Fan. "You have obtained the Spring of Darkness for the 3rd time," the Lord of Darkness declared. "Then I guess I should thank you for it," Mo Fan replied. The Lord of Darkness was the origin of the dark magic, thus Mo Fan was simply speaking the truth. The Lord of Darkness grinned. Even though his opponent had set him up multiple times during the game, he was not too fussed about it. As a matter of fact, he was pleased to see different races and species trying their best to survive in the Dark Plane, when all odds were against them. It was the law of survival in the Dark Plane. The key was not trying to please the Lord of Darkness, but to beat the other participants in the games. Next target, the Saintess of Darkness. Sulu would be in deep trouble after they took out the Saintess of Darkness. They would win the match after killing Sulu. It was time to finish it once and for all. Mo Fan had not thought he would have a chance to leave the Dark Plane alive at first, but he could not hope for a better ending if they managed to kill Sulu in the Dark Plane. The other factions would take over the Asia Magic Association after Sulu died. Xiaojing had encountered a lot of resistance when he proposed his strategy of setting up defenses along the coastlines to the Asia Magic Association. Once Sulu was dead, the Asia Magic Association would have to re-evaluate its relationship with the Chinese. Sulu might have dragged them all into hell, but Mo Fan could not wait to kill him here. He just had to defeat the Saintess of Darkness. There was no way Sulu could be allowed to go back to the Asia Magic Association and continue to make trouble. Mo Fan took a deep breath. The Saintess of Darkness drifted across the ground in her fluffy dress. Half of her face was hidden under her cape. Only her tall nose and sharp chin, typical traits of a Westerner, were revealed under the hood. The Lord of Darkness was not stupid. He used his remaining pieces to make sure the Saintess of Darkness was the attacker. That meant Mo Fan's strength would be reduced by 30%. The Saintess of Darkness was the strongest piece in the match, save for the 2 kings. She also had the advantage as the attacker. Mo Fan might have received the Spring of Darkness 3 times, but was it going to make a difference? It was similar to the case of a top-seater. Even though a top-seater was just a super mage, they normally had set half a foot into the forbidden level. Even a group of normal super mags was no match for them. Mo Fan's strength had increased tremendously after receiving the Spring of Darkness 3 times, but was he really strong enough to fight the Saintess of Darkness? The Saintess of Darkness calmly clasped her arms in front of her, like a devout disciple. She did not look as scary as the rumors mentioned. "Do you know what I'm doing?" the Saintess of Darkness asked of him. Her voice was special, like she had received special education from a young age in manners and decorum. "Are you praying?" Mo Fan guessed. I'm praying for you," the Saintess of Darkness, whose name was Yukai, replied. "Do we know each other?" Mo Fan asked. "Nope, but I heard you are the one who killed my 4th child. My first 3 children were like lions in a zoo. The whips and cages have rubbed their natures away. Only he retained his nature, no matter how thick the cages and how sharp the whips were. He was the only one who inherited my will," Yukai answered. "The Cold Prince?" Mo Fan was astounded. The European man had mentioned the Saintess of Darkness was the creator of evil faith. That discovery had greatly broken the Lord of Darkness rules, so he had sent out an army of hellish curse Cerberus to drag her into the Dark Plane. She had mentioned her fourth child out of nowhere. The Cold Prince also had the power of evil faith, so it was easy to relate the two. What wrong did he do when everything he did was trying to rescue his mother from this place? Yukai exclaimed with an eerie and spooky smile. She was dressed like a saintess. Her face and temperament were fitting too, but she was giving off an aura of great evil. The Cold Prince had colluded with Khufu to open a gate to the Dark Plane. Did he do that to rescue his mother? It sounded like the myth of the daughter named Shensuang, trying to slice Huashan Mountain in half just to save her mother. Mo Fan thought the Red Cardinals were a bunch of lunatics whose only goal was to destroy the world, but it seemed they too had things they treasured. I didn't kill him. I would like to know how he died too, Mo Fan admitted. I guess some bitch had him killed to lure out the Supreme Pontiff. She treated my child as her pawn, but you were the one who made it possible, Yukai declared coldly. Are you talking about Salin? Mo Fan was surprised. It sounded like the Saintess of Darkness knew a lot of things, even though she had been imprisoned in the Dark Plane for so many years. Do you think I hate that pitiful woman? The spell of resurrection is unable to bring people who are dragged into the Dark Plane back to life, so how did she rise from her coffin like nothing even happened, the Saintess of Darkness said. She seemed to be talking about a different topic. The Saintess of Darkness was familiar with the things that had happened in the living world, including how Azisha had come back to life. Why was I trapped here, while Azisha was allowed to leave? The Saintess of Darkness mumbled. She was no longer talking to Mo Fan. She was simply murmuring to herself, like she was putting the blame on someone else. Chapter 2587. The Lord of Darkness Identity. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Yukai, you have talked too much today, the Lord of Darkness interrupted Yukai. The Saintess of Darkness suddenly turned around and looked at the Lord of Darkness. Do you feel scared, too? I have no fear, the Lord of Darkness refuted her. But you don't want me to tell these people who are about to leave the Dark Plane certain things. You never want the world to know your ambitions, even when countless people are still praying to you and grieving over your death, the Saintess of Darkness said. She seemed to be accusing the Lord of Darkness. Your words won't reach my inner being. I'm just a chess player, the Lord of Darkness said calmly. You have countless clones, each representing a part of your nature. You might be able to control your clones in the living world, but the rest of them are galloping everywhere in the Dark Plane like wild horses, the Saintess of Darkness rebuked him. Mo Fan was utterly confused. The Saintess of Darkness was probably not in her right mind. She had been treating Mo Fan like an enemy because of what had happened to the Cold Prince just a moment ago, but she was now accusing the Lord of Darkness as if she was familiar with him. The Saintess of Darkness suddenly pointed at Su Lu. That guy is an ambitious zealot who thinks he can rule over everything. Su Lu frowned. What is the mad woman doing? Just hurry up and kill Mo Fan so I can leave the Dark Plane. Why is she talking nonsense? But compared to you, he's just like a 3-year-old. His ambition, conspiracy, and wisdom are nothing compared to you, the Saintess of Darkness went on. Su Lu's face darkened. Did she just say he was like a 3-year-old? He was the chairman of the Asia Magic Association. He had even subdued the Black Dragon Emperor. Once he left this place, he would defeat the sacred city and its angels to take over the world. Madam, can you please give me a name? Mo Fan asked impatiently. The woman had said so much to accuse the Lord of Darkness. She even claimed Su Lu's ambition was naive. Who exactly was she comparing Su Lu to? The Supreme Pontiff? Azisha? Salin? Or was it someone who had remained in the dark while controlling their world, like the Lord of Darkness who was controlling the match while staying hidden under his robe? She should just give them a name. Wen Tai. Wen Tai. His name is Wen Tai. The Saintess of Darkness surprisingly agreed to his request and gave Mo Fan a name. She even repeated the name thrice, each louder than the previous time. She even dragged her tone during the third time, uttering it in a trembling voice. Wen Tai? Holy Saint Wen Tai? What about him? Wasn't he already dead and dragged to the deepest part of the dark plane where no one could ever see him? He was exiled to a vast and empty dark cage. Sulu burst out laughing. Why do you bother comparing me with a man who couldn't even save himself? He thought the woman was going to say a name that would baffle him. He thought she was going to reveal a great secret, but she was merely referring to Wen Tai in the end. Wen Tai could not even outsmart his own sister Azisha. He was dragged into hell in the end. His wife went mad and was killing innocent people while searching for his murderers. His daughter almost became a sacrifice to Azisha's resurrection. She was almost sent to hell too. How could a failure like him be comparable to the chairman of the Asia Magic Association? He only had an undeserved reputation. It was hilarious that the woman had compared him to Wen Tai. What are you laughing at? The Saintess of Darkness asked Sulu coldly. I'm still alive at least. What about him? You should just die. I can kill them all by myself, Sulu said. Ha 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 ha, Yukai burst out laughing. Her body even leaned backward because she was laughing too hard. I thought you were impressive, but you are just a mad woman, Sulu scoffed. You idiots. In the end, you still have no idea who's trying to take away your freedom, even after you are dead. How stupid can you all be, the Saintess of Darkness said. Asheria seemed to realize something. She stared at the Lord of Darkness. The Lord of Darkness stayed as silent as a dark icy mountain. She could not sense any emotions from him. The one who's controlling your lives and trying to trap your souls is the same person who's worshipped as a saint in your world. The old Lord of Darkness has already retired from the scene. A man who tricked the whole world has come to the dark plane to rule over it. You all thought he was willing to accept the terrible punishment, like Jesus who died willingly just to awaken the world's conscience, but do you really know his real ambition? He did not even bother to rule over the living world. His ambition was to rule over the dark plane, which is countless times stronger than the living world. People's mourning and worship have given him the power to rule over the dark plane. He was not dragged into the dark plane by force. He opened the gate to the dark plane himself. The fight between me and Azisha was only part of his conspiracy. The more heartless and cold-blooded Azisha became, the more she set off his nobility. He resurrected Azisha so she would continue to mess up the living world. He has earned the respect of the whole world, but it was not enough to satisfy him. Now, he has achieved his goal of ruling over the dark plane. He has made you idiots into chess pieces to entertain himself. Think about it. If he can make you travelers into his chess pieces, why couldn't he control the demon creatures of your world, too? Why couldn't he turn your world into hell, too? Wouldn't he become the ruler of both planes? How stupid are all of you? How stupid are all of you? How stupid are all of you? Yukai yelled frantically, like she was venting all the hatred and grudges in her heart. When she was still a saintess and had the upper hand over Azisha, when Tai had been hiding and watching them fight. He had ended up becoming the holy saint. After coming to the dark plane, she had done everything to gain power through the evil faith. In the end, all her efforts had benefited someone else. She could not escape the man's control, no matter where she went. She had even ended up as a mere chess piece, just to entertain one of his clones. Why would she be afraid of being tortured endlessly after everything she had been through? Mo Fan and Asheria were stunned. Was the Lord of Darkness Wen Tai? Wen Tai was the Lord of Darkness? Was the Saintess of Darkness telling the truth? Chapter 2588. Thank you for sparing my life. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Some things did not make any sense. The Lord of Darkness was able to set up the game of chess, so he could just kill them with a single thought. However, the Saintess of Darkness was hoping someone could make it out alive and tell the world the truth. If the Lord of Darkness wanted her to be silent, would she be able to speak? Unless the Lord of Darkness did not really care what she was saying, or perhaps what she said was not the truth. Mo Fan looked at Asheruia. She obviously had the strongest reaction. Wen Tai was her father. If the Saintess of Darkness was telling the truth, wouldn't that mean the Lord of Darkness was? Asheruia looked at the Lord of Darkness and asked in disbelief, is what she said real? For now, I'm just a chess player, the Lord of Darkness answered simply. Sulu pointed at the Lord of Darkness and asked fiercely, you want to rule over both planes? Is it true that you want to rule over both worlds? He kept repeating the sentence, as if it was an unrealistic ambition. Ruling over 2 planes. Sulu was the chairman of the Asia Magic Association. His ambition was to rule over the Magic Association of the other 4 continents and their countries. However, it would only make him the king of humans. There were many powerful kingdoms of demon creatures. A single kingdom in the Pacific Ocean could already destroy multiple human cities with tsunamis and take away 70% of their land. The sea monsters in the Pacific Ocean were not even the strongest threat. The South Pole Emperor, Sahara Desert Emperor, Kunlun Emperor, and the other emperors in the Amazon, the Atlantic Ocean, the Alps, and many other places could also wipe out the human race with their kingdoms. It was almost impossible to rule over the living world. On the other hand, the Dark Plane was bigger and more complicated than the living world, and yet the Lord of Darkness was its one and only king. It was exactly what Archangel Michael of the Sacred City was wary of. Several thousand years from now, darkness would infiltrate their world and devour all light. There would be darkness everywhere. The darkness creatures would invade their land and claim their world. He was obliged to kill the king of the undead Zhong Kong to protect his world. It was not just an unfounded story. It was a prophecy that had spread among the authorities of the Magic Association. There was also a prophecy related to the rise of the sea level. Thousands of years from now, darkness would linger in their world. Multitudes of darkness creatures would appear, reproduce, and evolve to spread across their world like vegetation. When that happened, even the last territory of the humans would be taken away. Therefore, it was possible for the Lord of Darkness to rule over the 2 planes. Sulu acted like he had just been struck by lightning. Imagine the Lord of Darkness conspiring to rule over the living world. If the Saintess of Darkness was telling the truth, Wen Tai was definitely the scariest conspirator in the world. No one was aware of his ambition. The people even thought of him as a saint. He had become the god of the Dark Plane and asserted control over everything. A human life was brief, since they would only live for around 100 years. However, there was endless time for those who had died. The Lord of Darkness would rule over both the living and the dead. It was obvious whose achievement was more impressive between Sulu and the Lord of Darkness. Wen Tai could have easily waged a war to justify himself, but he had chosen to accept his fate instead. It was the reason why he was victorious, even though he had chosen not to put up a fight. Sulu believed the Saintess of Darkness. He trusted what she had said. It was the only way to explain Wen Tai's decision. The Black Dragon Emperor was once Holy Saint Wen Tai's guardian. If Wen Tai did not want to die, who could possibly have hurt him? He had chosen death to pursue greater power in the Dark Plane. It was his true ambition, conspiracy, and plot. The Saintess of Darkness was right that Sulu was like a 3-year-old in comparison. What a letdown, the Lord of Darkness sighed. They should have just focused on the match. No one wanted their opponent going easy on them because of who they were. It would only make the game boring and dull. The Lord of Darkness was enjoying the game, but someone had to ruin his fun. However, he could not help it. After all, it was only a game of chess. They were not fighting a real war. So, Yukai, are you going to forfeit? Your enemy has obtained the Spring of Darkness thrice. He's the one who took your son to the Holy Judgment Court. Are you seriously going to let him win and help him escape the Dark Plane, just so he brings back the secret that Wen Tai has become the Lord of Darkness to the world, and reveal my true identity? The Lord of Darkness asked. I can pretend I didn't hear a single word, nor am I going to spread the news to the public. After all, I would rather stay alive if it means keeping some secrets with me forever, Mo Fan shrugged. He was surprised, but his current priority was to stay alive. As for the question of whether Wen Tai was the Lord of Darkness or not, even if he was, Mo Fan could easily tell from how much he was enjoying the brutal game of chess now that he was no longer the Holy Saint. The Lord of Darkness pointed at Mo Fan and smiled. "Very well, I like your thinking. You just have to stick to your role and do what you are supposed to do. So, are you Wen Tai?" Mo Fan asked. "Your country believes there are 10 kings in hell, but when it comes to the one who controls life and death, people would only mention Yama." "Why is that?" the Lord of Darkness asked him. "Maybe Yama is the most reputable among them. The Dark Plane is the same. There might be more than one king. People only call him the Lord of Darkness because he's the strongest and the most reputable among the kings. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not Wen Tai. If Wen Tai has the ambition to rule over 2 planes, why would he have time to waste on playing chess here?" The Lord of Darkness slowly revealed his face. Asheruia was staring closely at the Lord of Darkness, but soon calmed her thoughts and feelings. He was not Wen Tai, nor was he her father. He was one of the gods in the Dark Plane. Apparently, there was more than one king in the Dark Plane. Perhaps there was only one Lord of Darkness with countless clones, each representing a personality of the Lord of Darkness, yet that still did not make him Wen Tai. "All right, the time for chit-chat has ended. Can you show me an exciting match with your life at stake?" the Lord of Darkness asked. "As you wish." Mo Fan smiled. Whether it was a conspiracy, politics, or Wen Tai was truly the greatest conspirer in the world, it had nothing to do with him. His only goal was to make it out alive. If Mo Fan managed to leave the Dark Plane in one piece, he would not mind burning incense sticks for his father-in-law and thanking him for sparing his life. Chapter 2589. The Evil Sorceress. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. If you don't want to say it, I will say it. Some people don't deserve their reputation, and some people don't deserve to be forgotten, the Saintess of Darkness exclaimed coldly. Mo Fan could feel the Saintess of Darkness' murderous intent. It was strong, like a shark eyeing its prey. It would soon dash out of the waves and bite him in half. Mo Fan knew the battle was not going to end with just a few sentences. Some people might justify their actions proudly, but in the end everything they did was only for their own interest and benefits. Greed was like a seal that had been forever imprinted on the Saintess of Darkness' soul. Otherwise, why would she have ended up in the Dark Plane, even if she lost the election? Mo Fan had grown stronger after receiving the 3rd Spring of Darkness. He could establish a thick wall with his will with a single stare. It blocked the Saintess of Darkness' icy tsunami. The Saintess of Darkness began to transform. She still had the power of evil faith. The disdain, hatred, and grudges that others held against her were a source of power. She took off the sacred robe and revealed her skin, which was now covered in tattoos. A pair of horns emerged from her forehead and extended above her head. A dark red tail burst out of her dress. A strange darkness spread like pollen as the tail waved back and forth, making her look like a filthy lizard spreading its poison across the area. The horns and tail had turned the woman into a monster with very thick dark skin. The Saintess of Darkness transformation was similar to the Cold Prince, but her horns and tails were obviously bigger and stronger. Her horns were surprisingly massive. They almost reached the dark clouds hanging above her. Red sparks were flickering in the clouds. The Saintess of Darkness suddenly swung her head and smashed her horns at Mo Fan, dealing a destructive blow to the ground. The sparkles of red light had scattered across the ground like thorns and chains in order to limit Mo Fan's movements and prevent him from dodging the horns. Even though Mo Fan had received the Spring of Darkness thrice, he was still under enormous pressure against the Saintess of Darkness' evil power. She was almost as strong as a supreme ruler like the Sea Skeleton King. Mo Fan glanced at the black string on his head, noting that it was slowly fading away. The Saintess of Darkness had not only told everyone a huge secret, she had also brought Mo Fan a lot of time. The Saintess of Darkness was the attacker, meaning that Mo Fan's strength was reduced by 30%. That was crucial to the outcome of the battle. But the restriction to his strength would be reduced over time. The string that was fading away was clear proof. After a certain amount of time, Mo Fan would be able to fight with his full strength. It was unnecessary for Mo Fan to fight the Saintess of Darkness head-on for now, especially after seeing how strong she was. He decided to drag the battle out until the restriction was gone. Mo Fan snapped his fingers several times. Each snap produced a ripple that spread out like a silver net, catching the red sparks and relocating them. Mo Fan's movements were no longer limited after getting rid of the red sparks. He began moving from one spot to the other like a ray of light. The tile was bigger than it looked. Mo Fan quickly left the Saintess of Darkness site after casting only a few blinks. The massive horns left huge gashes on the ground, but Mo Fan was no longer there. The Spring of Darkness had also improved Mo Fan's space magic. He could even set up a few space star constellations and quickly step into the next space tunnel after leaving the previous one. He felt like he had become an experienced mage who had mastered space magic, now able to move across the tile freely. His opponent had no way of telling where he was going to appear next. Space Compass, Axis of Death. Mo Fan was not just running all the time. He was also looking for a chance to attack. He connected the portals he used to travel around the tile rapidly into a compass. Its red axis slashed at the Saintess of Darkness' neck fiercely. The Saintess of Darkness had remained in one place throughout the process. The axis of death sliced through her neck in the blink of an eye. It was the super spell of the space element, the axis of death. Mo Fan had never had the time to practice it after his space element had reached the super level. However, the boost from the Spring of Darkness had allowed him to cast the difficult spell with ease. The axis of death was even stronger than the holy essence spells of the light element. However, the damage of a space spell was based on the mage's mental strength. Mo Fan's mental state was quite strong right now. The axis of death successfully penetrated the Saintess of Darkness' neck. Yet, there was no blood pouring out of the Saintess of Darkness' throat. The Saintess of Darkness was still able to turn her head, and simply glared at Mo Fan. She was not dead. Her neck was not her weakness. Mo Fan had never thought that a single super space spell would be enough to defeat the monster. He continued to keep a safe distance from his enemy and probe her. He was also waiting for the black string to vanish completely. Mo Fan, the evil faith is continuously supplying her with energy, like the red strings you encountered before. You must sever the connection between her and her believers, Mu Bai informed him. Are the red strings similar to the red demon's power? Mo Fan asked quickly. Sort of, but they are different. Look closely and find the red strings around her. They should be floating about her like spirits, Mu Bai told him. Mo Fan had no idea where Mu Bai had learned all of that, but he followed Mu Bai's instructions and studied the Saintess of Darkness closely. Mo Fan soon discovered strange flickers dancing around the Saintess of Darkness every time she used her power. They were supplying her with energy, just as Mu Bai had mentioned. The red strings had to be connected to something. What would it be? Mo Fan looked up as he followed the strings. He soon discovered a huge group of spirits hovering above the Saintess of Darkness like a dark cloud. Their faces were filled with anger and hatred. The Saintess of Darkness looked like a woman who was selling balloons at a festival. She was tugging at strings which were attached to a huge bundle of balloons. However, the strings extending up to the heads and faces on one end were actually attached to her back. Chapter 2590. Real Dragon Breath. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I see them. Mo Fan exclaimed. Mo Fan was not in a rush. After all, the restraint from the Lord of Darkness's rules was still around. He just needed to drag the battle on for a little longer to unleash his full strength. The Saintess of Darkness had a twisted face. Not only was she showing her strong hatred for Mo Fan, she also bore a strong hatred toward the entire world. It was not exaggerating to call her a madwoman. It was completely unnecessary for Mo Fan to face her while she was recklessly destroying everything. The black string attached to Mo Fan finally disappeared. The Lord of Darkness sneered. He felt sorry for the Saintess of Darkness' idiocy. He had held a chance to win the match. He could have made a comeback with just his queen and king. However, the chance that was even slimmer now, by the looks of it. I'm going to cut off the strings first. Mo Fan was ridiculously fast. He could now cast Blink 4 times in 1 second. Each blink would send him around 800 meters away. If he had more time to channel the spells, he could easily have traveled over 2 kilometers with each blink. He zipped around swiftly, like a beam of irregular light. The Elder of the Shadow Tribe's aura grew stronger, too. It took the shape of a massive mace behind Mo Fan. The mace slammed heavily into the red faces in the sky. They shattered into pieces, like masks made out of clay. The Saintess of Darkness lost a portion of her power every time a face was smashed to pieces. Her body began shrinking, gradually losing the armor, claws, and horns the evil faith had granted her. Mo Fan took his time. The Saintess of Darkness had completely lost her mind. He could not afford to rush it when fighting an enemy like her. Mo Fan eventually destroyed all the faces, but the Saintess of Darkness found an opportunity to lunge at Mo Fan. She swung her claws at Mo Fan's belly. She was going to pull his intestines out. Lightning seals suddenly surfaced on Mo Fan's body, like armor made out of lightning, standing between Mo Fan and the Saintess of Darkness. The lightning exploded, knocking both Mo Fan and the Saintess of Darkness away and sending them flying. Mo Fan rose to his feet after dodging the attack. He stared at the Saintess of Darkness coldly. Hell is the best place for a lunatic like you, who thinks the whole world is as filthy as yourself. Lightning and fire appeared simultaneously between Mo Fan's fingers. The purple lightning and red fire fell off Mo Fan's fingers like leaves of 2 different colors. They triggered a huge explosion as flames forming the feathers of a giant phoenix surged wildly. The lightning coiled into huge pillars, forming the bodies of dragons. The lightning dragons and fiery phoenix dived forward. The purple lightning and red fire clashed and triggered a mighty explosion. The explosion turned everything within its radius into ashes. The Saintess of Darkness struggled fiercely as her skin melted away. The bright light lit up her face, which was now looking quite pained. Shadow fiends, 1,000 spears. Dark spears emerged from the ground even before the lightning and fire had dissipated. They stabbed the Saintess of Darkness in her soul, torturing her with the worst pain. The Saintess of Darkness' body burned into a dried corpse, even as her soul was tortured by the shadowy spears. She gradually turned from an evil monster to a hunchbacked old woman. Mo Fan did not feel sorry for her. He cast another spell of the Chaos element. It ignored the Saintess of Darkness' defenses and rent her into 2 halves. The Saintess of Darkness did not cry out in pain. She was crawling on the ground like a vengeful spirit. Phoenix Flame. Mo Fan summoned a huge fireball from the sky and burned the Saintess of Darkness into ashes. Evil faith? That evil magic was even worse than the Black Vatican sorcery that turned humans into dark beast monsters. The Saintess of Darkness kept claiming she was being used like a pawn. However, she was the one who had invented the evil faith. She had also raised the Cold Prince. The evil faith was not supposed to exist in the world. It was better for the Saintess of Darkness to perish, preventing her from seducing more people into learning the evil faith and abusing its power while she was serving her sentence in the Dark Plane. It's getting boring. The Lord of Darkness was clearly unsatisfied with the outcome. However, the Lord of Darkness had to admit that he did not expect his opponent's move of having Mo Fan grow strong enough with the Spring of Darkness to take out the Lord of Darkness Queen. After all, if Mo Fan had not received the Spring of Darkness, there was no way he could have beaten the Saintess of Darkness. Only one more step left. Mu Bai smiled. You have won. You and your friends may leave now, the Lord of Darkness said. Sulu was enraged when he heard the words. What did he mean? The battle between him and the Black Dragon Emperor had not even taken place. How could the Lord of Darkness forfeit the match? Are you looking down on me? Sulu asked. I don't think you are that stupid to realize you have little chance of beating the Black Dragon Emperor, the Lord of Darkness said. I will dig out its heart, liver, and lungs. Su Lu swore fervently. Then I look forward to your performance. The Lord of Darkness did not have high hopes for Su Lu. The Black Dragon Emperor was covered in scorching blood, looking like a black mountain. Its burning blood was flowing down its body like streams of lava. It was almost felt like an erupting black volcano. Su Lu was the defender, so his strength was reduced by 30%. The Black Tide had dragged a lot of people into the Dark Plane. The spell had consumed a huge portion of Su Lu's mental strength. He was also severely injured after the contract between him and the Black Dragon Emperor was forcibly terminated. The Black Dragon Emperor did not care if Su Lu was ready to use some other strange magic. The Lord of Darkness game had given him the perfect opportunity to take his revenge. Su Lu could no longer escape, nor did he have any backup. In order to defeat the Black Dragon Emperor, Su Lu had used an evil spell to destroy the Black Dragon Emperor's throat, preventing him from using his dragon breath. The flame the Black Dragon Emperor had spat out when he was fighting Mo Fan was only a small fireball he had stored inside his stomach. It was not the real breath of a dragon. The Black Dragon Emperor lifted his head. The real dragon breath was burning in his throat. The heat almost broke through the barrier around the tile and burned the others nearby. The poison in the Black Dragon Emperor's throat spread rapidly. However, the Black Dragon Emperor insisted on giving Su Lu a taste of his dragon breath, despite the risk of destroying his throat. Chapter 2591. Seeing the Light Again. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The true dragon breath was countless times stronger than the Black Dragon Emperor's saliva. It was not corrosive, nor was it breathing out fire. It was a destructive energy that only a real dragon possessed. It was like fire, but it could freeze everything within 1,000 miles. It was like poison, but it was clean and pure. The dragon's neck burst open, as if the dragon breath was going to burn right through it. However, the Black Dragon Emperor still persisted in using his dragon breath. Everything caught by his breath would perish into nothingness. Su Lu could feel the Black Dragon Emperor's wrath from that breath. He had made a smart move by disabling the Black Dragon Emperor's strongest ability. He was overwhelmed by fear when he saw the Black Dragon Emperor trying to use the dragon breath, even though the dragon might end up killing himself too. Did Su Lu really think he could subdue a real dragon? When would humans ever obtain a power on par with a real dragon's breath? Su Lu almost died to the first dragon breath. A green light was circling him. It seemed to be an outstanding magical artifact that was healing him from the spring of life. However, the power of the dragon breath continued to burn him. A real dragon's breath would never dissipate. The Black Dragon Emperor was also struggling to put out the flame in his throat after using his dragon breath. The dragon breath was killing Su Lu, but it was also slowly taking away the Black Dragon Emperor's life. It seemed like the Black Dragon Emperor did not want to give Su Lu any chance of living. He was trying to kill Su Lu at all costs. He was about to use his dragon breath again. The Black Dragon Emperor's neck had already split open. Both the dragon breath and the poison that had filled his throat were leaking out of the gash. Ashuria's eyes reddened when she saw the Black Dragon Emperor's crazy move. The Black Dragon Emperor was going to kill himself. However, the Black Dragon Emperor did not regret it if he could destroy Su Lu. Stop, stop it! You stupid dragon! Su Lu was enraged. His body had just healed a little, but he would surely die to the next wave of dragon breath. Su Lu was already at the brink of death. The dragon breath was far scarier than a forbidden curse. The deadly flames lingering in the area were slowly taking away his life. Su Lu had prepared some tricks to drag on the battle. Once the restraint was gone, he had a chance to win the duel. He did not expect the Black Dragon Emperor to be so reckless. The Black Dragon Emperor was not going to stop, even if he was going to kill himself. The Black Dragon Emperor unleashed his third dragon breath. The whole tile was already on the verge of collapsing. The dragon breath spread out like a black sea of flames. The Black Dragon Emperor's power had already surpassed the limit of the barrier. Su Lu stood in the sea of flames. He was struggling fiercely while cursing at the top of his lungs, but he stopped making sounds as time went by. His body also stopped moving. The green glowing magical artifact that had been healing him was destroyed by the dragon breath. Sulu had turned into a charred corpse. He was not willing to fall to the ground, and remained standing after he died. His eyes were gone. Only a black skull with a terrified expression on it remained. The Black Dragon Emperor had also reached his limit after using the dragon breath 3 times. The dragon breath surged into his throat uncontrollably. It was burning his stomach and organs. His body swayed like he was going to collapse at any second. Asheria looked at the Black Dragon Emperor. Her eyes were full of tears, but she could not say a word. The Black Dragon Emperor had managed to kill Sulu, but he was also on the brink of death too. The last black dragon in the world would soon be gone. Go, you no longer have to suffer. Go to the Thousand Cliff Dragon Mausoleum and find your people. You don't have to wait anymore. You won't be alone anymore. It will bring you happiness, Asheria murmured, like she was bidding farewell to the Black Dragon Emperor. The Black Dragon Emperor did not put up any struggle. He laid down as his own dragon breath slowly burned him into ashes. He died a peaceful death, as if he had gone back to his den to sleep. The Black Dragon Emperor was covered in wounds, and his soul was damaged. He stared at Mo Fan, Asheria, Mu Bai, and Sharja as he was consumed by the black flames. He seemed to be conveying his gratitude to them for giving him a chance to die a noble death. He was no longer an evil dragon who had lost his mind and pride after he was enslaved by Sulu. The Black Dragon Emperor was gradually reduced to a huge skeleton. Those bones soon crumbled and scattered across the ground, still covered in the inextinguishable dragon breath. The Lord of Darkness had already left. He was not very satisfied with the outcome. However, the Lord of Darkness kept his promise. A corridor had appeared at the end of the chessboard. It was the way out of the Dark Plane. Mo Fan gave Asheria a hand while she was still grieving, helping her towards the corridor. The others followed them. Mo Fan, Asheria, and Sharja were soon lost in the crowd. Some of the people were pawns who had survived. Some were the prisoners who had been trapped in the Black Forest. The Lord of Darkness had indeed released them. The corridor was quite crowded, but everyone's face was filled with joy, as they were able to see the light again. Mo Fan was completely worn out after the battle. He found himself on the shore of the Red Sea after he reached the end of the spatial corridor. The light of the setting sun was shining upon the sea. The sea breeze was cool and relaxing. Mo Fan took a deep breath, trying to cleanse the filth from his lungs. It was a long and dark journey, Mo Fan found himself saying. We did stay in the Dark Plane for a long time, Sharja said with a serious face, looking at the sunset. It was just a metaphor, Mo Fan half laughed. Some dreams felt like centuries had passed after one woke up. They had only spent around 8 days in the Dark Plane. It does feel like we were gone for a long time, Asheria said after noticing something. It has been a year. Yeah, roughly a year. The two women sounded quite confident. Mo Fan was utterly confused. He looked at the sunset, but the sun had already sunk below the horizon. You're kidding. It's only been a few days. There's no way it has been a year, Mo Fan protested softly. There's a theory about the time streams of different dimensions. Even though time is flowing at the same rate in 2 different planes, when we cross from one dimension to the other, time will flow at a different rate. Sharja went on. Chapter 2592. Sworn Sisters. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It was getting dark. The 3 of them, overwhelmed by fatigue, decided to find a peaceful village close to the Red Sea to stay for the night. Asheria was going back to Greece. Mo Fan most likely had to go with her too, to comfort Xinxia after he had gone missing for a year. He had to tell her about his adventure. Sharja was going back to the sacred city. She had to return after her identity was exposed. She was no longer a student of the Era Sacred Institute, an intern at the Canton Tower, or the sister of the leader of a rebellion. She could not escape her fate after she was chosen to be an angel. The village had a lot of coconut trees, as if it had just been through a rainy season. It was surrounded by trees, like an unexploited and beautiful tropical island. Mo Fan lay behind a wooden hut by the white sandy beach. He could see the sea through the trees. He felt relaxed as he sniffed the soothing scents of the nearby plants. It felt good to be alive. The dark plain was like a nightmare. The air was foul and brimming with death. His organs would slowly deteriorate and decay there, even if he was not killed by the ghastly creatures inside it. "Here, have a taste." The Saintess had prepared a plate of roasted chicken sprinkled with spices. Its pleasant aroma made Mo Fan drool even before it was served. Every piece was cut evenly. The plate also had some raw vegetables to balance the oily main dish. Mo Fan wrapped the meat with the raw vegetables and took a huge bite. He immediately cast away his thoughts of the terrible experience in the dark plain, overwhelmed by the joy of eating delicious food once again. "Here, a toast for making out of hell alive and taking out a malignant tumor in Asia." Mo Fan raised his cup of fruit wine. It was a little strong, but Mo Fan emptied his cup in one go. There was no refrigerator in the village. The wine was cooled with water collected from the river. It gave the wine a perfect taste, and was a great way to relieve their boredom. "Cheers!" The two women did not waste the wine either, and emptied their cups after Mo Fan. Their faces soon flushed redly. They regained their charm, their pale faces finally regaining some colors. It was an enjoyable sight for Mo Fan. Mo Fan was soon a little drunk. He subconsciously wrapped his hands around Asharuya and Sharja's shoulders. Asharuya and Sharja both looked at him. He had finally shown his true nature. "Say, we have been through life and death together. Since there are three of us, why don't we become sworn brothers and sisters?" Mo Fan proposed. "What does that mean?" Sharja was unfamiliar with the term, since she was a foreigner. "Basically, we will kneel on our knees and, no, that's not it. Have you not heard about the Oath of the Peach Garden? Asharuya, didn't you read a lot of books?" "Explain what it is to her," Mo Fan said. "It's similar to the oath sworn by a bride and a groom. No matter what he becomes, we will treat him like our husband, except we don't have to sleep with him," Asharuya explained. "There's a ritual like that in your country? That's interesting." "Sure, I swear in the name of the angel that from today onward, we will be sworn sisters," Sharja said. "Brothers." "There are two women here," Asharuya smiled. Sharja nodded. Mo Fan's face darkened. He felt like he had just dug a hole for himself. The majority won. Mo Fan became one of the sworn sisters. He initially thought he could boast to the others that Archangel Gabriel of the Sacred City and a Saintess of the Parthenon Temple were his sworn brothers, but he somehow felt like a toy boy. It no longer sounded as impressive as what he had imagined. Mo Fan felt a little dizzy as he crawled onto his bed. The room had a simple layout. It had a wooden bed with blankets, but it was comfortable. The bed was surprisingly soft despite its looks. Early next morning, Mo Fan was woken up by 2 screams and 2 slaps to his face. He went outside to wash his face. He looked in the mirror and turned his face. He realized he could not wash the handprints on his face away. No wonder the bed was softer than he had imagined. How could he not have a comfortable rest on their sexy bodies and their soft chests? Unfortunately, he had been too drunk to do anything. Otherwise, the trip had definitely been worth it. "I should head back to the sacred city," Sharja sighed in disappointment. She did not want to be the Archangel Gabriel. She just wanted to be Sharja, a student of the Era Sacred Institute, who just had to focus on the things she was interested in. Unfortunately, she had her duties. She had returned to the sacred city and fulfill her responsibilities as a guardian of the world. "About Sulu," Mo Fan said. "I'll take care of it." "You don't have to worry about it anymore," Sharja assured him. "That's great. My country is in deep trouble." My people need me. My country needs me, too. I must go back as soon as possible, Mo Fan told them. Aren't you going to the Parthenon temple with me? Asheruia asked him. Yixinxia has gone back to our homeland. Is there any reason for me to visit the Parthenon temple? Mo Fan said. Who knows? Maybe you are a responsible man who won't disappoint any of his mistresses, Asheruia hinted at him. Mo Fan reached out his hand and fondled Asheruia's head. He smiled, don't worry, you are my only mistress in the Parthenon temple. We have only spent a year in the Dark Plane together. It's time for us to part ways. Asheruia moved Mo Fan's hand away and sniffed, I have a lot of paramours waiting for me. So I've heard, Mo Fan nodded. Asheruia frowned. You should go with me to the Parthenon temple first. I have something to give you, Asheruia smiled. It was impressive how she managed to change her expression so quickly every time. Can't you tell me what it is? Mo Fan said. You have already been away for a year. A few days won't hurt you. Asheruia replied. Fine. Then I will be going this way to the sacred city. Sharja pointed at a path leading to a mountain range covered in snow. The mountain range was white, like something out of a drawing, with a meandering path that led to the sacred city. All right, goodbye, Sharja, Mo Fan waved his hand. Goodbye, teacher, goodbye, Asheruia. Sharja was a little unwilling to leave. She stood there for a long time. Chapter 2593. Dark Blessing. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. It was obvious that Sharja did not desire to be one of the archangels. The role of an archangel was like a golden cage to her. She could not fly away, even though she had 14 wings. The golden cage was not part of an evil scheme or government. It was the sacred duty that had taken her freedom away. From now on, every word and action from her would affect the whole world. Mo Fan had thought of her as an untainted elf when he met her the first time. She was supposed to live in a mystical forest, one without war and pain. But now, she was trapped in a seemingly sacred city full of infighting and scheming. The sacred city was a lot more complicated than any magic association. Were the archangels really united? Most importantly, it was impossible to tell if the archangels were righteous or evil when they were executing their duties. When Sharja said goodbye to Asheruia and Mo Fan, it felt like she was also saying goodbye to a part of herself who wished to be free and go on adventures as she pleased. If you want to be Sharja, you can come with us. Mo Fan felt sorry for Sharja when he saw her struggling. Sharja slowly shook her head. Sulu was the chairman of the Asia Magic Association, and had started such a terrifying war. If no one was around to clean up the mess, the Asia Magic Association would have fallen into chaos and destroyed the order of the sacred city. Teacher, I'm just recalling our fond memories, but I already have an answer. Sharja looked up with a pure and sincere smile. She already had an answer. She admired her mentor Feng Julong, but he had died at the hands of the corrupted Magic Association and the sacred city. Without proper systems and supervision, every magic association would give birth to someone like Sulu. Humans could never control their greed and desires, everyone was seeking power and influence. Other ambitious councilmen might end up as the next Sulu. Sharja had to go back to the sacred city so the sacrifices of the scholars were not in vain. She was unwilling to give up her freedom, but she would not run away from her fate. It was her obligation and duty. Mo Fan was feeling upset as he watched Sharja leave. He waited until Sharja had disappeared into the distance before he told Asheruia, let's go. You are pretty impressive. Asheruia giggled at him like a seductive little vixen. Why so? You have slept with an archangel. The two headed for Greece and soon arrived in Athens. The Mediterranean Sea was not being invaded by the sea monsters. Only the Pacific Ocean was in danger. The greater the crisis, the higher the status of the Parthenon temple. Every servant of the Parthenon temple was treated like a goddess across the world because of their outstanding healing and blessing elements. The Parthenon Temple was unusually quiet when Mofan arrived. Half of its members had gone out station. It seems like no one is home. Mofan had not seen any familiar faces. Even Izisha was not around. She had most likely gone to the Sacred Hall of Liberty. The Sacred Hall of Liberty support was crucial if she wanted to become the goddess. Isn't it perfect? We can do whatever we want. Asheria seemed very happy. What are you so happy about? Your competitors are working hard to increase their performance, while you are wasting time doing nothing, Mofan pointed out. I never had a chance in the election. I'm just taking part to make up the numbers. Besides, even if I lose the election, I'm still a Saintess. Asheria was very optimistic. Izisha has long seen you as an eyesore. If she becomes the goddess, the first person going to jail will be you, Mofan warned her. Asheria rolled her eyes, harumphed, and said, she will only put me under house arrest at most. She will still feed me properly, like a pet cat. It's Xinxia who's going to send me to jail instead. She has long suspected we are having an affair. I should support Izisha for my own sake. Besides, did you already forget? Izisha is only a pawn to my father. Ha ha ha, do you really believe that madwoman's words? Mofan laughed. I would rather think she's telling the truth, Asheria said gloomily. So what are you going to give me? Mofan asked, switching the topic. I noticed your equipment is too low level. How can an unstoppable demon king like you not have any reliable equipment? I have already asked our best forge master to make you a set of equipment, Asheria said. I'm surprised. Why are you giving me such a huge gift all of a sudden? Mofan wondered aloud. Mofan had been troubled by the problem of not having reliable equipment for a long time. His strength had improved too fast, thus much of his equipment had become useless to him. Mu Ningxue wanted to craft a set of magic equipment for him, but she had ended up giving them away to other people on Fanxue Mountain. In the end, the equipment was no longer useful for him. Actually, I have two things to give you. I need your help for the second thing, Asheria answered. Judging by the look in your eyes, I don't think we are doing something legal, Mofan judged from experience. The Spring of Darkness. I'm sure you haven't forgotten the thing that can increase your strength by 50%. Asheria reminded him. How could I forget it? It's a pity that its effects only last temporarily, Mofan sighed. Asheria stuck her face close to Mofan and whispered into his ear, do you want it to be permanent? Mofan popped his eyes open as wide as a weasel. Do you have an idea? Mofan blurted out excitedly. I can modify the blessing of the God Seal slightly and mix it with the Spring of Darkness to make its effects permanent, Asheria confirmed. Don't tell me you stole something from the Dark Plane. Mofan realized something. What do you think? Asheria put on a cunning grin. Why would the Lord of Darkness punish Asheria? Just because her Dark Sword Master was helping her? The Lord of Darkness was punishing Asheria because she had stolen something. However, the Lord of Darkness did not want to expose what she had done, thus he came up with another excuse to punish her. The Dark Blessing, will it permanently increase my strength by 50%? Mofan asked with great anticipation. It works with all elements except for white magic. Since you have 7 elements, you are going to benefit the most from it. Asheria agreed. Chapter 2594. Well dressed. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mofan was quite excited as they arrived on the mountain of the God Seal. The blessing of the God Seal was the strongest blessing magic in the world, but it also had a restriction: any soul could only receive it once. Every person could only receive the blessing of the God Seal once. Xinxia was now a Saintess of the Parthenon Temple. Even if she became the goddess of the Parthenon Temple, Mofan still could not receive the blessing of the God Seal again. However, someone had found a way to make him stronger permanently with the Spring of Darkness. I need your help to cleanse the evil presence in the Spring of Darkness first. Otherwise, we might injure our souls permanently if we received it now, Asheruia told him. What should I do? Mo Fan asked readily. I'll transfer the Spring of Darkness to you. Once you eliminate the vengeful spirits in it, you will transfer it back to me, so I can modify it with the blessing magic and share it with you equally, Asheruia told him. Doesn't that mean I have to open my soul to you, and you the same for me? Mo Fan realized. Which is why I can only do this with someone I can trust. We are sworn sisters after all, Asheruia pointed out. Mo Fan followed Asheruia's instructions and accepted the Spring of Darkness she had stolen into his soul. The Spring of Darkness was full of vengeful spirits. They had only one goal, to devour his soul and take over his body. Mo Fan's job was to cleanse them all away. Luckily, Mo Fan's soul had already been through a lot. He was not easily influenced by the hatred and negative emotions of the vengeful spirits. Get ready, Asheruia said, her face serious, after she received the Spring of Darkness back from Mo Fan. Isn't this like a joint cultivation? Mo Fan asked. It was a pity that they did not have to be naked in front of one another. They just had to open their souls to one another. The latter might indicate they had a solid relationship, but Mo Fan was looking forward to some extra benefits. The interaction between their souls was just as boring as showing affection with mere words on the internet. Be serious! Asheruia scolded him. Mo Fan chuckled, and did not dare say any more nonsense. After all, it was a chance for him to raise his strength permanently by 50%. He did not want to waste it. Mo Fan soon felt the blessing magic flowing through his body like a cold stream. It was fondling his face, just like Asheruia's soft hair. It was a nice feeling. He did not have to try hard to capture it, nor did he have to focus on the process. He just had to put his hands behind his head and enjoy it. What are you doing? Asheruia snarled. Why am I doing all the work while you are lying in such a comfortable position? Don't rush, the Spring of Darkness needs time to adapt. You are being a little impatient. Asheruia, be more gentle, Mo Fan replied benignly. Asheruia slowed down. It was her first time doing this. The blessing element was a type of white magic, the opposite of dark magic. It would take some time for them to absorb the Spring of Darkness. She had to take it slow. Even if she was eager to claim it, she still had to take things slow. A servant with a garland was standing at a kiosk under some stairs. The kiosk had white veils covering all sides of it. The veils lifted up slightly when the wind blew. Are you sure? 2Es was wearing a pair of sunglasses. I am. I saw Saintess Asheruia and a man in the flying spring chamber. They were inside for a long time, the servant said softly. Humph, what a B*** chapter. How dare she do something ungraceful with a man on the mountain of the god seal? 2E spat coldly, anger in his eyes. That shameless woman. How dare she act high and mighty when she is having affairs with so many men? He could finally catch her in the act. 2Es immediately summoned several priests from the Hall of Faith. It was time for him to get his revenge. He brought some priests and servants and surrounded the flying spring chamber. He would be very happy if he could ruin Asheruia's reputation. It would be best if they could capture some explicit content. It would easily make the headlines on the internet. However, 2Es was more hoping he could use it to blackmail Asheruia. This is it, the servant pointed at the flying spring chamber. It's a cultivation room. We are not allowed to break into it without the Great Muse's permission, an old priest said. So we are just going to let them do something shameless inside it. What do they think this place is? It's the mountain of the god seal, the most sacred place of the Parthenon temple. If we let this happen, the gods are going to destroy the altar of the god seal with lightning. 2Es argued. I'll take full responsibility for the consequences. 2Es declared. The priests were relieved after hearing 2Es words. They used their magic to open the door. The flying spring chamber did not have walls. There was only an altar made of marble, surrounded by a thick water barrier. A crystalline bottle was placed high in the middle. The water coming out of the bottle covered the altar in a stream, making it a perfect place to cultivate in seclusion. That being said, many thrill-seekers of the Parthenon Temple like to use it for their secret dates. It was a great place with privacy and a pleasant view. Tui's knew Asheruia was a dishonorable woman, like a snake who was ruled by her desires. She liked to coil her body around a man. Tui's finally had the chance to catch her in action. They were pretty bold, having a wild time while enjoying the dazzling view of the water around them. I can't wait to see their shameless acts in person. The curtain of water opened slowly. A man and a woman were up on the altar. The woman had attractive curves. The skin under her half-transparent silk robe was oddly alluring. The man was handsome, too. His body was giving off a dark aura. His face was half hidden in the shadows. Tui's was extremely excited. Such a shameless pair. He quickly took out his phone and took several shots. However, Tui's expression suddenly froze. Why? Why were they wearing clothes while they were doing it? Why are their clothes so clean and tidy? Chapter 2595. I'll be responsible. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. What are you two doing? The old priest asked subconsciously. I should be the one asking questions. What are you all doing here? Asheruia snarled. The look in her eyes had changed. Mo Fan rarely saw Asheruia lose her temper. However, when he noticed this group of people was looking forward to seeing something, he immediately guessed why they were here. Unfortunately, Asheruia and he were not in the middle of something like they had imagined. Not only were they not having intimate physical contact with one another, they were standing 2 meters apart. Did we miss it? Tui's could not believe it. Wolf, who gave you the permission to break into the chamber? Who gave you the right to interfere with my business and disturb me? Asheruia snarled. The old priest's expression changed. He immediately pointed at Tui's and said, it was Tui's. He said he will take full responsibility for this. The mountain of the God Seal had many cultivation chambers. They were strictly forbidden from breaking into the occupied chambers, let alone when a Saintess was using it. It did not matter what she was doing inside, these people had no right to be here. I heard that a man with ulterior motives had followed you into the chamber from a servant. I was worried someone was trying to harm you, so I quickly called Priest Wolf here. Asheruia, as a Saintess, you should really mind your behavior. It might result in some rumors unfavorable to the Parthenon Temple. Tui's declared fearlessly. The servant fell to the ground and trembled in fear. How could Tui's betray her like that? Wasn't he the one who had asked her to spy on Asheruia? Drag her out and cripple her cultivation. Asheruia did not show the servant any mercy. Servants had a reputable status in the Parthenon Temple. Normally, the punishment to a servant had to go through the Great Muse or the Hall Mother first, but they had crossed Asheruia's line today. She immediately summoned a member of the Hall of Judgment. The adjudicator was wearing golden armor and riding a royal griffin. He took the servant away immediately. They could hear the servant screaming as she was forcibly taken away. She had worked so hard to become a servant. Crippling her cultivation was no different from killing her. Since it's just a misunderstanding, I shall excuse myself. Tui's waved his hand. He did not think much of his misconduct. Take Tui's down. Asheruia ordered. More adjudicators had gathered in the chamber. Something serious was about to happen. The people of the Hall of Night soon arrived. They had just received the news, but they were obviously on the Saintess side. Asheruia, I have already apologized to you. Besides, don't you think your action might damage the Parthenon Temple's reputation? I'm just a little too sensitive. I didn't want someone to ruin a Saintess' reputation. Tui stared at Asheruia. He was not afraid. Everyone in the Parthenon Temple knew about Tui's family. Who would dare to touch him? Asheruia might have the power to punish a servant directly, but she did not have the right to punish him unless she was elected as the goddess. No one, except for the Hall Mother, would dare to do anything to him. Even if the Hall Mother learned what happened, 2Es was not afraid, either. What would others think when they heard a Saintess was alone with a man inside a secret chamber? Asheruia frowned. Neither the Hall of Judgment nor the Hall of Knights dared to touch 2Es. However, Asheruia did not want to let this go so easily. In the end, her power was still too weak. If Yishinxia was the victim, the Hall of Judgment and Hall of Knights would have done something immediately, let alone if it was Azisha. "Why don't you try me?" Mo Fan said to the angry Asheruia. "I'm an expert at dealing with scum like him. Go hard on him. I'll take full responsibility if anything happens." Asheruia had had enough of 2Es. "No way, I can be responsible too." "Of course, I will take full responsibility too, after I'm done with him," Mo Fan declared righteously. Asheruia giggled. "That's right, you shouldn't be angry because of a retard like him. You look prettier when you smile." Mo Fan reached out his hand and fondled Asheruia's chin with affection. Didn't they want to catch the two of them in action? Mo Fan did not mind showing them that there was really something between him and Asheruia. What could they do about it? Mo Fan glanced at the adjudicators and the knights. He scoffed, "It's hopeless to rely on you guys to protect a Saintess' dignity. Even scum like 2Es dares to bark in front of you all. Who are you calling a dog? You son of a," 2Es blurted out in humiliation. However, Mo Fan suddenly appeared in front of 2Es before he could finish his sentence. Mo Fan was currently wearing a suit, which set off his solid build. A strange mysterious aura was swaying behind him like dark flames. A hand engulfed in the same aura grabbed 2Es' throat firmly. 2Es was lifted off the ground. The magic he was gathering dissipated as Mo Fan waved his hand. 2Es immediately turned into a defenseless victim in Mo Fan's grasp. You, 2Es was shocked and terrified. Since when did this guy become so terrifying? Even though 2Es had never beaten Mo Fan in the past, he would not have lost to him so easily. The adjudicators and the Golden Sun Knights were about to make their moves. Who dares to interfere? Asheruia yelled at them. She might not be able to order them to punish 2Es, but she could definitely stop them from interrupting Mo Fan. If she could not even do such a simple thing, it was meaningless to hold the title of a Saintess. Asheruia's hot temper froze everyone, and they dared not move. They could tell Asheruia was really angry this time. Chapter 2596. Crippling 3 Limbs. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan had tossed 2Es on the ground and stepped on his arm. The step not only had brute force, but the dark flames around Mo Fan had also left a black footprint on 2Es' arm. He could not break free from it, no matter how hard he struggled. His bone cracked as Mo Fan applied greater force. 2Es' arm was soon badly distorted. It looked like someone had installed the arm of a puppet wrongly. The torture did not stop there. Mo Fan's behavior had changed a little, most likely because he had visited the Dark Plane. His temperament was cruel and evil. After crippling 2Es' arm, he immediately slammed his fist into 2Es' kneecaps. The pain when one's knees were broken was the worst. 2Es' cries spread throughout the mountain of the God Seal. His twisted face was covered in sweat and tears as he was begging for mercy. "I'll let you keep one arm. If you dare to trouble her again, I'll cripple that, too." Smiling sinisterly, Mo Fan stared at 2Es as he was writhing on the ground. The adjudicators, the knights, and the priests who had come with 2Es were terrified. How cruel was this Mo Fan? He had actually crippled 2Es. He had even used dark magic on him. Unless they found the perfect treatment, 2Es would most likely spend the rest of his life in a sickbed. They thought Mo Fan was only going to beat him up and teach him a lesson. The people of the Parthenon Temple knew Mo Fan was the only person who dared to hurt 2Es, but they had never expected him to cripple 2Es because of what had happened. In the end, he had only spared one of 2Es' arms. Mo Fan was not going easy on 2Es. He wanted 2Es to be sure that he would turn into a full cripple if he dared to disrespect Asheruia again. Take him away. If anyone dares to treat his injuries or relieve him of his pain, I will consider them my enemy, Asheruia declared. She had to make sure 2Es remembered the pain. Asheruia did not think Mo Fan had overdone it. 2E's intention to ruin her reputation was far more shameless in comparison. The incident soon spread throughout the Parthenon temple. Several elders came and scolded Asheruia for crossing the line. Asheruia immediately rebuked them. She had already been to the Dark Plane, so why would she be afraid of them? Asheruia had been too lenient with the people of the Parthenon temple. The Dark Blessing increased Mo Fan's strength by 50%. In the past, the blessing of the God Seal had multiplied only his lightning element's base damage, but this time, the Dark Blessing had strengthened all his elements. Magic fusion had already given Mo Fan the strength to take on strong ruler-level creatures. He would soon be the strongest super mage with this improvement to his strength. That being said, his first priority now was to improve his cultivation. Most of his elements had only reached the first tier of the super level, yet his strength was already so scary. Once he reached the peak of the super level for all his elements, he might be able to challenge the forbidden mags. Mo Fan was overwhelmed by excitement when the thought crossed his mind. Mo Fan was a diligent man. He did not waste his days doing nothing in the Parthenon temple. He spent most of the time cultivating on the mountain of the God Seal. Asheruia also realized strength was everything in this world. She decided to focus on improving her cultivation too, to avoid being harassed by the elders of the Parthenon temple again. She had lost the Dark Ice Sword Master in the Dark Plane, but she had also acquired something she had always desired in return. Certain rare resources in the Dark Plane were not available in their world. Asheruia might have to visit the Dark Plane several times if she wanted to improve her Sword of Darkness. My Earth element has improved a lot. Should I attempt to break through? While Mo Fan was cultivating, he noticed the galaxy of the Earth element had become restless. He already had 4 elements in the super level. He clearly knew what that meant. Since Mo Fan obtained the Heaven-Earth seed, he had spent a lot of time and focus on the Earth element. His Earth element was going to have a breakthrough earlier than the summoning element. It was not necessarily a bad thing. Mo Fan's rate of cultivation had improved after Little Loach's evolution. If he just focused on a single element, there was a great chance he could break through the bottleneck with the energy he had received from Little Loach. Little Loach, it's all you now. Mo Fan's mental strength was already quite impressive. The Little Loach pendant was also one of the best cultivation tools in existence. He did not have to rely on external resources to achieve the super level. Time gradually passed. Ever since Mo Fan went to the Dark Plane, his sense of time was a little off track. He was initially planning to spend only a few days in the Parthenon temple to fix the shortcomings of his cultivation, but he ended up staying for a whole month. Luckily, Mo Fan had already told his close ones about his return. He also told them he would be cultivating in the Parthenon temple. Otherwise, they might think he was in some kind of danger again. Mo Fan stretched out and left the flying spring chamber. It was a pleasant morning. When he walked out, a girl around the age of 16 bowed to Mo Fan with a shy expression. "The Saintess has asked me to bring you to her," the girl said softly. "All right, lead the way," Mo Fan responded quietly. The girl was amused, and no longer felt so nervous. She happily told Mo Fan a lot of weird things on the way. Did 2Es trouble Asheruia again? Mo Fan asked her. Asheruia had left the flying spring chamber before he had. They were obviously using different chambers. Mo Fan was only asking for more trouble if they were to cultivate in the same chamber again. I think so. The girl was not too sure. She added after a moment, but he was only using some despicable tricks to ruin the Saintess' reputation. Mo Fan realized the girl was well informed about many things through their conversation. She must be on Asheruia's side. He asked playfully, "Does the Saintess really have a lot of lovers?" Chapter 2597. Black Dragon Magic Equipment. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The girl immediately stopped in her tracks. She turned around and looked at Mofan with wide eyes. She was not trying to be cute. She was actually displeased by Mofan's words. I thought you would understand her since you had stepped forward bravely to help her. The girl's tone had changed. Mofan scratched his head with an awkward smile. It seemed like he had said something wrong. What are you two talking about outside? Come in, Ashuria's voice came from inside the room. The two went inside. The girl sensibly excused herself. However, she did not forget to give Mofan a strange look, as if she was trying to tell Mofan he had said something disrespectful. Are you instructing that girl? It's shocking how fast her mood changes, Mofan said glibly. Mofan found himself inside a library. It was a round hall with books piled up high around the center. He could only see walls filled with books when he looked up. There was a spinning staircase in the center. Ashuria was walking down from it. She was wearing a simple dress and a pair of wedge heels. She was also wearing a pair of cute silver-framed glasses which suited her small and attractive face. Aren't the girls of her age the same? The Parthenon temple is strict with its education, but everyone has their own beliefs and ideas, Ashuria replied. Did you hear it? Mofan asked. What do you mean? Ashuria handed Mofan a pile of books. Mofan kindly took the books from her. He was going to place them on a nearby couch, but he saw Ashuria looking at him with a puzzled face. Mofan was confused. What did he do wrong now? They are for you. Ashuria pointed at the books. So they are the gift you mentioned. Mofan was surprised. Of course not, but shouldn't you at least familiarize yourself with the characteristics of your magic equipment? Ashuria said. What magic equipment? Why would it have so many manuals? Mofan was dumbfounded. You will soon find out. The Forge Master is on the way, Ashuria smiled. Her eyes were basically telling Mofan that he better finish reading all the books. Mofan realized Ashuria was really giving him something unusual, if even the manuals were already so thick. He put the books away in his space bracelet. He was still bothered by the girl's reaction. He could not help but ask, Are you mad at me? Why would I be? Ashuria knew what Mofan was asking. Just think of it as me trying to understand my competitors, Mofan said. Can I assume you have some ulterior motives then? Ashuria asked. Mofan was left speechless. Any man would have ulterior motives toward a beautiful woman. In simple words, every man was the same as 2Es, but their approaches were different. Do you really mind the answer? Ashuria took off her glasses and asked when she did not hear a response from Mofan. Is that why you don't want to cross the line after so long? Mofan was about to explain himself when a knight came into the room. The knight was wearing white armor. That was uncommon, especially for a place like the Parthenon temple, which clearly distinguished the ranks and roles of its people. He was holding a set of dark armor with a unique glow. Several silver moon knights were following him. They were holding pieces of armor, gauntlets, a helmet, a pair of magic wings, and a pair of boots. They were all black. For some reason, Mofan found their material familiar. What do you think? Do they suit you? Ashuria asked. You made a full set of magic equipment for me. Mofan was shocked. No, I'm taking a piece of it, but the rest is yours, Ashuria said. The knights put the magic equipment down and left. Mofan felt pampered. He had long heard Ashuria was extremely rich. Her wealth easily exceeded the other two Saintesses. Was she trying to provide for him? The thought of being provided for by a wealthy, intelligent, and gorgeous Saintess was irresistible. Damn this evil society. Did you not notice? Ashuria asked when she saw Mofan's reaction. I did. I gladly accept it, Mofan nodded. Ashuria frowned. She did not understand what Mofan was saying. You really didn't notice? These are a black dragon helmet, black dragon armor, black dragon boots, black dragon gauntlets, and black dragon wings. Austin gave them to us, Asheria declared loftily. Mo Fan dropped his jaw. A set of black dragon armor? Mo Fan clearly saw the Black Dragon Emperor being burned into nothing by his own breath. Did the Black Dragon Emperor give Asheria his essence before he died? Asheria pointed at the armor. This armor is made of black dragon scales and is immune to elemental magic to a certain degree. It's immune to elemental spells below the level of a forbidden curse. It can also reduce the damage from forbidden curses. Mo Fan's jaw dropped even more. Immune to magic. Immune to spells below the level of a forbidden curse. Partially immune to forbidden curses. Holy crap. Won't that make me unbeatable? Mo Fan finally understood why Asheria was looking at him like that. He did not look as surprised at first as Asheria had expected. Asheria finally nodded with satisfaction when she saw his belated reaction. I'll let you figure out the rest yourself. I won't explain everything to you. I think you men find it more fun that way. Asheria handed Mo Fan the magic equipment. Her smile was gorgeous, like a goddess who had come to the mundane world with her blessing. Are you really giving them to me? Mo Fan pointed at himself. I took Austin's fangs and made myself a sword, Asheria replied. So you have basically given me everything, Mo Fan murmured. Mo Fan was not stupid. The Black Dragon Emperor's skin was not the only material needed to craft these top-grade equipment. The most important material was his soul. The Black Dragon Emperor might be massive, but his remains were only enough to craft a single set of magic equipment, since they had to inject the Black Dragon Emperor's soul into the magic equipment. Even though they could make another set of magic equipment with his remaining bones, scales, and fangs, it would not have the godly effect of being immune to magic. There was only one real set of Black Dragon magic equipment, and it was not replicable. It also meant Asheria had only taken the dragon fangs. She had given the dragon horns, dragon scales, dragon claws, dragon wings, and dragon bones to him. She had done a lot more than just provide for him. Chapter 2598. People Change. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Asheria noticed Mo Fan's passionate gaze on her. Normally, she would not think much of it, but Mo Fan was staring at her longer than usual, like he was unwilling to shift his gaze away. Asheria moved her gaze away and asked him pointedly, "Why are you looking at me? Isn't this equipment more attractive than me? Come, as long as you don't have any weird fetishes, I can do everything for you." Mo Fan sounded like he had no regard for his life anymore. He had worked hard for the things he had wanted for so many years. He finally found a rich, gorgeous woman who was willing to provide for him. He no longer had to work so hard. I think you have misunderstood. I'm only thanking you for helping the Black Dragon Emperor, Asheria blinked at him. That simple? You sure you don't have any other thoughts? Mo Fan asked regretfully. He was hesitant at first, but when he thought about the perfect set of Black Dragon magic equipment and Asheria's alluring body, he immediately sent the little imp that was trying to change his mind away with a slap. Asheria nodded. She giggled when she saw the look on Mo Fan's face. We are purely sworn sisters. Mo Fan cut his thumb and used his blood to claim ownership of the magic equipment as part of the usual procedure. Every piece of magic equipment needed to be bound to their owner's soul. Other people would not be able to steal and store them away in their spiritual worlds. The Black Dragon helmet was forged from the Black Dragon's horns. The lines on it were spectacular. When Mo Fan put on the helmet, the vivid lines made him look like a real dragon with impressive horns. The Black Dragon helmet can improve your mental strength. Try it out, Asheria informed him when she saw Mo Fan trying on his new equipment. Mo Fan nodded and gathered his will. He suddenly felt his eyes turning into some incredible devices, like he was able to analyze and see through everything. He could immediately picture the library's layout in his mind, including some details that were usually unnoticeable by the naked eye. He was also able to see every single detail of the woman in front of him. Normally, Mo Fan would focus his attention on a woman's face and body, but he now noticed Ashuria's hair was not perfectly straight. There was a tiny braid on the back of her head, tied up in a bow. Her earrings were made of pearls, and were giving off an unusual reflection. When Mo Fan focused on them, he realized the earrings were giving off a special mist that encapsulated Ashuria. They were a cultivation tool. That explained why Ashuria always wore the same earrings. They were a high-level cultivation tool, one that was almost on par with the little loach pendant. No wonder her cultivation had improved so fast. Ashuria had put on a slight amount of makeup. Her eyebrows were delicately drawn. She had also put on a little mascara. To Mo Fan's surprise, she did not wear any lipstick. He always found the color of her lips attractive, but it was actually the original color of her lips. He finally knew why he always thought Ashuria was seductive. Her red lips gave her a naturally sexy look. Mo Fan was even more surprised when he noticed something else. There was no padding. She was not wearing any falsies. Her cup size was real. Mo Fan was dumbfounded. Nowadays, a lot of women looked completely different when they were naked. Mo Fan was even more excited when he realized Ashuria's bust was natural. Maybe he should ask Ashuria to consider again? He would not mind if she had some weird fetishes. Can't you look at something further away? Ashuria snarled. Couldn't this man be a little more reliable for once? The black dragon helmet had the ability to increase a mage's mental strength significantly. In simple words, it would greatly improve Mo Fan's dimensional magic. Shouldn't he focus on feeling out his new power? The first thing he did was to examine a woman's bust. Ashuria almost had an urge to slice the pervert in half with her sword. It's fine, it's not like I can see through you. I'm just doing an experiment. Ashuria, it turns out that the shadow element isn't your strongest element. You sure have a lot of secrets, Mo Fan said with a mocking grin. Ashuria rolled her eyes and replied, I can still take them back. If you become the goddess one day, please go easy on my woman Xinxia, Mo Fan answered cheerfully. I can't give you my promise. Women who are close in age can never treat one another peacefully. It has nothing to do with their personality. Besides, the thoughts of a saintess who aims to become the goddess will change over time. Do you really think she's still the same Yi Xinxia whose only goal is to learn magic? Ashuria grinned like a noble white vixen. People change, Mo Fan agreed. For some reason, Mo Fan still felt Ashuria acted extremely cautious around Xinxia. He thought Ashuria should be worried about Izisha instead, since she had the highest chance of becoming the goddess. Did Xinxia already have the upper hand in the election? Mo Fan had deduced this through his interactions with Ashuria lately. People change? Mo Fan was not too bothered by Ashuria's obvious intention to incite disharmony between him and Xinxia. He knew that if Ashuria truly wanted to separate him and Xinxia, she would not use such an ineffective method. Zhong Xiaohu was a good example of change. He used to be timid and hesitant, and had always lacked the resolve to do things. But he was different now, decisive and stubborn. He would do anything to achieve his goals once his mind was set. However, Mo Fan could also feel that the old pure and simple-minded Zhong Xiaohu had not vanished completely. People always changed, but there was nothing to worry about as long as they did not lose themselves in an abyss, where even their family and friends could not convince them to turn around. The people who did not change were somewhat lost, too, since they could not find the way forward. Mo Fan respected Xinxia's decision to stay at the Parthenon Temple. It also meant Mo Fan needed to accept the changes that were necessary for her to adapt to her role. Mo Fan was supportive of Xinxia, but he did hope she would lose the election. Every couple was selfish. They wanted their other halves to be forever by their sides. However, even while they were still at school, Xinxia had never bound Mo Fan to her side, despite her inconvenience. She had allowed Mo Fan to go on his adventures, and had respected Mo Fan's passion. Why couldn't Mo Fan respect her decisions, too? Chapter 2599. Realm of the Sky. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It's called the Dragon Sense. Asheruia returned to the main topic and continued, it's a permanent ability that the helmet grants to you. Even if you don't put on the Black Dragon helmet, you can still use the Dragon Sense, but it will consume a lot of your mental strength, so you should only use it briefly until your mental state improves further. Dragon Sense. Mo-Fan repeated happily. It also has an awakening ability. You can try it out in the future, Asheruia pointed out for him. Sure, I can already feel it's something extraordinary, Mo-Fan agreed with anticipation. Asheruia pointed at Mo-Fan's hands. The next is your Dragon Claw gauntlets. They can directly improve your close combat power. I remember you enjoy fighting at close distances. With your demon flesh, even if your energy has depleted, you can still brawl with an enemy using the gauntlets. The long sleeves covered Mo-Fan's arms from his shoulders to his fingers, without affecting the movement of his arms. They also wrapped over the back of Mo-Fan's hands in the form of claws. The sleeves were surprisingly flexible, and Mo-Fan was still able to move his arms and hands freely. The gauntlets proper not only extended like claws, they could also take the shape of fists. It seemed like Asheruia had told the Forgemaster to add the option of turning the claws into fists so Mo-Fan could enjoy using them. Claws were suitable for assassinating targets. Fists were useful for inflicting explosive impacts. Mo-Fan had once been quite jealous when he saw Guan Yu's special gauntlet when he was on the national team. He now owned a rare piece of equipable magic equipment similar to it. An equipable magic item was not one-off, like Deathstrike magic equipment was. It was a weapon that Mo-Fan could wield constantly. A common shortcoming of most magic equipment was its duration. Most of them could only be used once in a while, but equipable magic gear could easily cover a mage's weakness when fighting at close quarters or while their spells were on cooldown. Mo-Fan could finally forget about his dream of taking out Guan Yu on a random night, as he now owned an equipable magic gauntlet too. Thank you, Mo-Fan could feel the Black Dragon magic equipment was forged according to his fighting style. Asheruia had clearly put a lot of effort into it. Marry me then. No problem. Asheruia realized she should not joke around with a shameless man like Mo-Fan. The Wings of Dawn and Dusk. The Black Dragon represents both the dawn and the dusk. It was neither light nor darkness, but it could represent both. That sounds just like you, who are neither righteous nor evil, Asheruia went on. I like the sound of that. The Wings of Dawn and Dusk. May I ask if you are interested in experiencing the fresh air 90,000 meters above Athens with me? Mo-Fan reached out his hand like a gentleman inviting a lady for a dance. Thank you. Asheruia was natural and unrestrained, just like many Western women. She leaned forward while holding Mo-Fan's hand and wrapped her other arm around Mo-Fan's shoulder. Her posture slightly raised her chest and her hip, setting off her perfect curves. Mo-Fan soared into the sky through the invisible barrier around the Parthenon temple. He soon saw the mystical buildings and mountains far below him. The speed he took off with was shocking, pushing through the clouds in an instant. The whole of Athens was soon visible beneath him. The streets, buildings, parks, and churches had turned into a painting on the ground. Mo-Fan had a feeling he was looking down at a model of the city. The clouds drifting past him were adorning the spectacular land. He flew all the way to a height of 90,000 meters. It was the height the Emperor of Feathers had reached during the ceremony of the winged beasts, but the ceremony had been held in a different region. The air was chilly. As the clouds shrank under Mo-Fan's feet, the two began to feel cold. Mo-Fan was holding Asheruia's waist. He did not move his hand down or stick his face closer, as if he was actually having a dance. He must admit he was impressed by Western men's ability to remain calm while maintaining this posture. Dragons have the best endurance in the world. You should be able to fly across the breadth of the Pacific Ocean with the Wings of Dawn and Dusk, Asheruia said. The Black Dragon set had many special attributes. Asheruia had only explained the main functions to Mo-Fan. I think I know how I'm getting back to my homeland, Mo-Fan nodded. He finally had his own wings magical equipment. The life of a non-swimmer and non-flyer had come to an end. He no longer had to rely on Zhao Manyan's fancy golden wings magical equipment. It's getting cold. Asheruia's lips had lost their usual bright red. They were the normal color of a young woman's lips. Let's head back down, Mo Fan said. Asheruia rolled her eyes. Was he really a straight man of steel? TL note, a Chinese slang used to describe men who can't read the mood when it comes to women. I don't want to miss out on such a great chance. You can hug me closer, Asheruia said. Asheruia had never enjoyed the view of Athens from 90,000 meters above the ground, either. It had to be a spectacular sight. Oh, I'm sorry, Mo Fan said awkwardly. The wings of dawn and dusk will grant you the realm of dawn and dusk, which will reverse the restraints between elements. Normally, water and ice restrain fire, but in the realm of dawn and dusk, it will be reversed. Your fire can restrain ice and water. Your darkness can restrain light. Your earth can restrain plants, Asheruia said. Mo Fan dropped his jaw wide. Every effect of the Black Dragon set was ridiculous. Every piece of it could be sold at an insane price on the market. I will let you find out the uses of the last piece yourself, Asheruia smiled. The Black Dragon boots were the final piece. The dragon horns, dragon claws, dragon scales, and dragon bones had all been used to forge the Black Dragon set. Asheruia had only held onto the dragon fangs, which were not as valuable in comparison. Mo Fan still did not understand why Asheruia was giving all this to him. If she was trying to thank him, she could have just split them evenly. If she had not woken up the Black Dragon Emperor's soul, he would have been torn to pieces. An inch away makes you a gentleman, but an inch closer makes you a pervert. Oh, I'm not really familiar with the boundaries. You put me down. We are here. It's so pretty. Such a beautiful planet. Being sincere to a woman had always failed to win her heart. One had to use some tricks to win a woman's affection. They were literally in a place where calls and screams would not be heard, a place where they could cleanse their souls, but at the same time, it was difficult for a woman to put up any resistance if a man were to do some bad things to her. Chapter 2600. City of Frost. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The next day. The wings of dawn and dusk could attain a height that was unreachable for most living creatures. It meant Mo Fan could just fly over the territory of most demon creatures safely. There was nothing that demon creatures could do. They might not even notice a human had just flown over their territory. Mo Fan flew past several mountain ranges, following the Silk Road to Dunhuang. Mo Fan did not stop throughout the flight, flying all the way from Greece to China under his own power. As Asheruia had mentioned, the wings might have the highest endurance in the world. Mo Fan did not stop after reaching Dunhuang. He summoned the royal striped grey wolf and continued on his journey. Dunhuang was close to Beijiang province. It was a place full of spacious plateaus and vast barren lands, a perfect terrain for the royal striped grey wolf to sprint at his full speed. His stripes constantly changed magically, like they could absorb the strong winds to increase his speed. The mountains, rifts, and rivers of sand were blurs going by. The royal striped grey wolf could even run in the air when there were no obstacles. Night soon came, and the moon hung above the mountains. A handsome wolf was dashing across the land, like a trail of wind on a peaceful and dazzling painting. The wolf had already reached the horizon before the disturbed winds had returned to their calm. Mo Fan had no idea what season it was. However, he noticed the vegetation, swamps, and ponds had a layer of frost on them when he passed by Dongting Lake. It was like an artist had added hints of white to the greenery in a painting. The white mist thickened late at night. The air around Dongting Lake was humid. The wind was bone-chilling as the temperature continued to drop. Mo Fan had stayed in Dongting Lake for a while in the past. He did not remember it being this cold. Mo Fan felt a little cold when he finally arrived in Dunhuang. The lands from Dongting Lake to Hangzhou were mainly covered in dense vegetation. The places he visited had abundant rain. They had formed a complete ecosystem made up of wetlands, forests, mountains, and rivers. However, the mountain streams, rivers, and ponds had already frozen because of the low temperature. The ice on them had turned quite thick in just one night. Mo Fan thought the strange sight would disappear as he approached the east coast. However, he could not help but wonder if he was still in Beijiang as he was about to reach Hangzhou. Even the West Ridge, the territory of the white magic falcons, was fully white. The city in the distance was also covered in snow. Hangzhou was even more stunning than usual. Mo Fan had already noticed Hangzhou was different. The safe zone had shrunk. The towns and villages on its outskirts were gone. An artificial river had set up a clear boundary between the city and the wild. The river was natural on one end, and artificial on the other. Mo Fan drew closer to the river and saw tight security around it. Walls were built along every segment of the river. Battle mages were on duty on the walls. They were alerted when they saw the royal striped grey wolf coming at them, and almost sounded the alarm. A group of battle mages atop their heavenly eagles approached Mo Fan. They circled above Mo Fan as the captain swooped down and called out, "Summoned beasts aren't allowed in the city." "I know the rules, but what are you guarding the city against? Aren't the sea monsters coming from the other side?" Mo Fan asked, while pointing to the east. "You should have encountered something if you came from the West Ridge." "Oh, they must have avoided you because of your summoned beast," the captain mentioned. The captain did not chat further with Mo Fan. He only asked Mo Fan to withdraw his summoned beast before he was allowed to enter the city. Mo Fan sent away the royal striped grey wolf and headed into the city. The river was roughly 500 meters away from the city. Mo Fan was too lazy to walk. A silver light erupted under his feet before he vanished into thin air. Mo Fan appeared on the other side of the river. He was using blink with every step he took, traveling 500 meters with each step. "He's damn strong," a young man among the battle mages exclaimed when he saw Mo Fan disappearing into the distance. "Of course he is, if he has a ruler-level summoned beast. I bet he purposely suppressed his summoned beast's aura. Otherwise, our heavenly eagles would have been forced to stand as still as statues." "Who is he? He looks a little familiar." Normally, a populated city would be slightly warmer, but Mo Fan did not feel any warmth as he reached the city. Mo Fan went to West Lake. Xinxia was probably at her alma mater. Why does it feel like West Lake is freezing, too? Mo Fan looked at the calm surface of the lake. Mo Fan went to the school and headed straight for Xinxia's apartment. Xinxia had not brought her guards with her as usual. She had only brought a female knight and tatter who was always by her side. She was staying at her old apartment complex, but had switched to a bigger unit. Mo Fan heard from Asheruia that every Saintess was obliged to take a month off, also known as the Peace Month, in the year prior to the election. The Saintesses would pick the month themselves. They did not have to handle any matters related to the Parthenon temple. They could go travel or cultivate in seclusion. The election to the role of the goddess was extremely competitive. The closer it was to the election, the greater the competition. Bloodsheds and sacrifices were common during the election. The purpose of the Peace Month was to relieve the Saintesses of their duties so they could review their goals and recall their initial intentions. It could also be thought of as a winter holiday. Xinxia had already used up half of the Peace Month. It was a pity that Mo Fan was fooling around with another woman just a few days ago. Mo Fan had told Xinxia to meet him at her place. However, Mo Fan noticed a delicate woman standing on a path with white olive trees on both sides. It was the only path to the apartment. Somehow, Mo Fan found the woman's posture unusually elegant. Either he rarely saw Xinxia standing still, or she had to put in extra effort just to stand on her own. "Why didn't you wait for me inside?" Mo Fan went up to Xinxia and wrapped his arm around her waist. The position of his hand was very important. Not only could he feel his woman's slim waist, he could also touch the side of her fleshy buttocks.